these giant bones and said they must be humans, right? Because that's
Yeah, because they were human bones.
uh-huh. And who would know that? I mean, Grandpa Farmer back in
The
18.
doctors that dug them up, right? Because the doctors examined them. Then the
Yeah.
Smithsonian came and took them.
Wow.
See, this is all documented.
It is. Yeah.
If
Well,
a
where's the
doctor
reference to it, please? Give me the
if a
reference.
doctor examines a bone,
Chroniclingamerica.gov.
fossilized or real, he'll only come to a doctor. A doctor will only come to the conclusion it's a human bone if it's a human-shaped bone and a human-sized bone. Any doctor who says this is human and it's three times the size of a normal femur bone, that evidence is worthless because he's
Yeah, but you're
literally
saying that as if all femur bones are not exactly the same. Yeah. So I mean, you're assuming that a human femur bone and so is there a difference between a human femur bone and a cow?
yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
without
there's
the
massive
size,
difference.
like a picture. In a picture,
Yes.
could I find the difference in a photograph?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
then I don't need it to
Do you,
worry about if it's 5 times larger or not.
hold on, Tanks, do you think if you took a human femur bone, stripped of all its flesh and all its residual external
If I was a
DNA,
doctor, yes.
hang on, let me finish the sentence.
Oh.
If I gave you a human femur bone and a bovine femur bone, and I asked you to go out and ask all of the various scientific disciplines if they can tell which one is human and which one's a cow, or are they both human, or are they both some other animal, do you think that no one will be able to determine the difference between the two?
Yeah, so it doesn't matter if it's in a photograph, in a magazine, or on a poster. A doctor can tell the difference between a cow bone and a human bone, femur bone, and to throw it all away
No.
because of the size difference, even though it's definitely a human bone, would be, would not be smart.
You ignore my question and you contradicted the original statement, which said, "Oh, this big bone must be human." That's what you just said.
No, it just doesn't matter if it's a human bone. It's a human bone. If it has the makings of a human bone. No. So your
What do you
postulation
mean?
earlier that they would
What do you
throw it
mean?
away.
Hold on. Whoa, what do you mean the makings of a human bone? It's 3 times
Whatever
the
that
size of
takes.
a human femur bone. That's not the makings of a human femur bone.
Right, so like if I find like a baby bone, I'm like, listen, this is definitely not a baby's femur bone because humans are 6 foot tall.
But an expert.
Okay, hold on. I can straighten this out. Hold on 1 second, please. Please. Can they tell the difference? Not using size from different bones of different types of animals, or are all femur bones? What's up?
No, of course they're not.
So they can, if I made a human femur bone be 10 times as big as it should be, and then I shrunk a bison bone down, they would be able to tell the difference?
I couldn't tell you that.
Well, your argument was that they would know because it was so big and out of the...
You're asserting that the femur bone that they said was a human bone was perfectly topologically correct, but 3 times the size. Where's your citation for that?
I don't know. I didn't claim that.
One, is it?
I'm just saying, I thought you were just making the argument that they would know because it was too big, but that wouldn't.
He was.
If it's a human
argument.
I've met these people, right? I'm an Appalachian. I live up in the mountains, right? Like I met couples who were like over 7 feet tall, the husband and the wife, and they each had 6 fingers on each hand.
In Nero Montoya.
Like I've met them.
Did they?
I mean, like it's not like a fake thing. Like, I mean, like there are like different.
There's big ass people. There's some big ass people out there. See, by his own standard. Hold on, just real fast.
Count Rugen. It's Count Rugen, not Inga Montoya.
So, by his own standard, right? The guy who allegedly discovered the big armadillo and the little armadillo. The big armadillo wasn't really an armadillo by his own standards. So,
who said that?
Passer said it.
Darwin.
No,
Darwin discovered the large armadillo skeleton, the dead one, and he saw the little armadillo, which is native to South America and Texas area.
And was there any aspect of the two skeletons that were differentiated other than size?
No.
Well, show me citation. Citation.
Okay, the giant armadillo. Sure.
You tell me that the topological nature of the giant armadillo's skeletal structure is identical to the little armadillo, but slightly different scale.
Yep.
Bring it up.
Yeah, I don't know if I would expect like a human like leg bone to be like a giant one to be the same. I'd imagine that more weight would be put on the giant and have more kind of cracks and splits.
We can all imagine things.
Yeah, I can imagine that. Yeah, I can imagine that
Yeah.
carrying like more weight, like having more
Yeah,
pressure. Like weight is pressure,
absolutely.
right? So
Yeah.
would have an effect.
If you look at the knuckle joints on four-legged animals, they're radically different than they are on bipedal primates.
Wow, yeah. I already imagined it. I don't really need to look. I imagined it first.
That's fine. We can imagine away.
I've met these humans.
And I'm sure you have. I'm sure you've met a culture or some people that are much that demonstrate gigantism that's not prevalent in
They
the
both
West.
had 6 fingers on each hand.
Yeah, that's a little weird if that's right.
Mm.
And 2 rows of teeth. 2 rows of teeth as well.
I have met those people as well. Again, like there's people out here in the woods and they don't know about them. Like,
fucking hell, you've met all kinds of people. Think about the Appalachians in Virginia and that area. There's a lot of inbreeding going on.
I'm in the Appalachians in Pennsylvania.
If inbreeding got you like 6 fingers and 2 sets of teeth, everybody be doing it. All right, I don't think it's inbreeding.
There's an accent. People from Pennsylvania. Go ahead.
There are people around the world who have got 2 sets of teeth out at once because when you're born, all of your teeth are in your skull.
There's people from Pennsylvania that have Australian accents. I met these people in the Poconos, and they were like, and I asked them, I'm like, "Yo, you guys from Australia?" They're like, "No, we're from Pennsylvania." I'm like, "That's a weird accent you got."
Quite often on here, people think I'm Australian. I'm British. It's not unusual for people to confuse people's accents. I get what you're saying about people around the world of different sides, but accents are a pretty easy thing to fuck up. Yeah.
I think I might have told you this before, Jeremy, but did somebody had a theory on why Australia is not real, right? And then they asked the question. It said, "Have you ever met an Australian child?" And everybody in the room answers, "No, actually, I haven't." There you go.
Well, I've never seen a baby pigeon either, but pigeons are real.
I've seen my dad reared pigeons. I've seen a baby pigeon, and I've got friends who are in Australia, and they've come over with their baby children.
You ever see a pregnant Chinese woman? I never seen one of them.
Yeah.
Never seen a pregnant Michelle Obama.
No, that's true. I've never seen a pregnant Michelle Obama. That's true.
But even if you do know an Australian person, it doesn't necessarily prove the existence of Australia, right? Like, just
it could be a massive pantomime for my benefit. That's true. Honestly, if you'd met my friend who moved from the UK to Australia, there's no way he was a complete fuck up. There's no way he was part of any organised conspiracy.
I don't think anyone's saying for real that Australia doesn't exist or whatever. Is there?
No, and I didn't presume anybody was.
Yeah.
It's a talking point. It's an exercise in philosophical and it's a mental exercise, isn't it? Imagining that something so grandiose in its scale could be contrived for some purpose we don't understand.
Like outer space, outer space and moon landings and stuff, something like that, maybe.
Absolutely. 9/11, JFK, whatever scale you want to attribute to it, it's useful to exercise our mental capacities to understand the depth, the complexity, the inherent difficulties in the staging thing, so we can get a grasp of what's tenable and what's not. But
I mean, if I want to prove that Australia's real, I can just go there.
Are you going there though?
How do you know? How do you know when you walk off the plane that they took you to the right spot or whatever?
Yeah.
I can carry a compass. I can do. I guess I can do some things.
They got to give you a different compass. You're not allowed to have a regular compass there.
Yeah, they take you above the clouds. You can't see the ground for most of the journey. You could be going to Minnesota for all you know.
They say you do need a special compass when you get to the south to weight it on the needle on one end. Right?
How about
Have you noticed GPS
Yeah,
doesn't work on a transcontinental flight, and neither does your mobile phone. Oh.
how about this one? Have you ever seen the president of the United States doing any work? Like you see him on stage talking, but have you actually seen the president with the toughest job in the world doing any work?
Of course not.
Oh, I think only Trump, and that was it.
They turn up and wave, and they go, "Come on, Trump's the same." They turn up, they wave, they say things, they shake fists and pump things. They put on puffer jackets with badges they don't earn, and then they go home again. That's what they all do.
They should have
true.
playing golf and stuff, man.
They also sign documents every now and then. I mean,
every now and then, yeah, they sign a few things here and there. They dabble on the fringes, yeah. But if I put you in a coma and woke you up in an arbitrary number of years' time, and asked you to walk around the town for 10 minutes where you live for 10 minutes, and then not speak to anybody, and brought you in and said, "Okay, here's a gun. Tell me who's in charge, Republican or Democrat, and if you get it wrong, I'm going to shoot you in the head, or you can decide not to answer the question." You won't fucking bother to answer the question. Guarantee it.
Like, man, listen, 10 years ago, if I went to like the place where I grew up, and then now, I'd 100% say a Democrat.
A lot of them seven-fingered Democrats, or
No. Like, just because, like, how many black people and Puerto Ricans are there?
In the Appalachians? Wow.
Poor people tend to be more left wing. That's true.
I don't know who's what, but
it's definitely true in Europe. Poor people.
I don't think that's true in England. I think most rich people are socialists in England.
Yeah.
No, get over yourself.
Like,
Come on,
bro. Have you ever been to London?
No. All right. No. Like, it separates out with men and women, right? Like, the men will be like conservative, the women will be like, very liberal.
The women will be whatever their fucking husbands tell them to be.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
I just got a little angry there for a second. Got a woman's mouth off.
This is a simple question. So is London the richest part of England? Yes or no?
Which parts of it, mate? Which parts of it?
Well, dude, are we going to let these two talk? Just
there's the map of the constituencies of England. Now, which are the rich bits, the wealthy
that's
bits?
London.
That's Greater London.
Yeah, you said England. That's London.
Right, I meant London. Slip of the tongue. We both know that's London. We can see the Thames meandering through from the east there,
right?
The west, sorry. Right. So, the blue bits there, are they the affluent parts or the poor parts of London?
Well, I'd need to have a look specifically, but
I bet you would. I bet you would.
Would you want to let me respond, or do you want to talk over my response?
Over it.
Fantastic. So the blue bits really aren't actually London. Like if you look at the southeast, for instance, that's the Bromley area, which is fucking miles from the centre of London. If you look at the the yellow bits, I assume that's Liberal Democrat. That's in Surrey, right? Again, not London. The northeast blue bits, that's in Essex, and the northwest bits, that's I assume that's Middlesex. Well, it doesn't exist anymore, but that's out towards the home counties. All of the red circle, apart from the three central blue bits, that is all what most people would regard as London, and they're all Labour constituents.
Yeah. Okay, so see the blue bit in the middle.
Yeah.
What's in the blue bit in the middle?
I'd imagine that's the City of London.
That's all the affluent part of London, right in the middle there.
Are you joking? All of those northern bits there, all of those northern boroughs. You won't find a house for less than £3-4 million.
Which part are you talking about?
Right. Okay. Let's have a look at. Well, if you'd actually posted a map that was named, that'd be good. But let's just take Tottenham for example. Like, Tottenham is considered a poor area of London, right? Find me a flat in Tottenham for less than £500,000.
And how many people own a flat in Tottenham?
That's the point, isn't it?
They're all renting, aren't they?
Exactly.
Because they can't afford it because they're poor.
No one can afford £1 million house, Pazza. But the point is that. So is your argument really that house prices are so high because everyone's poor?
I thought you were both Pazza.
Because how could house prices be high if everyone's poor?
Well, of course they can. House prices could be high. House prices
So then
are
who's
high.
Dude,
keeping
in
the house
poor
prices high?
areas, in poor
Who's keep-
areas in my country, the poor areas, the houses are dirt cheap. I could probably go buy a house for like 30 grand on the hill right now.
Right.
But if you go to a nice part,
you're not in a European metropolis, are you?
Right.
So let's not.
I'm in a major metropolitan area.
Let's forget
Let me
the
tell you.
character. Let's forget the. You're not in Tokyo. You're not in Moscow. You're not in New York. So you're not in a metropolis. So it's a pointless comparison.
Yeah, but what you're saying, you are losing us a little bit, because what somebody here is making the point and saying, look, all the poor people are only able to rent the $1 million houses. So you're kind of losing me. I don't know what you guys are saying.
Right. His point is that people who are renting are all poor, which is just wrong.
I mean, like I said, in my area, the poor places, the houses are dirt cheap. And I do live in New York, in a major metropolitan area of it, not New York City. However, there's a lot of people. That's just how it works here.
Wait, I thought the whole point of the thing was that he was saying that all people left wingers. I thought that's where it started.
Right, and then he posts a map of London.
Yeah,
because I said that London is the richest part of the world.
Most people don't own their own property.
Dude, are you not doing crypto talking? What the fuck are you doing?
Oh, he does this all the time. The point I was, thank you, Andy. And the point I was trying to make is that London's the richest part of England, which it objectively is, and it's also majority socialist in terms of if you consider the Labour Party to be socialist, right? And then he was like, "Oh, but there's poor people renting a £1 million house in Tottenham." That's cool, but doesn't actually answer what I said.
Are there poor people renting $1 million houses over there? That's how you guys roll, or
literally?
What?
That ain't how it works over here.
So
they're renting their Benzes.
So what you're saying is that there's London is full of rich people renting. Yeah, is that what you're saying?
Well, okay. So how many poor people do you know can afford?
Didn't answer my question. Didn't answer my question. Did you?
How many poor people do you know can afford $1,500 a month in rent?
I mean, also, guys, keep in mind the rich, whoever owns, they're not going to. It doesn't matter if you're rich or poor. You don't have to sell your house. You can continue to rent it out for profit. You don't have to sell it.
Yeah, but
in those high demand areas.
Where are all the
people can afford these houses, bro?
Where are all the people who are earning very low, relatively speaking, low wages in London living? Where are they living?
Hey, do you know what the projects are? Would you consider that $1 million house?
Doesn't matter what the house is worth. Where are all the people who are in the service industry, are in catering and restauranteering and in delivery and working for Amazon? Where are they living? Answer me that question.
Probably in the outskirts, in the hood. In the outskirts, in the hood.
Okay,
so hey, I just wanted to say.
Go on.
Just wanted to say real fast. I was wrong about the armadillo being anatomically the same as the modern armadillo. I was incorrect.
Well,
I imagine
it's going in your file. It's going in your file. Don't worry.
I imagined it would be, because a heavy armadillo would how would it take on the same weight with the same bone? Yeah, have more fractures and things happening.
They were actually bonier, but go ahead.
Yeah, I'd imagine they'd have more. Yeah.
All right, I'm just going to look up a map of London because you've posted this like. Sorry, go on.
No, which one was bonier? The larger armadillo, no, or the smaller one? You say?
Yeah, the smaller one can roll up into a ball, and the bigger one was more like a giant land sloth that couldn't roll up into a ball, but an armored land sloth. Back to London.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I mean, like, I don't listen. Like, I don't know how poor people live in a city that has, $1 million fucking houses in it, right? Because here, poor people don't live in a city where like you have $1 million houses unless it's in like government housing.
That's what I asked. Do you consider like the projects like $1 million? I guess it would be considered $1 million building, but like that's a little different to me than $1 million house.
All right. So let's look at Islington, right? Because Islington's on this map. Would you consider?
We don't know anything about England. Why do you keep bringing up England?
Because that was the subject of discussion.
No, the subject of discussion was whether or not poor people vote like Republican or Democrat, right? And in America, like if you're poor and you're white, you vote Republican. Unless you're a woman, in which case, you vote for Democrats because you're relying on their institutions and the people who administer those institutions.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think that's more or less the same in England, but Pazza disagrees.
Yeah,
Right, it's like-
New York City is his our Jeremy's place, right? That's where all the rich people are, and that's a blue state.
So yeah, Islington North on Wikipedia, it actually says, despite high incomes and house prices, there is also more deprivation than the UK average.
But
it's
I'm not in New York City. I don't live in New York City. I'm upstate.
Right, yeah, but New York is a blue state. But to run like a parallel to that, and to Paz's point, I guess, right? The rich people own New York City. They're not selling those lofts, but they will rent it out for an extremely high price, keeping everybody broke and keeping it a blue state.
I'm not saying that people who don't. I'm not saying the people who don't own half of London are fucking rich. Of course they are. But most of the poor cunts in London are living month to month, week to week, paying their rent and utilities.
Day to day.
Yeah, but the people, like the point was, the people who own those homes don't actually live in those homes,
Yeah,
and they're right. So they're right, but that turns the state blue. But the people who own the home live in a different state, which is probably red. Yeah.
So there is one. There is an important distinction here because in the UK, red is socialist and blue is a conservative. So that's an important distinction. I've just realised.
Yes.
Because this map, all of the red areas would be the quote unquote socialist areas.
Yeah, the poor areas.
Islington is not poor, bro.
Well,
like recently, it's gotten to the point where,
Wikipedia tells me.
Like the Mexicans in America, right? The males, 85% of them vote for conservative, right? But the females, 90% of them vote for Democrat.
Yeah, I mean, I used to live in Islington. I can tell you right now, there are a few poor areas.
If they're voting, though, they're Americans, though, right?
Yeah, right, Americans are different, bro. It's different here.
Yeah, are you saying like Mexicans can vote, but they're not? They wouldn't be citizens, or?
I mean, I remember like Mexicans came in like in mass back in like the 70s and 80s.
But
so now it's all their kids. It's their kids, and they became American.
Okay, so they're Americans. Gotcha.
Yeah. So in Islington, the average house price is £747,000, and the individual disposable income average is £15,529. The gross household income is £52,204. That's astronomical compared to the rest of the country. But clearly, clearly those people earning that money aren't owning a house that's worth £747,000, are they?
No.
Okay, but then you've just proved my point because that's an area that votes Labour.
Because most of the people that live there don't own their property and are struggling.
But they earn way above the average for the UK.
Right, but where they live, their living standard lower than the rest of the country.
According to who?
What are you on about? What the hell are you on about?
If your cost of living is that fucking high,
compared to the rest of the country are rich, bro. People in Islington, bro, go to Leeds, go to Sheffield, go to visit the Scousers in Liverpool, bro. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're talking out of your ass, man.
Listen, man, the reason I brought up Islington specifically is because I've lived there. I know what it's like, right? There are poor areas, sure, but the majority of any area that lots of people live in Islington, there's a lot of money. I promise you, I've lived there.
Wikipedia says there is more deprivation than the UK average in Islington North. Wikipedia.
Okay, so because Wikipedia says that the guys live there, we live there, we know. Well, okay, no problem.
Of course, he's done a statistical analysis of the entire population of 75,000 people.
It sounds like an imaginary place anyway, though.
Yeah, it probably is. I mean, so yeah. I mean, it may well be slightly lower than the UK average in places, sure. But then you're talking about Scotland. You're talking about really broke-ass cities in the north. You're talking about Wales, right? There's a lot of areas there that are very poor.
Manchester, Leeds.
Right.
I don't think renters won't show up, right?
Yeah. No, Islington's obviously a rich area, I would say in the majority, and yet they vote Labour. I don't know what else to tell you.
Okay.
I mean, in California, especially like in the Bay Area, there's there's also very high income, but the cost of living is so high that there's really not that much left of the income. So that's not like it's not really useful to just look at the income and not at the cost of living.
Yeah.
But Wikipedia says.
But that doesn't help him either.
I've got relatives who live in
Holloway
and Archway, and it's no fucking utopia there. Trust me.
Have you ever been to Holloway or Archway?
The average home price in like San Francisco is like $5 million.
So I got some facts. Might be slightly off topic, but Florida has the highest amount of black-owned businesses and women-owned businesses and Mexican-owned businesses. Thanks.
Yep.
That's blasphemy. We should nuke Florida.
Florida's, I don't know, bro. I don't know what Florida is.
And if they did kick out all the illegals and make it illegal to hire illegals, which no doubt, I think that's only going to increase the Mexican, black, and women-owned businesses. I think that number is only going to skyrocket.
If you kicked out all the illegals from America, you'd have half the population gone.
Yeah, good luck getting your food at your restaurant or whatever.
Yeah, you'd have no citrus fruit.
Like, we've got crackers, napkins.
Yeah, Homo, can I ask you a question, Homo?
Sure. No Mexican chair people.
You know, you were saying about how when people have higher incomes than the cost of living, and then therefore they end up kind of not having much spare income in the first place, right? That's kind of standard economic, right? So that's the first thing to be said about that. But the second thing to be said about it is, generally speaking, in an area, when there's more money in the area, the services that are provided may be of a higher cost, but they're also generally of a higher standard. And so that's why people move to the area. They don't mind paying a bit extra because they're generally getting better, better coffee shops, and they're getting better accommodation, and they're getting better everything. It's not always true, obviously, but there's a reason people are moving to these areas.
Sure. I mean,
I guess. Yeah.
They move there for jobs. That's why they're there. It's for jobs. That's it.
I know lots of people who work in the financial sector in London and in just general business sector, and also the legal sector in London, who commute from Hampshire or Dorset and Wiltshire, because that's the only. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, lots of people who work in London don't live in London.
Yeah, I know that.
I know you know that. I know you know that. I know. I'm not saying you don't know that.
Okay.
Because the weighted average for wages in London is Fruit Loopy at the moment.
Right. No, I agree. I mean, the cost of living is fucking insane for everyone, really. But, I suppose we can. Yeah, we seem to agree on most things. I don't agree with your premise.
It was like $5 million houses, but you still can't drive to go get a pizza.
I still don't get how you got poor people renting $1 million homes. I'm like, we can't do that. They can't afford it. If you're poor, you can't afford to rent $1 million.
There is a problem in this country in the UK. I don't know what it's like in other cities around the world, but where people can own lots and lots of property and really there's no real sense in which the government takes any physical responsibility for ramifications. My boss owns 120 houses, which he rents out.
That's average middle class, right? Then
that's fine. And he rents. They're all rented out to students and family and working class families who can't afford to get on the mortgage ladder, or at least can't get the collateral together to get on the mortgage ladder. Because that's the problem with a lot of it, which really fucks me off, is that rent is inherently more than a mortgage. But unless you have that deposit and you have that collateral at the beginning, you can't get on the mortgage. Can't get a mortgage profile going in the UK, and that is criminal.
You know what kids are doing now that I really like? Instead of going out and renting apartments and paying, $15,000 a year in rent or something, now they're buying tiny homes. They're going to get a little bit of land, buying tiny homes, saving a shit ton of money.
But don't cut the middle cunt out.
Yeah, but that's being stopped by the codes enforcement people, like you have to have a certain number of square footage, like if you buy the land, right? In most places now.
No, some places are letting it go though because they want to go green. There's a lot of push to go green, and tiny homes are definitely green as opposed to, thousands of square foot house and shit. So,
well, I mean, like right now, like I just looked up the stat recently. 84% of all homes being built or are being bought right now are being bought in the HOA. Right. So, like, in order for them to keep their property values up, they're making sure that you can't build a house that's less than like 2,500 square feet.
yeah, but that's in an area with an HOA. Like, you can do whatever you want. You just go buy land in America. For the most part.
85%, son. 85%. Again.
85% of homes being built. Yeah, I'm just saying there's kids that are doing this that are just saving tons of money. I don't know what
It's
that
not
other
enough.
thing's for. It's not enough. Well, a lot of them are still going and renting, I know. Or buying homes in HOAs, which is fucking stupid.
That might be in the city, but my little town of like 30,000 people, there is no HOA.
Yeah.
Yeah. I live in a town of 800. It's really nice. We don't have any police. It's amazing.
Whoa, you don't have any road pirates? Are you serious?
No. Yo, it's
You're
amazing.
just allowed
There's
to
no
do
cops.
commerce and not get hassled?
You don't have sheriffs or troopers or anything. You must have something, no?
I mean, there's state police, but like they're very, very far away. Like it's amazing. Like I have ducks and chickens.
Wow.
It's great. Like we grow our own food.
It's almost like
Interact
you're
with the
free.
Amish. Yeah,
Larry,
right?
Larry, have you found a middle ground between being against anarchism and also being like against police and like state control?
Well, I'm not an anarchist. I'm actually for the rule of law. I'm weird, right? I think that it applies to everyone equally. I think that qualified immunity is an abomination and that everybody should be held responsible for their actions. So,
Okay.
like, if I kill somebody, I should be punished, right? Not everybody who has a gun like me, right? Or the taxpayers should be punished. Like, if I do something wrong, I should be punished. So,
Yeah,
I
so
don't
if
have
you
a problem
drive
with
with
government.
if you drive with a car that's endangering others.
I mean,
Yeah, we should ban cars.
I don't like hypotheticals. Like, what if a lady tripped over high heels and hit a shovel and it whacked a baby in the head?
No,
Like, I
not
don't like that
hypothetical.
stuff.
How about we get rid of 90% of laws? Like that would be helpful. We have way too many laws. Like I think that's 90% of the laws where we are right now.
All right, what do you get rid of?
I'm just kind of poking
Let's
at
go.
you, man.
Which one? Give us a law.
Yeah,
you get
I'm
rid
not
of.
an anarchist. I'm a libertarian.
Right.
I want small government, barely involved in our lives, only when absolutely necessary. That's it.
Let's hear one of the laws that you would. Let's hear one of the
Taxes.
laws that you. Can you guys hear me?
The
Yeah, I hear you,
IRS,
Jeremy.
Social Security. Like, I don't know, like the vast majority of laws when it comes to divorce, child support, and just most of the laws, just almost all of them.
The IRS? No, which law? Be paying taxes?
Got to pay taxes.
We just went through this with them, I know.
Yeah, them brown people need to be bombed back to the Stone Age so we can involve sophisticated banking system with fiat currency so that we can milk the country for all its resources.
Talk to him, Larry. Talk to him. That's how we do it.
I'm personally a fan of the idea that if I pay the government taxes, they'll change the climate.
Yeah, why not? Why not, eh?
Yeah, if I'm paying taxes, can't we get like a Social Security number voting system where there's actual representation? I seem to remember there was a little skirmish about that.
Yeah, back in the day, 300 years back.
Yeah, just a little tip about taxation without representation, because I don't really feel like the government is representing me because I've been screaming, no more illegal wars, stop invading countries, stop killing people in my name, fuck.
That's why we can still buy a 99-cent Arizona iced tea, and then they're paying like $3 for that shit over in the UK. Boston Tea Party, bitches.
Freedom.
It's the irony, you lot don't even like fucking tea, do you?
If we did, though,
I like tea.
It's mad cheap.
It's not like that mattered. They would have taken anything probably at that point.
So it may look like I'm anti-government. Really, I'm not. I'm anti-corruption. And if that makes me look like anti-government, that's not really my fault, is it?
But you don't like traffic stops, do you?
Well, I mean, if someone's driving like 106 miles an hour through a 30-mile-an-hour zone, yes, I fucking love traffic stops. But you accidentally went over the line right there. I'm going to search your vehicle and take all your silver and money that you have because I think you did drugs back in the day, and this is drug money. That's piracy. That's roadside piracy. It's called civil forfeiture, which is the funny word for piracy.
It's not very common, though, is it?
Yeah, right. Are you serious?
Like, obviously,
it's cops take large amounts of money if they find it.
The only time, two times I've been stopped by the cops is when I was driving like a total cunt. So I really got nothing to complain on that level.
See, I'm for the cops stopping someone, right? If they're endangering the public, that's what the cops are supposed to do, right?
Sure,
supposed to take care of like public safety, drunk drivers, right?
Yeah,
People who are like, yeah, way too fucked up to be driving. Like, I'm for that, right? What I'm not for is having a stop where they stop everybody and demand that, you know, you show your license if there's no probable cause. So call me crazy, but I think we should stick to the highest law of the land, which is the Constitution, which requires probable cause and not just be stopping people. I think you might be drinking. Step out of your car. And if you don't step out of the car, Pennsylvania versus Mims, they can break your window, tase you, and drag you out. Right? All that without probable cause. I think that's against the law, right?
Maybe. Yeah, probably
I mean,
is. I don't know.
I mean, how about I got a whole new way of doing taxing, right? That doesn't violate everything in the United States Constitution, right? Like, how about we have like a national sales tax, right? And then whatever whatever the states need, it goes at the state level, and whatever the states need, the state keeps, right? And then they kick up like a smaller percentage to the federal government, you know, for like military and defense or whatever the case is. And then you're not violating the First, Fourth, Fifth, and 10th Amendment with the current way that we're doing taxing right now in the United States.
Yeah, here's an idea. What if we only, you know, paid for what we needed, right? So we don't need marijuana off the streets. So if you take, you know, what we spend on marijuana, it completely unjustifies the drug war. I mean, granted, Seattle's a shithole. They legalized all the drugs. I understand it. I get it. Right? But maybe it wasn't just the drugs. Right? Maybe it was something wrong with the society before they legalized all the drugs. So I just don't think that you should be putting people in cages over, you know, somebody has 11 round magazines. Oh my God. And then in other states where it's Republican, like, oh, this person has herbs. Oh my God. Put them in a rape cage after we strap, you know, torture cuffs on them and use threats of, you know, duress and coercion and get them to sign a contract with us. I just don't think plea deals are good. And then if you don't sign the plea deal, they have like a 99% conviction rate. The fuck?
No. The 99% conviction rate comes from the plea deal. If you take a trial, like they're like about like 70%. You know what I mean? Like they don't win at trial most of the time. Like a jury will go like, yeah, this is retarded. Right. But the problem is that like we have so many laws that they just start stacking charges on you. Right. So like, let's say, you know, I mean, you get caught, I don't know, like going into somebody's yard and taking a bike. Right. It's like, oh, that's breaking and entering. That's aggravated motherfucking robbery. That's intent to robbery. That's conspiracy to robbery. Right. They have like 50 charges that they're going to throw at you for like the one action that you did. And that way, like they can go felony, misdemeanor, summary. Right. And they can go like, well, we'll get rid of all these with this misdemeanor. Right. And they'll still get a conviction. Right. And like this is half the problem with our judicial system as a whole. And it's not made for human beings. And like I remember, like I've been charged with like 7 felonies in my life. Right. And I haven't ever been convicted because I always take trial. And they're not willing to go to trial because most of the time they have zero fucking what's that called? Zero evidence on any of what they're doing. Right. So like the problem is though, is that like if you don't have that conviction, the character to stand here and wait it out for 2 years, where like you're basically living it like you have cancer because you can't plan anything in the future. It's awful and like it's extremely destructive to like human beings, and it's not, and they know that, right? But like they don't really care because you're a box at Amazon, right? Like that's how I compare it. It's like you're a box at Amazon that somebody shipped last July on a Thursday at like 2:30 p.m. They have no idea who you are. They have no idea what you're doing, right? They don't really care about you. But we have like this law and order mentality that keeps getting voted on because it makes people feel like you're safe. When in reality, what is it in Chicago? You have like 60% of murders go unsolved, right? It's nonsense. Like this entire system is completely broken and just jammed up with nonsense. And
well, it's not the system, brother. It's not the system. It's the bar association. These bar members are literally invading our country like an invading force, right? Because we look at a cop and we're like, oh, he's my neighbor, like he lives down the road. When really he's like working for the politicians. The politicians write down their opinions, they codify it, and if you break that code, then the cops are the most evil people because politicians don't have strong arms, but cops do. So the cops enforce corrupt politicians' opinions onto men by threat of death. They have a monopoly on force. That's literally the definition of an invading army.
well, yeah, and like I have a cop I have a detective who lives on the street from me, and like my kid's mom told me, she's like, yeah, he's a cop or whatever. And I was like, oh, word. So I went down there and he was talking to my neighbor who's he's a firefighter and an ambulance member, right? And me and him are real cool. He's from New Jersey. He's an Italian and I'm an Italian, so like we get along. And like, so I went down there and I was like, hey man, what's going on? Da da da. Right? And I was like, oh yeah. It's like, how you doing, man? I'm Tom. Like, I heard you were a cop, right? And like, he goes, who told you I was a cop? What? Who? Da, da, da. Right? And he got real nervous because like, and I feel like as a human being, you should never have to live your life like that, right? Ever. That should not, like, there's something wrong with how you're living if somebody tells you that your occupation is a police officer, right? And you get nervous that like somebody knows that. That shouldn't be a thing.
He's probably a good guy, right? Trying to solve murderers and rapists and that sort of thing, right? But unfortunately, there's a ton of street cops out there earning the hate because they're just taking advantage of people and ruining their lives without a victim. Like if there's a victim, right? And that detective, solves a murder, and they take that guy and throw him into a slave camp, privately owned prison, slave camp, right? I'm good with that. I'm totally good with getting that criminal off the street. But this person had a box of herbs, and we're going to throw him in the same cage as the murderer. What?
Well, I don't. So again, like, so here's the thing. Like, I know that they're not slave camps, right? Like, what it is it's
read the 13th Amendment. Read it.
Yeah, I know. No man shall be made a slave unless like through like decision of the court, right? Right. Like I know
So there's
it
an
well.
exception to slavery.
Yeah.
It's a corporation. It's a corporation that has human beings who are
8%.
captured and kidnapped
8%.
and put into an area. Okay, so what? 8% are slave camps? What are you saying?
8% of prisons are private prisons.
All right, so 8% are slave camps. There you go. 1 out of 10 prisons are a slave camp.
No, like the number, like most of those are literally like either halfway houses or work release programs for men who have to pay child support who are too poor. Right. And that's a decision that we made instead of standing here like protecting the families and, like making sure that everybody maintained after we shipped off all of our jobs to China or automated all of them. Right. We stood here and said, well, you know what? We're going to give women welfare, but we're going to charge men for the privilege. Right. And then we sat here and created an entire class of human beings who are going to be like hunted like dogs because they don't have jobs anymore. I remember coming up in the like late 90s, like there was like a quarter of a male population in my city was in jail for child support. A quarter of the entire population. A quarter of the population.
Fucking shit.
The number one predictor of crime in America. The number one predictor of crime in America is whether or not you have a child support, debt, right? If you leave jail with a child support debt, because most states will not let you stand here and stop the payments while you're in there, it just racks up against you. So say you do 4 years, right? Over those 4 years, those child support debts keep racking up. And if you leave jail with a child support debt, on average, you will go back to jail 4 more times. It is the number one predictor of crime in America. Every black man who got shot by the police in the past 10 years have all had a child support case. George Floyd's best friend, when they interviewed him, right, said, we came up here, we got jobs, we started paying our child support. Literally, the moment you take away a man's job, he becomes a fugitive. That's what's going on, and nobody wants to talk about it.
Well, what correlation are you drawing that most criminals don't pay their child support either, or what?
No, most criminals are just men who can't afford it. Right? If you're making $24,000 a year and they want to take like $8,000 off of you, you're starving to death.
Pretty much.
That's just reality, right? Like this system was made, right, because of the fact that it was politically unpopular to give money to the men who we were screwing over for our economic advancement to be able to beat the Soviets.
Yeah, I mean, also the child could be starving to death. You know,
The
they got
child's
the
not
8,000.
starving to death.
Man, the child get food from the government, from the state, man.
Yeah, that's fucked up,
yeah.
though. Yeah.
In America,
Yeah.
you cannot starve. It's impossible to starve in America.
I agree. I do agree. Like, it's impossible to be homeless in America and impossible to starve.
No, it's completely possible to be homeless, but it's
No,
not
it's
impossible
impossible.
to starve.
I mean, you can not eat and you can not go
Hey,
ask
man,
for help for a home.
anything possible, man. But you gotta be a real goofball, low life motherfucker not to be able to do
Like,
that.
look, we throw
At the
away
same
more
time-
food than we eat.
At the same time, though, a father shouldn't be able to escape his child support, right? I mean, he should be obligated
What about
to
his body,
support
his choice?
No,
If
he
a
should not
woman can
be.
decide she don't want to be a
Sure he
parent,
should be.
shouldn't the man be able to decide that?
I
Isn't
want
that-
receipts,
isn't that
man. I want
totally-
receipts.
That's totally irresponsible, isn't it?
Wait, why should the government have anything to say
What's your
about any of
response?
this? No, in America, which is termed land of the free. Now, either that term is completely fake, or the government shouldn't be involved in our family life whatsoever.
I can
Like,
explain
there's
this.
there's no need for involvement
Every
of the government.
freedom has a
I can
limit.
explain it. Okay, so you have the right to contract unlimited. So you can sign that plea deal if you want to, or you can sign that family plan in the court. It's a kangaroo court. It's not a real court. It's like going to a Muslim court and agreeing to the court. Well, if you're Muslim, you can do that. But if you're Christian, you don't have to, right? They can't force you to go in there. The thing is that you don't have to sign the family plan. But what happens? They get a lawyer, and the lawyer, you go ahead and sign this. Go ahead. Yeah. And the lawyers and the judges, I'm telling you, we're invaded right now. We got Roman forts in the middle of every town.
If
Yeah,
you
and
sign
the
it
bottom line is
or
don't think the
don't sign it,
government.
you still have to pay your child support. That's the one thing that they can go after you for, garnished wages. Every state has wage garnishment laws that
Yeah, well,
allow.
just using those two factors, which one is the catalyst? Is it taking the government's money, for the women taking the government's money, or is it the or is it the
The women have to agree to
payment?
it. My wife had a child from North Carolina, and I raised the child since she was 3. And they asked her
one's the
over and
problem?
over again. Sorry, I'm trying to tell you. It's the woman. She's agreeing to it. They asked my wife over and over again, do you want child support from him? And she said no. So he never paid child support.
Yes, but here's the thing: if they cannot get cash assistance, right, or like certain welfare programs without listing the father on the paperwork.
That's right.
true.
She was not
That's
allowed
not
to get
true.
TANF. She never got cash.
Well,
Yo,
that's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
It's absolutely
That's not
false.
true
In
because
fact,
that's not true because there are birth certificates with only the mother's name on it.
Well, yeah. That's what I'm. All right, listen. So like, they will stand there and tell her, right? Because like a welfare office will tell her, you're not getting this without whatever, right? But like if she goes, well, I don't know who the father is, what I mean? Then they'll stand here and do that, right? But if like she stands here and caves to that pressure, like she'll go like, oh yeah, that's his name, right? And then like they'll take you for fucking support. You know what I mean? Because they'll try to make her do it. Because in America, they don't want to pay for the welfare state, right? Like we don't want to pay for what it costs for women to be free.
yeah, the father has an obligation
Wait, you
to pay
shouldn't
for
pay
that.
anything though.
If your name is on that birth
Pay
certificate,
anyone any welfare at all.
No, listen, no. In order for women to be free and GDP number to go up, we have to pay for welfare.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
I have a
Where's this
question.
coming from?
listen,
Women are 85% of
I don't think I'm
consumption.
even going to have a chance to talk here.
That's not true.
and there's
That
nothing
is so
wrong with
true.
it. If it's
You're
if it's
making
used,
up numbers.
if it's used properly, it's okay, man. It don't.
America
It's,
deserves to be
it's the
enslaved.
abuse of it. It's the abuse of it that's the problem.
That guy's really low that just talked right now. Like really low.
I heard
Yeah,
him.
nobody should take any of the government's money whatsoever.
low,
And
it's
then
just
then the
that
problem would solve
we
itself.
shouldn't
If nobody
consider it.
takes any of the government's money
The
whatsoever,
government.
and then problem will be solved. That money would go back into the system, back into the pockets who are earning it instead of just asking for it.
Yeah. Yeah. So like,
Socialism's bad.
Well, the problem
the
is you have
reason-
lifelong welfare recipients. We need to put a limit on it.
No, they should just eliminate all taxes.
So a
from
parent
us.
shouldn't be obligated to pay child
Just
support.
get their tax money from the from foreign governments and tariffs, eliminate all the taxes for the citizens, reduce all the bullshit government jobs that are not needed, and instead of paying for military, get all that fucking hardware and equipment and get it into the locals' hands and go back to fucking militias. And then you can have independent states with their own independent armies all working together, not spread out so where that one person has to pay 50% of their income and taxes on everything. We could all own our own shit. Instead
I can agree with that, but it starts with the. I can agree.
Jew bag, instead of having
The Jew bags, though. Hold on.
wait,
Go ahead with the Jew bags.
Instead of having some Jew bag wave a fucking wand and fucking George Bush walk out onto a stage and have some fake plane attack and then have thousands of young men go to war and die, we could just have our own local militias with the same hardware we have now. And we could all own it ourselves.
Never would work. It never would work.
Yeah,
You could never have 50 separate armies. Come on, man. You're talking silly now. We're a republic.
Yeah. Before long, before long you'd be speaking Chinese too.
Exactly.
It all starts with the
slippery slope fallacy.
It all starts with it's not 50 separate
armies.
Okay.
It's one army. It's one army owned by the people.
Oh.
Yeah, it's one army owned by the people instead of one army owned by a Jew bag. And then you go.
I have a question for the room. This is important because we were talking about somebody, Larry. Is that you, Larry? Hank?
Yeah, also known as Hank. Yeah, that's me. Good to hear your voice, bud.
Yeah. No, good to hear you. I actually studied the law actually more than I do now and actually understand it. I get it. I have a question for the room. Does a U.S. court operate under the U.S. Constitution? Yes or no?
No.
This is important.
Which one? The
No, it
Supreme
doesn't.
Court? The Supreme
It
Court?
does. Sure it does.
Yes, it does.
I say no.
Yeah.
They all
That's what it's all about.
No, commercial law. It's commercial.
The Constitution.
It's operated by the Bar Association, which is run by England. Look it up.
There are criminal laws in this country, Larry. They're not all commercial.
You guys really do need to read the Constitution and understand your own laws. It is not the U.S. government. It just says law, but it's not.
Criminal.
This is
There's civil and criminal.
If you don't agree with this, you're a fucking idiot.
Okay.
Right. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much.
That's the argument.
Yeah, I just want to circle. I want to circle back to Napalm's, but it all starts with the moral obligation of men, right? To take care of the responsibility of their child and that woman, and the welfare system and the socialism would crash.
It's a moral obligation of both parents.
Even if you want to take care of your woman and your child, your woman can get a hair up her ass at any given moment and decide, no, I don't want you to take care of us. I just want your cash.
Yeah, that's it. Just give them the cash.
You're not in the life of this child. You're not in our life, but your cash is still in our life. So that's the problem. Is that I'm sure a lot of people would want to take responsibility. But
yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Even without the reciprocation, you don't need. Well, we need to have sex, and I need to be the coach for my kid. They just give them the money that they need to survive. That's the obligation. That's all.
Well, no. All right. So, the problem is stability, right? Women like safety and stability, and the government's the most stable thing on the planet, right? So they much rather rely on that. A single mom with 3 kids gets $50,000 in assistance from the government every year, right? In order for a dude to be able to compete with that, he has to make $7,000 a year before taxes.
Well, wait a minute.
It's
17 or was it 20 something trillion dollars in debt is not stable. That's fucking
31.
It is stable. They print their own money.
Well,
They're stable.
Who's the debtors though? Is your social security number is the debtor?
No,
your social
it's not
security
true.
number holds the debt.
Who's gonna come and collect
That's
it?
not true.
Nobody.
Right. So what it is literally the reason why we're in all this debt, right, is because of the fact that you have these baby boomers that want to retire and they can't stand the instability in the market. So they're going to pull their money out of the market as a whole because they have something like $75 trillion invested into the economic stock market right now. Right. And so what they're doing is they're divesting that from there and putting it into treasury bonds. Right. Because they're going to give you a stable 5% income, right, forever. So they can sit there and live off of that, right? And the United States, in order to be able to have enough treasury bonds, they have to be able to sell. You have to be able to go into debt to do that, right? So literally, all they're doing is they're just, standing here giving them long-term security with their money, right, for their retirement accounts. This is all for the boomers. This has nothing to do with like actually us. Like the boomers are the ones who have that debt.
Why did the boomers have the debt? Where's this coming from?
You know, because the boomers are retiring in mass, right? And they're like something like 70 million people or 73 million people, something like that, right? And so with them having to retire, they have all these retirement accounts that they have to take out of the market, right? Because like the instability in the market is not going to allow them to be able to live, right? Because like say, you know, if the market has a 10% downturn, all of a sudden, like they no longer have the ability to like stay retired, right? But they can't work because they're old, right? And they got bills to pay. So therefore, like the United States has treasury bills that are completely stable, like they're basically cash, but they give you a 5% interest rate, right? So the baby boomers are investing in them instead. So the United States stands here and prints off a whole bunch of debt. The baby boomers buy them. We give them 5% off of that debt, and they're able to live.
The debt that's owed to the baby boomer is nothing. That's social security, and that's what was fully funded by baby boomers.
Well, no, baby boomers didn't fund Social Security, right? They didn't make enough money to fund it. When they were putting in, they were making, you know, I mean, like 20 grand a year or 10 grand a year back in the 70s and 80s, right? So, like, literally, like the Social Security is basically bankrupt, right? But like, they just keep like printing money out to keep funding it, right? And those treasury bonds that they print out in order to fund it, right? Because like, you know, that's how they actually create debt in America. And I mean, they stand here and they like the baby boomers buy those treasury bonds with their retirement accounts.
Yeah, so like I said, the baby boomers are the creditors who hold the debt, but who's the debtor that owes the 5% interest? It's your Social Security number. Thank you.
Yeah, they're just going to print money to pay for it. They don't care. But that's where all your inflation's coming from too right now, right? Which is the crazy thing. It's like, so they've had 0% interest for like 20 years. Well, they sat here and had like the baby boomers like dumping massive amounts of capital in, and they've chased yield for like ever, right? Because like taking something from 0 to 1, right, which is what you do with a startup company, you take it from 0 to 1, that's like exponential growth. 1 to 2 is 100%, 2 to 3 is 50%, 3 to 4 is 25% growth, right? And so what they're doing is they're standing here divesting from those investments, right, and looking for something more stable. And as they pull that cash out, all that money is inflated currency due to the fact that it had 0% interest, right? Because like it didn't cost anybody any money to be able to like stand here and borrow to like expand their business, right? And so all this money is going right back into the market now, and you know it's causing massive inflation because the baby boomers are still the #1 consumer in America.
Baby boomers have been paying into Social Security their entire working life, so they are due the money they put in. That's the whole point of Social Security.
But there's
and they
no
would only
savings
get
account.
like 5 payments.
There's no savings account. Do you understand that? There is no
That's
Social Security. There is no Social Security trust fund.
Oh, by the way,
that's the problem with
Title
Congress.
9,
Well,
Title
so
9
what?
and Title 4D, right? Title 9 and
Congress has
Title
to make good on
4D,
that.
right?
No, they don't.
Title 4D, which funds 100% of child support courts in America, is paid out of Social Security, and so is Title 9 for like all female college sports, right?
No,
All
wrong.
of these programs are paid for through Social Security.
Wrong, but everything's paid from Social Security. What are you talking about? The government's
No,
running a
that's
deficit.
paid for out of the Social Security.
No, Title 9 is not paid out of Social Security. You're totally wrong there. But everything. See, the problem is that we're running a deficit. We're running a deficit. Do you understand what that means?
Title
That means
4D. Do you know what Title 4D is?
Title 9 is not. Title 9 is women's sports.
Title 4D. Go look up Title 4D.
Oh, fuck.
Go look it up on Google real quick. You'll find out I'm right.
Yeah, I doubt it, but we'll see.
I'm 100%
He'll
right.
never look it up.
What was the claimant?
100% of child support courts and child support programs across America is paid directly out of Social Security every year.
No, people pay child support themselves. It's not paid out of Social Security.
Yes, it is.
I know people who pay into child support and their kids get that child support. What the fuck are you talking about?
The court.
Yeah,
The court. Yeah, go ahead.
It's paid to the court, and the court pays it out, but it's still being funded by the person that
Who do
owes the
you-
obligation.
Who do you think pays the courts?
The person who
the
has the
individual that
obligation.
owes the child support. Yeah, and if you don't pay, they come get you.
No. Title
No,
4D
you
from
guys
Social
don't
Security
understand.
pays
He's
for the
trying to.
courts.
Yeah, he's trying to say that the payment goes from the fucking dad to the mom. Yes, but
Yes.
the actual court that runs the motherfucker with the dress and the gavel and the fake wig and all the other dumb fucks in the room and the room's electricity is paid for by your fucking Social Security. That's what he's saying.
What?
Yeah,
No.
Social Security. I swear to God, on my children's life, I swear to God,
Well, you're fucking wrong. I don't care what you're swearing.
Sir.
Anybody who had a question about crimes being commercial, I posted it. You could just look it up. But I'll post it.
We're going to find the information that the courts, the local community and county courtrooms are paid for by Social Security.
Hang on, I got it right here for you. Hang on, man, bro. I put it in. What chat you want me to put it in?
Just text.
Livestream one text chat, please.
Okay, there we go. All right, hang on. Oh man, I can't put in the picture. All right, hang on a minute, man. Let me grab
We don't
what's
need
it
a
called?
picture. We need a link.
All right, hang on. I got the link for you too. All right, here I'll throw the link in the chat for you. Here, paste. There you go, buddy. There it is. Yeah. Title 4D refunds all expenditures for child support collection and enforcement back to the states. Out of Social Security money.
So basically, the governor is incentivized to have more child support in his town so that the federal government can cut him a check, is what I'm hearing by this title.
What you claimed is not what your link shows.
It is true.
I've heard this before.
No, it's wrong.
This is a real thing.
It's not wrong, sir.
It's true. What are you talking about?
Where in
Did you
that
post
does it
it like
say?
30 seconds ago?
Yeah, where in that does it say that that's all paid for by Social Security money?
Yeah.
The Title 4D Child Support Enforcement Program was created in 1975 to establish uniform procedures rule providing child support enforcement nationally. Child support or Pennsylvania, however, is a tradition of providing child support services that date back in 1937 for the creation of the Title 4D program. And Title 4D comes directly out of Social Security money.
Where does that come from? No, it
comes
doesn't.
out of Social Security funds. Yes, it does.
It doesn't say that.
Hang on. Hang on.
This clearly states that the federal government. This clearly states that the federal government reimburses the states for all the child support, all the spending on child support and enforcing it. Clearly states that. And this is not the first time I'm hearing. This is not what it says. This is not the first time. This is not the first time I'm hearing it either. This is a fucking thing.
Yeah.
Uniform procedures. It doesn't say it's being funded by Social Security.
Hang on, I'm looking for it, buddy.
Well, yeah, but it's being funded by the federal government. So, what's the difference?
There is a difference.
Okay. Okay, here, I got it. Here. This is from the Social Security website. Here. This will help you out a little bit better. Okay, there you go. There.
Right. I got both of them. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Listen, trying to do this driving down the fucking road. It's terrible.
To the guy who said that he was studying the law, I'm curious. Are you still there?
Yeah. Like all child support enforcement and courts are reimbursed from the federal government out of the Social Security fund.
I don't see that yet. Can you state in the document where it says that?
Yes.
It talks about the security, but it doesn't say Social Security. It says the securities shall pay to each state and system described in clause 3 for each quarter of the fiscal years, blah, 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 blah. It says the security. It doesn't say Social Security.
So the federal government can just pay off the states and make it do whatever it wants. So you have no state rights.
I don't know how you're coming to that conclusion.
You're just talking.
Well, it was just demonstrated to us by the 2 articles this guy just posted, showing that the federal government pays for enforcement of child support.
They established a way so that you're able to cross state lines and chase a deadbeat parent. Yeah.
So what do you do when let's imagine this scenario, because there seems like some law guys in here, right? So this scenario, right? You're a father and you're not with the girl and you get to see the kid once in a while. You give the mom $1,000 a week, right? And you just give it to them freely because you care about the kid. The woman still takes you to court and wants child support and demands more. Can you say, well, listen, I just don't want to sign up for this. I just give them money on my own, or you have to now do child support?
Yeah, you have to go through the courts.
Yeah. Even if it's less money, even if it's the same money, it doesn't. You just have to now agree to pay on their terms.
Well, see, personally, yeah, the child support that I experienced, I mean, she was not ridiculous about it. I paid a fair amount of child support, and when my boy got older, it was, she needed a little more money, and I agreed. Yeah, that's reasonable. Went through the course, paid her a little more money, never had an issue with it. So I don't know that much about, like, if you don't pay it, I don't really know that much about what happens.
Yeah, if you don't pay it, you go to jail.
Well, I've known dudes that don't pay it, and dudes and different things have happened to different dudes that don't pay it. Sometimes they go to jail. I have seen people go to jail. I've also seen people not go to jail. I think it may be if the woman presses it or not. I'm not sure, but I have my dad as an example where he went about 10. He owed his ex-wife about 20 G's in child support, and he never went to jail or anything happened.
No, I just mean, like, if you wanted to say to the court,
Varies
like,
by
you're
state, Jeremy.
you're not my fucking daddy, right? Whatever you say, I'm gonna pay double that, but I'm not signing your paper. Like, has anybody ever done that or seen a case of that?
So you go to contract law, right? So basically, they're trying to get you to contract. So you have to say things like, if I sign this, it's going to cause me hardship. Can you force me to contract with you? Because obviously nobody can force you to contract, right? So when people say that, they don't want to have a indemnifier for their insurance for their car, right? They ask the judge, like, can you force me to contract with an insurance company? And obviously the answer is no. You can't coerce someone to contract. So you have to look at what, the law says about contracting and how it actually works. Like, if I coerce you to sign something, is that a legit contract?
To answer your question, though, if you say no, I'm not signing this paper, and she moves forward anyways with it, she shows up to court, you don't, they come to an agreement of how much you need to pay, and then you just need to start paying it. And if you don't, then you could end up in some
The court can enter an order. Yeah, you're correct, Jeremy. It doesn't have to be a agreement. The court can enter an order saying you owe this, period, and if you don't pay it, we're going to garnish your wages or find some other way of paying
the thing
it.
about
pull your driver's license.
Real quick, guys.
That's their ability as a government to a citizen, though, right? Like, if a government orders someone who's their citizen to do something, you have to do it. You agreed to be a citizen. Sorry.
Well, here's the thing. If someone places an order at McDonald's, what happens? The person performs, and then the person placing the order has to pay. Sure, Your Honor. I love taking orders. Please give me an order. You want me to pay $5,000 a month? Sure, I'll do that just so long as you pay me $6,000 a month. Do we have an agreement?
You don't.
That's not analogous.
You
don't
have
think
to.
so? You don't. So you're telling me the 13th Amendment doesn't hold up in court because it says no involuntary servitude. If someone orders you to pay and they're not compensating you for performing, isn't that the very definition of slavery?
Dude, if you got a child, you're responsible to take care of that child. I don't know how you're coming up with performing
I agree.
services.
I agree.
I
You
don't know
should
what you're talking
absolutely take care of the child. But I'm saying they can't force you into a contract and they can't force you to perform
It's not a
involuntarily.
contract. It's an order of court. There's a difference.
Okay. All crimes are commercial.
It's not a contract.
No, all crimes are
No,
not
they're
commercial.
not.
Some crimes
Okay, buddy.
can be a commercial crime, but not all crimes are commercial. Murder's not commercial.
Okay, guy who claimed that all crimes are commercial, could you please present evidence because these guys are denying your claim?
Sure, I posted it up earlier. It talks about commercial crimes.
It named a
criminal-
certain amount of crimes, Larry. It identified what was considered a commercial crime. Not every crime is a commercial crime.
Yeah, when you do a criminal and you go to court and criminal, you're judged by 12 people in a box that are called your peers. You know, but
the judge
not
can
the same thing
overturn
as
the jury.
But in corporate law, well, I mean, yeah, there are extenuating circumstances. Usually that doesn't happen, but in corporate law is different and altogether. That does involve contracts and blah blah blah.
All law goes by the same principles called the maxims of law. They all use it. It doesn't matter if you're talking about trust law, commercial law, criminal law. They all follow the same basic fundamentals called the maxims of law.
Okay.
And what flows from that, Larry?
What flows from the maxim of law?
Yes, you're the one making the point.
All
Continue.
law flows from the maxims of law. You can't go against the maxims of law. For example, you
Wait,
control
so
that which you
when
create.
he orders you, though, when he orders you, how does the maxims of law apply to when a judge says, "I order you to give this fucking woman $5,000"? What
depends.
maxim applies to?
That's civil court, bro. That's not criminal court.
Right, it's civil. So it depends. Like, how do you respond? Right? If you say no, well, that's not going to work out for you, right? But what if you
Well,
say,
you can appeal
Your
it.
Honor, give me a second. You say, Your Honor, is it your intention to call me a man hardship? See what they say then, because I've seen that in real life. I took my brother-in-law to court for his divorce court, and they were putting child support on him. And they said, you're going to owe $500 a month. He said, I'm going to be living under a bridge if I had to pay $500 a month. They said, okay, well, how about $300? And he was like, sure, whatever, do what you're going to do. So I witnessed it. You can't tell me that shit doesn't work. I witnessed him say, not so many words, you're going to cause me a hardship. And they went from 500 to 300.
That's good. That's a fair deal. So yeah.
Yeah, and he didn't go to zero either. So
right.
Something
He accepted
better.
the contract at 300.
If you go in with the amount of money you make and all your documents on how much your bills are and shit, they'll work with you. Like, yo, look, I'm gonna be homeless if you guys fucking make me pay that much. They can't make you pay it.
They don't care. They have a guideline of how much they run by.
They have a guideline based upon what your income is, though, too. You know, if you're making $1 million a year, you can afford a lot more than somebody making $50,000 a year.
Which that's nonsense as well. That shouldn't be a thing.
What, dudes that are paying like $10,000 a month in child support? You're saying?
Yeah,
that's
because like
crazy.
the vast majority, for instance, Terrell Owens, right? Terrell Owens, like his career in the NFL is like 15 years or whatever, right? Then after that, he doesn't make another dime. Like, how are you going to hold him accountable for like the next 10 years after his NFL career by what he made in the NFL?
There's
And
ways to do that. There's ways to do that. You go into the judge, you say, okay, this is my income now, and they can make adjustments to it.
I don't understand why are they addressing the man's income. Shouldn't the woman or whoever's have to bring the diaper bill and the food bill and all that stuff? Why are you looking at my income? What does that matter?
That's also part of it. That's also part of the whole thing.
Yeah, the real bitch is that kids don't actually cost anything in the end of the day, right?
They don't cost shit, man. They don't cost nothing.
You guys must have never had
got
kids.
lots
They're
of them.
fucking wild expensive.
I have 8 children. I'm telling you, kids don't really cost anything.
Oh, shit, you really
Kids are
don't. I
mad.
agree.
I have 5 kids. They're mad expensive, dude. Kids are wildly expensive.
Yeah,
They're not expensive.
wildly.
Stop buying them at
The,
waste
the
stations.
thing about children is if you have all boys, you can raise them pretty cheap. But if you have boys and girls, you need separate bedrooms, right? So if you provide them only what they need, right? They only need clothes, food and shelter, right? So that's the basic necessities. If you got meat in the icebox and a roof over their head and a separate bedroom for boys and girls, they're actually pretty cheap. But if you like give them what they want, you know, that can get real expensive real
What are you, an
fucking
idiot?
Bro, they're
Yeah,
using
no,
they're using mad hot water. They're using mad of your resources, dude. Instead of having a
no, they're not.
1 bedroom apartment. They are, dude.
They
I've
don't.
had kids that use mad fucking resources. I'm
They don't
telling you, I
take
know.
that much resources.
What's up,
Like, what do you
I don't
fill
think
up?
I
You fill
agree.
up
I don't
Every
think
every
they
time I
take
go
that
in a
much out.
kitchen, every time I go in a kitchen, my kids are in a kitchen, and the pots are missing
Yeah,
because they're always fucking eating. So, I
they
mean,
do
just
eat a
that the
lot.
food alone is fucking insane.
They don't cost anything, Jeremy, right? Is that the truth? Huh?
Well, there's Taekwondo, and then there's all the stuff for school.
I
All
don't
that
do
stuff
any of
adds up.
that, bro. Like, we go
All that stuff
fishing, we go
adds up to
hunting,
like
we do
$2,000 a
things.
year, though. Like seriously, all that stuff adds up to maybe $2-3 grand a year.
Dude,
Dude, they
two
need
grand
haircuts.
is
They
like
need clothes.
You
I
can
got
God,
dude,
clippers.
$2,000 a year is like a food bill for like 4 months.
get haircuts.
Seriously.
You just get a bowl and some scissors for clothing. Just go to Goodwill, and on your way home, pick up a bunch of fucking plastic bags from Target and just tell them you got it from Target. It's like
This is just
A
getting
fucking
stupid now.
sprinkler, bro. Like, how much does a sprinkler cost? You get them a sprinkler, it's like $5, and that's it. You're good for
go into
4
the
months.
woods, find a bunch of sticks that are shaped like various guns. You know, like little handgun sticks and like kind of like rifle looking sticks. That'll keep at least your boys occupied for 15 years.
Yep.
Like Father's Day, me and my son, we went down to the river and went fishing and hung out, right? And like he played in the water and like he threw rocks in the water. It doesn't like you just gotta spend time with them. Like the most expensive thing you have for your kids is when you don't spend time with them. Like it's the
Then they go home and
entertainment.
eat everything in the house.
They
Again,
do eat a
like
lot.
literally,
That,
they
I'm
eat what
on
you
with Jeremy
eat.
on that.
I grow my own
Somebody
food.
had
Like,
mentioned.
what are you talking about?
That's a good thing. I just started doing the same thing, which is a good thing. It's a good thing to do. But somebody had mentioned it earlier about it. Maybe it was separate from this, but about how much food we all waste, and it's actually. I mean, you look at the landfills. Look how much food you waste in your own home. Like we don't need what we buy. We need to start buying better. Like my trash. I take my trash out twice a day. What the fuck is in there? All this wasted food.
What?
Yeah, twice a day.
I maybe make 2 trash bags a week. Me and my 2 kids and my baby's mom that are like living with me at the moment. Like it doesn't. Again, they don't add shit in. Like it's not that hard. Like you just spend time with them. Take them to the park. Take them on a walk.
They're like
Go
vampires. They're like resource vampires.
Yeah, that's because you're standing here putting them in front of a TV.
No, that don't cost nothing. I'm talking about, dude. They
That's
need clothes.
expensive as
They
shit.
need haircuts. They need food. We need to have more rooms in the house. They need more hot water.
I cut my
They use a
son's
lot.
hair.
Okay, I don't know how to cut hair. I don't grow my own
Get a
food.
pair of clippers.
My wife won't let me do that. I cut my own hair.
Dude, just don't cut anyone's hair. My hair's like way long. I haven't cut that bitch in like 4 years. I'm good, dude. What are you guys spending? Are you guys spending like $20 a haircut a month or something?
Well, I cut my own hair, but for the kids, I mean, every couple of months, I got to bring them to get a haircut at least.
That sounds like a scam, dog. Who told you that?
You're living. You're
I don't know.
living like an American. Stop doing that.
So true.
I want to get one of those like $200 haircuts I always hear about on TV. Like that guy just looks like he got a $200 haircut. I want to get one of them.
Will it get me laid? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like stop feeding your kids goy slop. They don't need Lunchables.
Oh, who just said goy slop?
No, we don't do that whole lunchable thing, but just the basics.
We're gonna have to send you to the FEMA concentration camps for re-education right away.
Like I'm on board with you, Jeremy, on the food thing because Because I mean, I got in this whole like argument with my family. Like I'm like, all this fucking food we waste. I started adding up the grocery bills. Then I started adding up how much it would be just to order food every night, and it ended up being like cheaper and less waste with the amount if I just order food, because these women buy so much fucking food that you don't need. It's like, man,
I'm telling you, if you
like,
started a tab, if you had a child and you started a tab the day it was born on everything, it would be probably about 100 grand by the time they hit 18, at least on the cheap end.
Oh, at least.
yeah. Well, you
I
spent
think the
millions of
median,
you
the
spent
average
millions of
is.
dollars.
Nah, they go again. Like, you know what $1 million is in 20 years, dude? That's 50 grand a year.
Oof.
That's what I'm saying.
literally-
We spent.
that's
Everybody in this room has spent millions of dollars. Yeah.
Who is making an extra 50,000 a year you're dedicating to your kid?
Well, I'm not saying they cost 50 grand a year, but they do have a cost, and it is not cheap.
No, they cost diapers and wipes. Everybody gives you clothes. Like if you have any connection to anybody in the world, they give you clothes.
Can't get rid of these clothes bags. They just call my sister's calling her, take these porch pickups.
Right?
Ridiculous.
Like, everyone gives you clothes for the kids, right? Like maybe you'll be
Sounds
buying
like
some
you're doing
shoes.
everything on the cheap though. You're like, well, I'm not going to buy them new clothes. We're going to get them used clothes. I'm not going to buy them toys. We're going to get used toys. Not
again,
everybody wants to raise a kid that way.
Well, stop.
That's
Again,
that's not the cheap end. That's just the resourceful end. You're just wasteful.
Do you know how many kids are born?
I need to pay an extra 20,000 for a new car than a
You
used
guys.
car. You're wasting.
No one's making that argument.
How much does it cost to hold
that
on?
is the argument you just made.
Guys, how much does it cost to raise a kid in Africa? That's what I want to know, because I bet you it's less than $1 a day. That's what I heard on TV.
And you know what?
35 cents.
I bet you $1,000 that kid when he turns 18 isn't trying to cut his dick off.
There's a difference between going to Goodwill and living in Africa, though, where they eat like dirt patties. There's a big difference.
Like, and here's a real thing. I bet you that kid in fucking Africa isn't manic depressive, sitting on Ritalin and trying to cut his penis off.
I'm just saying, for the average person, just for the average person, kids are generally expensive items.
Yeah, stop being the average person. Be like an intelligent human being.
Well, I don't have time to grow my own.
I do the grocery shopping, right? I go to work, I do the grocery shopping, I pay the bills, right? That way I can control the money. Right? I go there and I get meat, I get vegetables. I don't go in the middle of the store ever. Right? Like literally you stay on the outside of the store to get healthy things for your kids. And like I go to a store that's ran by Amish people. So it's all good food. So my kids aren't going to be filled with monosodium whatever.
Yeah, dude, the Amish know what's up, bro. Shout out to Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
Which
like,
yo, Perry County, stand up. You know what I mean? Right?
What's up?
Right? Like, why are you living like an American? Like, stop buying your kids ho-hos and $8 boxes of cereal.
Bro, we don't. Well, we do buy cereal, but
yeah, exactly.
Well, we like cereal. Where do we get cereal? We go to Walmart.
You don't. Don't go to Walmart. Go to a local store. Support your local community.
I mean, there's not. I don't know.
No. Have you ever thought about any of this? Like how you're living? It's wrong.
Yeah, we try to buy the cheapest food possible. We're on a strict budget, especially recently with the food prices gone up. We buy the cheapest shit possible.
Yeah,
we're not fucking around.
Designer rainbow sprinkles.
We're not buying ho-hos and Twinkies and shit, bro.
No, you're buying Star
like the basics.
Right, you're buying malto meal. Like, stop doing that. Like, dude, vegetables, like they fill you up. Meat, you can only eat so much meat. Have you ever tried killing a big ass steak? Like, you always end up leaving a little bit behind because, like, your body can't handle that much protein.
I don't leave no steak behind or lobster.
Yeah, man, I miss the first of the month, man. I do. Like, lobster and
bone thugs,
shrimp, and crab legs. Oh, I miss those days.
But yeah, kids are
anything. Like, go buy a giant bag of rice. Or I buy like 20 pounds of rice at a shot.
I feel you. I got about 35 pounds of rice at the crib. But the kids do cost money. You gotta shower them in hot water, right? You got to wash their clothes and need laundry detergent, toothpaste, fucking toothbrushes, just all types of toilet paper. I think they're eating the toilet paper at my house. I don't know, but
You have girls
there's
apparently.
What's up?
You have girls apparently, man, because like that's where the toilet paper goes. Yo, girls is bananas with toilet paper. I hate that.
They're ruthless. I know.
I hate it. Like legitimately, like and like I used to love being like a single dude. I go through like a roll of toilet paper every like 6 months.
When I lived by myself, I had a 2-year supply of toilet paper. I averaged it out. I had 2 rolls a week, which I didn't even use. Yeah, I would use like a half a roll a week or something. But now I can't even. It's a fucking struggle.
Again, like kids don't cost anything. Like if you have to cook for them, right? You have to like make whole meals, right? Or like make easy. Like I make 1-pan meals, right? Where like because I'm a diabetic, right? So like I'll have like a pork steak and now like I have on like soy sauce and butter and garlic and onions, right? And it'll be fresh garlic and butter and onions, right? And all these type of things, right? And it's real butter and garlic on it. And you're saying you make it all in one pan. Then you take green, as soon as it's almost done, you put some green beans in there, fresh green beans that I grew up at, throw them in there, right? And like you're ready to go, and it's cooked, and you have a whole meal. I'll be back. I got to do work.
Wait, what happens when the judge looks at you and orders you to pay 5,000, and then you just say, yeah, but if you pay me 6,000, does anyone know of any instance of that working? Because I find that a little far-fetched.
You kind of cut out. You said something about getting paid 6,000, and then you cut out. I don't know what you said.
Someone was claiming earlier that if you're in court and the judge orders you to pay 5,000 in child support, you can look at the judge and say, "Yeah, I'll pay 5,000 in child support if you guys pay me $6,000." That's what someone said earlier. So I'm just wondering, is that person still here, or
It was Larry.
is Larry still here?
No.
Did he give any explanation for that at all?
There was no citation for that.
I was gonna actually ask him about that and go into it instead of ruthlessly like screaming at the top of my lungs and being emotional. I was gonna actually try to see if he had any evidence for that.
Too many gallons of milk a week that we friggin' buy.
2.
4, 6.
Do you know how many kilograms of Nutella?
Okay,
Dude, I
6
drink.
is ridiculous.
I drink about half a gallon of raw milk a day, which is about $10.
We go through about a kilo of Nutella a week.
Oh, dude, you're literally giving your kids butt cancer. Stop that. Just go get hazelnut powder and like some organic chocolate and just mix it out, dude.
Right.
Like melt the chocolate and make your own Nutella. No, I'm serious. Nutella is really, really bad for you.
Yeah.
He's down with all the GMOs. He's probably got a Monsanto tattoo.
Oh, he's a
tramp stamp.
He's glyphosate maxing. He's glyphomaxing.
Drew, if you got a Monsanto tramp stamp tattoo or what?
Yeah,
dude. I mean,
anybody who's
What's bad about hazelnuts?
No, nothing's bad about hazelnuts. They're a wonderful source of what do you call them? Omega oils. The problem with Nutella is, hold on, I got a file on Nutella here. Fucking Nutella, dude.
A file. This guy has a whole.
Yeah, I posted a file about. Sorry, bro. I posted a file about all crimes being commercial. Anybody who wanted to read and check the source. Yeah, go ahead.
Larry? Yeah, Larry. Okay, you're gone for a bit, but I was wondering if you could further explain the situation where you're in court and the judge stamps the gavel down and says, "I order you to pay 5,000 to this woman," and then you say, "Your Honor, I'll pay her 5,000 if you pay me 6,000." Like, is that actually? Am I missing some details, or like?
Well, see, the thing is that they want you to say no, right?
That's all.
They want you to. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, of course you didn't know that you could do that, but anytime somebody gives you an order, right? You look up the legal definition of order. What does it say?
I don't know.
Do this or you go to jail, whatever. Just continue.
So it's a commercial term. It's a commercial term. If you look it up, I'll look it up for you. But it's all commerce. So if he orders you to do something, you can agree with him. Yeah, I'll agree. I'll fulfill all your orders. Right? But you have to do this. So the most powerful phrase that you can, say in court is, what's in it for me? Or, sure, I'll agree if you do this. So that's the thing, that not a lot of people know that they have to stand up with their rights with belligerents. Now, people often associate like a drunken belligerent. That's not what I'm talking about. I mean, you have to stand firm on your rights. You can't just, like, I can't just go into a courtroom. I don't have enough fortitude yet, right? Because I'm too agreeable. You have to be extremely disagreeable. So that trait has to be way up there when you go in the court. You have to stand on your rights. If you just get a power of attorney and give it to some court officer, it's not going to go your way. You're going to sign a contract, some sort of plea deal. But if you go in there and say no and you don't have an attorney, that's also bad. And of course, none of this is legal advice. But the thing is that you want to say, sure, I'll do that if you do this. Because if you have an agreement, then that stands up in court. Like, you don't have to have an attorney to make an agreement with the other side. But if you say no, you're in dishonor. So the key is to get them to say no. Make them in dishonor.
What are you talking about? Seriously?
You don't know about being honorable in court? You don't think that's something you should do?
You think you
should
can just
remain
ask
in
the judge
honor?
for $6,000 and then
Did I say anything about
absolves
ask?
you?
Did I say anything about
But
ask?
recourse other
I said
than
agree.
I know.
Well, that's an
Don't
Do
example
you
of
think that
conditional agree.
prevents you from
Conditional-
paying $5,000?
Well, he's trying to give you conditional acceptance. That's what he's trying to
Right. That's what it is.
I don't know how well that
Do you
works.
think that absolves you of paying $5,000?
Maybe, who knows?
Not if the court agrees to it. You absolutely have to pay it.
Do you think they're going to agree with you?
Well, is it better just to get a lawyer and let him, handle your business, or should you handle your own business like a man?
Well, I have a lawyer. Am I not a man?
Not while you're in. You're a lawyer. You're a bar
No,
member.
I have a lawyer.
Oh,
Does
okay.
that make me not a man because I have a lawyer?
I heard
Well,
you say I'm a lawyer. That's legit. I heard that.
No, I said I have a lawyer.
Okay, so you have a lawyer. So when you show up as defendant, are you showing up in court as a man or a defendant? How are you appearing? If you
The only
plead
time I've been in
as a
court has been
defendant?
as a respondent, not a
Well,
defendant.
if you have representation, you are being represented. So you're going to be represented however your defender chooses to represent you. If you choose not to defend or not to have a defender, you can present yourself as however you want to be.
Right.
It's very tricky. The American system,
I
think, is
did.
probably a little different than yours.
I did actually tease. I did actually troll my opponents in that lawsuit, saying that I would represent myself in the media.
That's a funny thing to say. You're going to
What's that?
represent yourself like, here I am. You walk out the door and here I am again.
No, you present yourself. You don't represent yourself. That's where they got you.
You show up
I'll read the,
by one's own right?
I'll read out the quote.
You make a hologram of yourself and project it in court.
You need to get a surrogate. Sign away all your rights, and then just have them show up for you.
All right.
Here's an interesting thing. They were trying to wage war against the Amish, right? They were trying to take their land. So each person leaned the person to the left, and they made a lean circle. So if anybody knows contract law, first in line, first in time, right? So if you lean all your buddies and they all lean you, who's going to go first? Not the person trying to take your land, but your friend, right? So it's not like the court has all authority. It's just knowledge is power, right?
Lean on me.
Yeah, lean on me.
I don't understand what you're saying there, Larry. If you have a lien on a piece of property, that means that the owner of the property owes you some obligation, right?
Right. So how could another person come in and place a second lien and then be heard first?
Oh,
Boom,
he's not going to be. He's
baby.
not going to be heard first, but he's still. But I don't understand what is the second person coming for? What's the
Amish
second
property.
lien? What's that like a eminent domain type of thing?
I don't remember exactly what it was about. I know they were trying to take their property, and the Amish people, being men of the law book, they knew that they could lien each other.
Well, yeah, but if I borrow from a bank, my property has to be free of liens, or there's a certain degree of equity, maybe. But I don't understand this. You lien me, I lien
Do you think
you. We
the
can
bank
escape a
is
second
loaning
lien.
you money out of John Smith's account, and John is just like okay with that? You think that's what's going on?
They're loaning money from the bank. It has it
Are they?
is.
This
It's got to
guy
be
has no idea. This guy
coming
has
from
no
somewhere.
idea. This guy,
Yeah,
no,
it's
it
got to come
doesn't.
from somewhere.
It is.
Yeah,
Comes from your signature.
Oh my god, this guy has no idea.
it's not coming from your signature because it's based upon the equity in a
Really?
property.
Does that commercial document have any value until you sign it?
I bind my property whenever I sign it. I bind my ownership interest in property X.
Okay, but that commercial instrument, right? That is the document that you sign. Does it have any value before you sign it?
No, but it has value after I sign it.
Right. So where'd the value come from?
It came from the act of me binding my property. It isn't
Came from
bound
the act of you signing it.
Yeah, because when I signed it, I bound my property.
Yeah, when you signed it, you created a commercial instrument, a bond that can be traded on the market. Right.
Yes. Okay. So
see, there is no money. A lot of people don't realize
still
that, right?
No, because I borrowed money against my property. My property is worth $500,000. I want to borrow $200,000 because I need it for
That
an
may
investment.
be like the second or third contract that you signed, right? You pledged to, make installments, but see, a lot of people don't realize there is no money, right? The only reason that there's any value to our money is it's backed by the labor of the people. So that's literally the only reason our dollar has any value. It's backed by labor.
Okay.
So if you look at what happened in 1933, it's real simple to understand that they're not coining money, right? So if money is defined by the highest law of the land, the Constitution, as money that's coined by Congress, then you understand there is no money. So what is a Federal Reserve note? Do you know what a banknote is? What's a banknote?
You go ahead and define the terms, Larry, as you're going through them.
Like a car note, right? A banknote. It's a debt instrument. So the Federal Reserve note is a debt instrument. It's an IOU, basically. I'll gladly pay you Tuesday for a burger today.
Okay.
You know that's a debt negotiable instrument, right? Like you can
That
literally
means
make an IOU. So let's say I borrow money from my brother, right? So I'm brother one. I borrow money from brother two, hypothetically, right? And I'm saying, oh man, I got to move out of town. But brother two is out of town. Could you buy this negotiable instrument? And he could take that, brother three could take the negotiable instrument that he bought for me and trade it back to brother number two. You know that's basically how a lot of commerce works right now, right?
Okay.
Bonds, right? So you go to court, bond, it matures in 9 months. That's why it takes so long to go to court. So they trade your bonds on the market. Like they don't use chains anymore.
It takes a time to go to court because the court is clogged with a whole lot of cases. There isn't a specific. It's going to take 9 months for you to get a trial date. That varies by jurisdiction and the type of case you have.
Has anybody ever had a court date within 9 months and the court was all wrapped up and finished?
I imagine it certainly has happened.
You imagine? Okay. Well, as long as your imagination is finished.
I've worked on cases for 30 years, Larry. I've definitely have had cases go to
Oh, so
mediation
if
or
you've worked on
arbitration.
cases, then you know it's commercial. Are you a lawyer?
I'm not an attorney. I work in a lit for lawyers, okay, and I've been doing this for 29 years, and I definitely have seen cases go to trial under 9 months.
Okay. Well, was it a commercial case?
Yes, it
Where
was
someone
civil.
was charged with a commercial case?
It was a civil case. It was a contract case.
Right. So the way I understand it is that there's negotiable instruments. Is that true?
There are negotiable instruments. Yeah,
Negotiable
I'm sure there are.
instruments.
I'm sure there are some
Right.
somewhere. Yeah.
Right, like bonds, right?
Yeah.
So does the DA create a bond on someone when there's a court case?
The DA doesn't create a bond. He brings charges, and those charges will eventually be heard in court.
Right. So does the DA is he bonded? Surely he's bonded, right? Has an oath of office and that sort of thing.
I'm sure he is. I mean, that's part of like I've taken the oath. I mean, they have to pass the bar. They have to be certified to practice in that
Right.
particular state.
So if he has to have a bond, don't you think you would have to have a bond too if you went to
You
court?
don't have to have a bond in order to appear in court. You haven't been convicted of anything.
Right. You could show up and your body could be the bond, right? If you get convicted, what happens to your body? It's the
Wait a
surety,
second.
right?
Wait,
Is it the surety?
back up. Your bonding is the bond. What does that mean?
Your body is the surety, right? If you
Your
get
body.
convicted, you go to jail, right?
It depends on the type of case. Not all cases are criminal.
Yeah, I know that, but I'm saying if you get convicted, your body can be the surety. Or you can put a bond in the court case, right?
You only put a bond if you're found guilty, Larry.
So yeah, in case you're found guilty, you might want to have a bond in there so they don't take your body instead, right?
No. Whenever you're found guilty, you either pay the judgment or you post a bond and you appeal. That's the only time you post a bond. If it's a criminal case, you may have to post a bond to get out of jail, but that's just a bond that you're going to show up for the trial. In a civil case, you never have to post a bond. You never post a bond. How are bonds created? There are 1,000 ways a bond is created.
Right. So these are negotiable instruments, right?
Well, not necessarily. If you're found guilty in a civil case and you want to appeal it, if there's a judgment for $20,000, you got to post the full 20. There's no odd negotiating there.
So you could post the whole 20 in the form of a bond?
In the form of cash that becomes the bond that if you lose, the plaintiff will get his money.
See, you don't necessarily have. Go ahead.
Whenever you are found guilty in a civil case, whenever there's a monetary judgment against you, there are times where you may have to post a bond in order to appeal the case. Because the court can find you, okay, the jury came back, they found you guilty, you had $20,000, you express your desire to appeal the case, and that the plaintiff can say, I'm worried he's going to skip town. I want some guarantee that $20,000 is going to be my money. And the court can say, okay, you have to post a $20,000 bond.
Right. So let's say you have a gold chain
the only
worth
time a bond
$20,000.
comes in place.
The gold chain could be your bond, right? Or if you have property, you could do it with property, right? Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So the gold chain's worth money, the property's worth money, but what if you just issue a bond? Like you can create a bond certificate. You can issue a bond certificate, right?
How am I going to issue a bond certificate, Larry?
Are you going to create a negotiable instrument? There's lots of ways to create negotiable instruments. So you don't have to have insurance policy, right? There's plenty of ways to indemnify yourself, right?
Okay, Larry. Let's say that you owe me $20,000. I take you to court, and there's a judgment for $20,000. I say, court. I say, if he's going to appeal this case, I want a bond. What are you going to tell the judge?
Well, I don't know because I'm not proficient in court.
Okay, so I mean, you're going to say I want to file a bond, but you have to have $20,000 now. You have to have $20,000 in like a personal loan, credit card, cash, something. You don't just write down on a piece of paper, here, I owe the court $20,000 and walk away.
So does the district attorney have like $20,000 in an account somewhere for his bond? Or I think their bond is much higher.
Why would the DA need a bond, like a monetary bond?
Well, why would I need a monetary bond?
Because
can't go to court without one, right? You shouldn't, anyway.
You can absolutely go to court without a bond. You don't have to be bonded in order to be a defendant.
Don't recommend it. Don't recommend it.
I mean, when I whenever I peeled my traffic ticket, I had to pay the price of the traffic ticket. But on the first appearance, I didn't have to pay it. I didn't have to pay it till the judge found me guilty.
All right, so I typed in how to create a negotiable instrument, and Yusufel has videos on it. Other people do. Let's see. Investopedia, negotiable instrument, define types, examples. So these negotiable instruments, they're real, right? They really do exist.
Yeah, sure they do.
UCC, negotiable instrument.
But the other party has to agree to it. There has to be some other party that agrees. Okay, this bond is now backed by that $20,000. There has to be something backing it. There has to be a promise by a millionaire that has $1 million in his bank, and he says, "I promise to pay if Larry doesn't show up for his court case." There has to be. You don't just get to pull a sheet of paper out of your notebook and write, "I, Larry, I pledge to pay $20,000. Here, Judge, can I go now?"
Let's see. Do I have an image? I think I took a screenshot of that. Yeah, none of this is legal advice. Obviously, I'm not a lawyer. Do your own research.
I agree with that as well. I'm not a lawyer either.
All right, here's an image of a bond certificate that you fill out. So I'm in the right area, I think.
I mean, I've seen bonds like, say you're a company and you got this huge judgment against you, and you want to appeal the judgment. The court can say you have to post a bond, and you're able to go to like John Hancock or an insurance company or a bonding company and say, I can't post this full $10 million bond. Can I pay you $1 million and you'll post it for me, and I promise to pay you the other $4 million if something happens. But now you're paying a fee, and that fee, on top of posting your million, you may be paying them $200,000, and that's just becomes their money for backing you. But there has to be something of value back in that bond.
Well, I think your signature is what gives it value.
Only if you're worth that kind of money. I mean, not everybody's. If you had a $10 million judgment against you, I don't know if I don't have $10 million in equity anywhere. So my signature isn't going to be good for that $10 million bond.
Well, I'm still a youngster when it comes to studying the law. I definitely want people to do their own research, and I've definitely invited people to Telegram groups. I don't know if they want to show up and check it out, but basically the way I understand it is just about everything you learned in government, concentration camp, educational system, it's wrong. I mean, maybe they taught you back in the 80s and 90s, like how to weld and how to fix your small engine repair and wood shop. But I mean, other than horticulture and a few other things, like I really can't say that they taught you anything worth knowing. Like the way that the world actually works compared to what we thought when we came out of school, it's two totally different things. Now, not everything they said is wrong, but I don't think they taught us how to own our own business, which that's the most powerful thing you can do, is your right to contract. So if you have the right to contract unlimited, why is it that you couldn't come to an agreement with someone else before you go to court and use the mail rule to do that, conditional acceptance? Why couldn't you do that?
I think it's up to the other party to accept it.
Or silence is acquiescence, right?
Not necessarily.
No?
I mean, not necessarily. I mean, I don't have to answer every charge against me.
If you get served, right?
Yeah.
And it says you have 10 days to answer, and you just ignore that, you think that's going to turn out good for you?
No, but at the
You have
same
to answer?
time, just because you file something or you file an affidavit saying that I have to answer you within 10 days, you don't get to make up the rules of court. So if I don't have to answer every allegation you throw out there, I just have to answer what's my obligation to answer, which is going to be very, very small amount. I don't have to match you tit for tat as you file motions and everything else. I could say, Judge, he's just trying to bury me in paperwork. I want this. I want a hearing over this, so I don't have to file motions against you. I can just ask for a hearing.
So let me ask you this. So you actually work in law. Why is it when people like me, a layman, when we start to look at the actual laws on the books and we start to see things like, wow, I didn't know this was there. Like crimes are commercial now? Like there's a commercial court
Not commercial.
and
Like fucking gibberish.
dude, I posted it, bro.
Certain crimes can be classified as a commercial crime. Not
Right.
all.
Like
not all crimes.
If I get caught with weed, what is it? Is it criminal?
It can be a criminal commercial crime. Yeah.
A criminal commercial crime. Is that like a married
Or
bachelor?
a commercial criminal, whatever combination of words you want to use there. But you're going to be charged under a criminal statute. You're not going to be charged under a civil statute.
Oh, that'll be fun. Okay, so this is Title 27, Part 72. So 72.11. Okay. Any of the following types of crimes, federal or state, offenses against the revenue laws. Oh, sorry, these are all commercial.
Yeah.
Burglary, counterfeiting, forgery, kidnapping, larceny, robbery, illegal sale, possession of deadly weapons, prostitution, including soliciting, procuring, pandering, white slaving. I don't even know what that is. Keeping a house of ill fame. I think that's like prostitution.
Yeah.
Yeah. Extortion, swindling, confidence games. I don't know what that is. Attempting to commit, conspiring to commit, addiction to narcotic drugs, marijuana will be treated as if it were commercial crime. So, has anyone who isn't studying the law ever heard the lawyer say, look, this is a commercial court. The rules are going to be a little bit different than if it was a criminal court because there's Article 1 and Article 3 courts, right?
Nobody would call it a commercial court. It's either a civil court or a criminal court.
Okay, so I just read like a law from
Yeah. I know,
And it's a
but
commercial crime.
yeah, because it's a crime. It's a type of crime. It's a commercial crime as opposed to like murder or assault or battery.
Right.
Which
So
is
there's criminal
a
court,
physical crime.
and then there's commercial, right?
No, again, it's criminal or civil.
See,
It's not
now I
commercial.
do think you're a lawyer, because if you can't
No,
admit it, see, that's why people hate lawyers, because lawyers won't tell the truth. That there's commercial courts. There's Article 1 and Article 3 courts. So if there's different courts, is there different rules? Why does the Sixth Amendment say that you have the right to know the nature of the charges brought against you? What does that mean? Nature of the charges? Do charges have nature? What does that mean?
it's a descriptive term, Larry. It's the plain English meaning. Whenever you're charged with a crime, whenever somebody sues you, or whenever you're charged with a crime, there's a complaint, and that complaint contains the allegations that you've done, and the crimes that you're being charged with. So that's going to be laid out in a criminal complaint or a civil complaint. That's the nature of the crimes. Because it wouldn't be fair to say,
Civil or
Larry,
criminal, right?
yeah, it wouldn't be fair to say, Larry, you have to come to court today, but I'm not going to tell you what you're coming to court for.
All right,
You can't prepare for
go. I gotta go. My boss is calling.
All right.
I'll be back.
Take care.
Yep. No, sir.
These sovereign citizen bullshit.
And that, they get into these nature of a crime. Well, the nature of the crime is what you're being charged with. It's not a natural crime, right? It's just, what is it? Speaking of which, you should check out the crimes that Trump's charged with in the current complaint. It's pretty bizarre.
What do you mean bizarre, though? I've read the indictment.
Yeah. It's, I mean, it's like everything not to say he's saying on the record in front of people.
Oh, the Brett Baer interview, that was fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh dear. In fact, I've got to post a tweet that was just magnificent. Give me a minute.
So why is it that every time you start standing on your rights and you start saying, I know my rights or I know the law, why is it every time they automatically go to gaslighting? Oh, would you go to the College of YouTube? Did you go to the University of Facebook? Where'd you get your law degree? Like, why do they say that? But at the same time, ignorance is no excuse. So when you say that you're studying the law, they automatically go, oh, where'd you get your law degree? But at the same time, if you don't know the law and you commit a crime, ignorance is no excuse. Doesn't that seem a little odd? Am I the only one that
I think
notices?
a good deal of that comes from the sovereign citizen movement, where everyone becomes an expert in these special buzzwords that are supposed to get you out of trouble or something, when in fact there are no special buzzwords that get you out of trouble, other than I don't want to answer questions, officer. That's just the best thing to say.
I actually had to learn. I had to learn civil procedure rules like a decade ago. I was going to represent myself in federal court, and to be able to make that claim, I had to get actually prepared to represent myself in court.
So, like, when you're talking about you know your rights, right? You don't have to be a law scholar to know your rights, right? It's kind of innate. Like, you know you have the right to remain silent. Nobody really has to teach you that. You know, it's just, do you have the capacity to remain silent, really?
But there's a difference in knowing your rights and knowing the law, though.
Yeah.
What is the highest law of the land? The Constitution. What is the Bill of Rights? The highest law of the land.
Yeah,
to me, there is no difference between knowing your rights. Well, they recognize it, right? The Constitution doesn't give me my rights, but to me, there is no difference in knowing the law and knowing your rights. Either you got the right to do something or you don't. So, if I get caught with marijuana, right? Highly unlikely because I don't smoke, but hypothetically, if I did, would I make the argument that I have the right Well, I could, right? Because I have the right to religion, don't I? And if that's the highest law of the land, if I go to court and I say, look, Genesis right there in the beginning tells me that I have been given seed-bearing plants, right?
Yeah.
That's for me, and this is my trust document, right? Given to me by the Creator. So, does the court have higher authority than God, the Most High God, the Creator of
The
heavens and earth?
Constitution doesn't recognize the Bible, Larry.
I was say who wrote the law?
Sorry, the Constitution doesn't recognize the right to
It doesn't.
religious
No, it
beliefs.
doesn't write the Bible. It
Yeah.
doesn't recognize your interpretation of the Bible in Genesis. So that's not codified law. Sorry, go to jail.
Yeah, you go to jail, but you get to make an argument before the jury, right?
Sure, go ahead, make an argument, and you'll get thrown in jail. The judge won't put up with that shit. It's not law.
Don't forget, the judge can also prohibit certain types of evidence, right? So if you're gonna I don't know, if you wanted to quote the Bible, I'm sure you'd be able to get away with it. But the judge is going to instruct the jury that the Constitution doesn't flow from the Bible, right? Because we have freedom of religion here, and we don't hold one above the other.
Yeah, so
Hinduism above Christian.
if it's someone's like religion to smoke weed or whatever, is that not their right then?
Yeah, we
You
don't
can
really
make the
have freedom of
argument.
religion. I mean, like, you're not free to ring church bells and do the call to prayer and stuff like that. So
All rights have
See,
some
it's either
inherent
like this.
limit.
It's like this. We're either free, to do what we want, and this is a
Wait,
free
rights have
land, and there's
limits
free
now?
people.
Oh
Absolutely.
yes. Oh yeah. The right
Yeah,
to
you
extend
can't
my
yell
arm.
fire
Your
in a
right to
crowded
extend
building.
your right to extend your arms ends at the tip of my nose.
That's absolutely correct. That's how it actually should be. Like your rights only end where someone else's rights begin. That's why I think no victim, no crime. If there's no victim, there should be
Right,
no
but
crime.
whose rights is being impinged on by me smoking a joint?
Well, you didn't pay the tax. You see, you got to pay taxes. So you
That's an
can do it.
argument for you to
You
make.
just got to pay the tax.
But a better example is freedom of speech. You have freedom of speech, but you don't get to yell fire in a crowded theater and cause a panic.
Agreed, because you can cause a panic and someone can get trampled.
Exactly. So there are certain, things that you can't exercise, completely, obviously, because you can't do that. You can't get in someone's face and call him a motherfucker and threaten his family and that kind of stuff. That's called fighting words, and the person has a right to defend themselves. So it can also be slander and libel and all those other kind of things.
Right, but fighting words does have, certain limitations to freedom of speech, right? But when it comes to like cops, you can tell a cop anything you want to. They're unoffendable. Unoffensible? What's the word? I forget. But when it comes to someone else, like, yeah, you can't go into a club on the south side and say F all you N-words and then retreat back to your car and defend yourself with a gun. That's not how that works, right? So there's limitations, right? And the most
Absolutely,
important
yeah.
limitation is the jury going to find what you did reasonable. That's the limitation to your rights. Was it reasonable for you to defend yourself? Not if you're using fighting words, right? If you're trying to breach the peace by using certain words, that's why other people can actually complain against a cop, tell a cop that you're using foul language, and you could actually be arrested for disorderly conduct, breach of peace. So there is limitations. I agree with that. I don't fully agree, but I agree that that's the case law, or what they call positive law.
But yeah, and you can't start a fight, get your ass kicked, and then pull a gun out and shoot the guy, right? You started.
Yeah, that's called murder.
Yes. So you can't defend yourself in a fight if you started that fight. So there are certain things that you can and can't do, because it has to be something that you could say in front of the jury, right? Yeah, I may have punched him in the head, but I didn't expect him to kick my ass, and I was afraid he's going to kill me, so I pulled a gun. That's not going to work.
Well, that goes back to, he who's without sin casts the first stone, right? You have to come clean hands, right? You can't come not having clean hands. So if there's no blood on your hands already, then you got clean hands. And In certain cases, it's not punishable for murder if you didn't start a fight with nobody. They break into your house in the middle of the night and you stop them from causing you imminent, basically imminent bodily harm or death. I think is how it goes, something like that.
To be in fear for your life or defending your castle or all those other rules. But yeah, you can absolutely defend yourself. But at the same time, if someone knocks it,
here's the question: if rights are not absolute and they're not what dictates and governs law, what is the actual immutable principle on which things are being judged in court by?
It's supposed to be trial by jury. I'm sorry, jury trial. Oh, trial by jury. That's it.
Game of Thrones reference, right?
No, the Constitution.
I mean trial by combat, but yeah. But yeah. So there are laws that you're expected to follow. Doesn't matter if you're an American citizen or a visiting alien or a citizen of some other nation. Doesn't matter if you're in the jurisdiction of the United States. You're expected to understand what laws govern us and what laws and what you have to obey. And if you break them, you can be charged with them.
Right. And if you get an attorney, right, and they coerce you into signing a contract, you can put yourself in jail.
No one can force you into signing a contract. If you're being forced into something,
They can't
very
force
wrong.
you, but they sure can use extortion and threat of, if you don't sign this, you'll be charged with a felony. If
Yeah,
that's
they
not
can do that.
extortion, I don't know what is. If you don't buy my protection, I would hate to see what happens to your little shop. That's the same thing. My name is Tony. I'm here to protect your shop. Why don't you give me like $10,000 a month, and I'll keep it safe. The only
Every
thing
case has
is,
to be judged on its own
they're
merits.
wearing suits, right? That's the only difference. They're wearing really nice suits.
Hey,
They're wearing nice suits, and instead of them coming with a gun, they just send their underlings with a bunch of guns to knock down your house, family.
who are we talking about in this hypothetical here? Lawyers?
Extortionist. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, that's what they are.
I mean, there are times where you need a good lawyer. It may not be. It may involve more than just you. Say you own a company that has $1 billion in annual revenue, and you have 10,000 employees, and you're being sued by another company who has some really sharp lawyers, and they're suing you for $500 million, and they're basically going to take all the equity out of your company. You may have to hire an attorney now that you're going to pay $1,000
You said
an hour.
attorney, right? Power of attorney is a really powerful thing, right? I don't know if you should get power of attorney every time, but I don't think there's anything wrong with counsel, right?
There's a difference. There's a difference between attorney and power of attorney.
So
power
you're saying
of
that
attorney.
You're saying that the attorney doesn't have power over you? He's representing you.
No, he works for you. You have power over him. You're paying his bill.
So he's not an officer of the court when he works for you?
Well, he has to be
doesn't
truthful.
hold the first duty to his bar temple? Come on, bro.
He has to be truthful. That's what he has to be. He can't knowingly lie. He can't promote forgery or
A lawyer can't knowingly lie? Say it out loud. Just hear yourself saying it.
He can't promote lies. He can't put somebody on the stand that he knows is going to lie. He can't he can't file a piece of like a contract. Say he knows his client falsified a contract. He can't then submit that contract into evidence if he has actual knowledge that that contract is false, that it's been altered.
So
He
what
is an
about
officer of the
Trump's
court.
lawyer, Cohen? Like, you don't think that guy ever told any lies or got anybody to take a stand to lie? I mean, there used to be people that would stand around at courtrooms and get hired to like give like false witness and testimony. Like,
Well, that's not supposed.
dude,
That's not
it's a
how it's supposed to
casino,
work.
bro. The courtroom is a casino. The lawyers are gambling, and they're hoping that you don't know the law and you hire one of their officers.
But the point is, when you hire an attorney, that attorney works for you, and you pay him. He is your employee for the purposes of that.
But his first duty is to the bar temple. No other oath.
What is the bar temple? What is that?
You don't know about the bar temple in the UK?
What is the bar temple? You tell me.
Not an employee. Definitely not your employee. That's for damn certain.
He's working for you. He's working.
No, he's not your employee. You don't pay his income tax. You don't fucking.
No. But he's working for you. He has to take his orders from you.
He's contracted to you. There's a big difference between being contracted and being an employee.
So he's not an employee, but he works for you.
He works for the court.
He works for you. You're paying him. His duty is up to you.
He works for the court, and then
no, he doesn't.
On top of yes, he does, or else he wouldn't be a lawyer.
So are you telling me the judge can't give him an order and he doesn't have to follow the judge?
Never appear in court. So don't say an attorney is an employee of the court. He's not an employee of the court. That's absolutely false.
So a bar member isn't going to be loyal to the bar members? Like, what do you think? Like Masons turn on each other and eat their own kind? Like, what
do you picture? What do you picture the bar temple is?
Well, just like I've
never heard that term before.
Just like any other religious group, they have a temple, right? Look up the definition of temple and then think about your local courthouse. And tell me if you can tell the difference. Robed people go in there, right? That have authority over everybody else. I mean, if this doesn't sound like ancient Israel to you, I don't know what to tell you, bro.
Definitely get my legal advice from you. Thank you.
I'm not offering any legal advice. So if you took it, you stole it, because I'm not a lawyer and I'm not offering legal advice. But if you can't read the definition for temple and see that there's something going on down there, like you might be kind of, I don't know, I won't say it.
Mic check.
1, 2.
So, one of the cool things that has happened to me in the last couple of days is I have a Canadian fire chief that has some insider information on the wildfires that happened up there. And long story short,
where in Canada?
I can't tell you right now. I actually just verified with him like his identity, and I'm working on a piece right now. I guess I'm doing like a little bit of investigative journalism now. I'm just dabbling in all of it. But I'm working on a little piece where we're going to blow this story up, because I want to share with you guys what's happening. Maybe get some insight.
Is it like a local, like, is it on the East Coast or the West Coast? That's all I'm kind of.
So check it out. We're going to do this in 3 parts. The first part is going to cover a fire that happened in 2021 in northern Canada, in northern Ontario.
I see.
The second piece is going to be about, so hold on. I just want to read what he said and make sure I don't say anything that's going to give it away. Actually, yeah, I've already said too much. It's okay. It's okay. What I'm going to
publish these. Where are you going to publish the interviews, Platypus?
So that's the thing. I have one Instagram account that has 8,900 followers. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and make another account, but the thing is it's shadow banned. So I'm going to make another account. I'm going to make a Twitter account. I'm going to make a TikTok account, right? They're all going to have the same name, and the video is going to be uploaded on all of them at the same time. And I'm going to try to use those 8,000 plus, not almost 9,000 followers to to get the word out as quickly as possible. I'm gonna post it here. I'm gonna post it on Telegram. I'm gonna hit it everywhere real fast. Because long story short, for this first part, this 2021 fire was started using direct energy weapons to cover up a ritualistic murder series of murders that involves over 200 children on a Native American or indigenous people's reservation. And it gets spooky, guys. It gets real fucking spooky. I read through what this guy was telling me and was like, okay, let's talk. Let's verify who you are. I want to make sure you're not going to start telling me some crazy stuff. And yeah, it just got really real quickly.
I think you're fucking up by telling people what you're going to do. I think that there's probably people listening that would totally try to shut you down before your story got out. The thing about ambush journalism and gonzo journalism is you have the upper hand by not telling people what you're working on. Sorry, bro. Just my opinion.
Yeah,
I don't know
I totally.
the best Discord to fucking release that info on, because there's people who literally like go out of their way, especially like knowing that our server is kind of closely linked with Gems. Like those people at Gems will try to dox and ruin people's lives, and a lot of them cross between there and here. So I don't know if this is the safest place to really talk about it until, you know.
Yeah, I didn't give you guys more than you can probably glean through a couple of like really clever internet searches. Like, yeah, I totally understand what you guys are saying, and I did my best just to like. I just want to tell you guys what I'm doing, you know, because we're all in this together. I would have never heard about directed energy weapons if it wasn't for some of the people in this Discord server.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, you want to get your story out first because that'll protect you. People that have stories and haven't really shared them yet, you know, they wind up committing suicide. You know, like shooting themselves twice in the back and stuff like that. Really hard to
You
do,
know,
but apparently
dude,
it can be done.
I just put out a piece on Michael Hastings today, so that's it's interesting that you said that because I'm well aware.
All right. Well, you know,
I wish you
I'm just
success.
saying, there's a reason that they had chariots back in the day. You know, because when you get tired, you kind of fall back, right? So you don't just throw your body into the Valhalla, right? You want to, you know, and this is all metaphors, right? I'm not talking about inciting violence. I'm saying that you want to fight smart.
Yeah. I wish you success in your investigation. I'm curious to
Yeah,
see what
there
comes
is
of
no
it.
more patriotic thing to do than investigative journalism. I can't think of anything else.
Good hunting, platypus.
Well, yeah, no, dude, I've just been like following the breadcrumbs and the like synchronistic events that have been happening in my life, and like this morning I got up early. I was like, okay, let's check the to-do list. I was like, oh yeah, I want to do a piece on Michael Hastings. So I did a piece on Michael Hastings, and then I was like, okay, let's set up like the rest of the week's content. So I'm going through my DMs, and I was like, oh yeah, this guy said he had a crazy story, and they said he claimed he was a fire chief. Let's look into that. And so I got in touch with him, and then just like mind blown, absolutely mind blown what he's claiming and the pictures that he sent me, guys. Whoa. And
I mean,
here's another thing.
The people that are probably into your shit, they probably want a place to talk about it. You know what I mean? Like where other than like here and Gems and, you know, a couple other servers here, where else can you talk about shit like this?
Not a lot of places. Just
YouTube comments. That's not a good place to talk, really. But
yeah, no, it's slim pickings for the people that want to have free and open speech. Absolutely. The cool thing is like, look, the reason my account is shadow banned is because one of my videos, which was about directed energy weapons, got like 1 million views, and they had to shut it down. And people are people are like, what the hell is this? What is this? And I think if I just hit him, nobody else has this story except for the guy that's telling it to me. So it's
well,
like,
then you're in his life in danger. Once you put it out there, you're safe. But if
That's what I'm
you're
saying.
not careful,
Bro, there's no need to talk about it now. Just talk about it after you've released it. And then that way we already know it's coming out.
yeah,
I
I
don't
just
know.
want you to be safe, bro. That's all. I just want you to be safe.
fair enough.
You know what I mean?
Fair enough. Yeah. I'll stop talking about it.
No, see, I'm interested. I want to hear about it. I just think that there's probably people listening that would shut you down if you're hitting on the wrong thing. Like that movie Conspiracy Theory. Like I realize that it's a Hollywood film, but people have been killed for less. Remember the guy who had the water car?
Dude, people get shot over $60 worth of crack. I totally understand.
Right.
Here's the thing, dude. I've already had the Associated Press come out with a fact check article because of something I posted, because of a fucking 9-second reel I posted on Instagram. I've already had, I'm shadow banned. I know that this is going to be a dirty fight, but I'm not afraid, dude. I'm not afraid of these fucking losers. It's just not. They can try. They can try.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of stuff about journalism that people don't really know, like how dangerous it is. So I would, tell people to look into it. Like Chelsea Manning, that's one of those weird ones, right? But
Oh yeah,
that's
no,
one
the
of those
dude.
things.
I was just gonna say the dude spills the beans, goes into solitary confinement for 9 months, and comes out a woman. It's yeah, they can do bad things to you. I 100% agree. You guys are actually giving me some really good ideas on how to do this. How protected? Let me think here.
Also, if you're getting like super chats or whatever, like from your current YouTube or whatever it is, TikTok, I'm not too sure. Let's just say you're getting a small income from that. You can also reinvest that into like Instagram ads for your documentary, right? Because like there's one level of content that you're producing on, say, like the TikTok thing, and then when you're gonna make this documentary, it's gonna be like better, because you're gonna put more time into the documentary. It's gonna be like a finished project type of deal, and so you could kind of funnel some of that money from your regular social media into that and put it out. And once you put it out, like if a bunch of people see it, there might be a new person that sees it. Oh, I'll check it out, watches it. It's really well done. Could spread it, like it could spread something that's really good, like well done, could spread a lot faster, But also, people don't like long form content, so I don't know if that would, like, yeah.
Yeah, so my plan is to do 3 minute and 30-second videos that are going to be released on like TikTok, Twitter, and Instagram, because that's the limit, pretty much, like the average limit for all three of them, or at least for Instagram. So do that with links to the full version somewhere else, maybe like Rumble or BitChute or something. And I'm thinking, actually, after what you just said, I'm thinking it might be a good idea for me to just go out and buy a burner phone and just do everything off of that. You know what though? I'm gonna use my. I don't think there's any way of hiding from these people, even if you get a fucking burner phone. This is like a fucking Jason Bourne movie. I think if they want to find me, they can find me.
The burner phone is not for hiding from the CIA or whatever. The burner phone is so if they fucking hack your phone and delete everything on your phone, you don't fucking lose all your bank records off from your personal phone. You know what I mean? Because yeah, if they really wanted to find you, they could fucking find you. But they don't really want to find us that bad, like They got bigger fish to fry.
Yeah. And what's cool about this too is like this is going to be a story about Canada being presented to you from an American. Like I'm in another country. Is there a fucking extradition? Like, what is the Canadian government going to get me in America? I don't think so. Good luck. And I've got places to go. If shit gets weird, I literally have no problem disappearing. I promise you, they're not going to find me. I literally just ditched my wallet and my phone, and I've got places to go where people will take me in. And like these people don't even have social security numbers. These people were born in America, completely off the grid, and they would happily take me in if I was in trouble. So I do not have it. I'm not worried. I'm really not worried. And yes, they have a fucking lot of guns.
Man, I don't know why I'm getting my spidey senses. This is being live streamed, so consider that.
Yeah, it is, I guess, isn't it? I don't know. I'm not really worried, Like, yeah, I'm not really worried. I mean, guys, I'm a Christian. I follow Christ. The truth is very important to God. And if I die trying to spread the truth to people, I don't think it's going to be that bad. I'm right. I'm good with God. I'm not. I've lived such an amazing life. Like, if this is how I'm going to go, I
think
mean,
he's
it could
talking
be
about the
worse.
server articles.
Oh, he's talking about the server.
Yeah, that's graduation day. If you die for telling the truth, that's graduation.
Yeah, no, I literally, dude. If there was like a burning building that I was like going past, I would, and there's somebody like, yeah, my baby's in there. I would run in that building and try to, like, I would do that. I daydream about that shit all the time. Like there's no higher calling in this world than service to your fellow man. I don't care what anyone says. Being a good person, you can't put a price on that. And the God that I worship really likes it when you do that shit. So you guys know who Michael Hastings is?
Yeah, his wife's like.
Yeah, I followed him for a pretty long time, and the morning that he was killed is the place where his car exploded into a tree. Was right where I rode my bicycle to work every day. So I rode past, like, he crashed at 4:20 in the morning, and I get to work at 6 a.m. So I was riding past at about 5:30, and they were still kind of clearing stuff up, and it was just like, what the fuck happened here? And then I found out it was Michael Hastings, and I was like, this guy that I looked up to, who had some fucking good stuff to say about what was going on at the time, like he spoke out about really what was going on with the Iraq and the Afghanistan war, and just like, he definitely propelled me on my like truth-seeking journey that's like got me here. And just to be like, oh wow, yeah, he just got murdered right here like about an hour ago. That's fucking insane. I don't know.
Why do you automatically go to that he got murdered?
Because I've looked at all the evidence, and he was 100% murdered.
So that day that he wrecked, you already had it figured out that he was murdered?
Oh, when a journalist's car slams going 75 miles an hour into a palm tree in Los Angeles at 4:20 in the morning, a man who had called the official lawyer of WikiLeaks and told them that he was fearing for his life and that he was being investigated by the FBI, a man that has spoken out against the Clintons, and his car just, the CCTV footage was all over local news. His car makes no attempt to stop before it explodes, hits a tree, and then 2 more explosions are seen. every single 911 call that the LAPD got Freedom of Information acted to send to journalists, what they would send, every single 911 call, we weren't able to get the actual recordings. We were only able to get the text of the recordings. Everybody said there was an explosion, that there was an explosion before the car hit the tree. Cars don't just explode. So, no, I did not in the immediate 24 hours admit or come to the conclusion that he was murdered. I was about 99.9% sure, but after looking at all the evidence, absolutely, this journalist was murdered. Look into it, dude. Here, actually, I literally just made a video about this today. I'll just post it. In the chat, Left Lane. You can check it out for yourself.
See, I think most people don't really think of conspiracies happening all the time. But if you think about it logically, how hard would it be for a sheriff to be the coroner and the sheriff at the same time? And something happened, you would only have to pay off one guy, right? And, I'm not saying that all cops are crooked and everybody was just into the money, but everybody experiences temptation. Like, I don't care how good of a person you think you are. If somebody offers you like $1 million or something stupid like that, it's going to cross your mind. Like, damn, I got children, I got my future to think about. Like, I don't want to cross this guy because, maybe he works for like BlackRock or some crazy like shit like that, Like, it's like if someone is offering you silver or lead, that's a real fucking tempting offer, right? Because nobody wants lead. And silver is way more enticing.
Yeah, dude. Absolutely. And it's like, I feel like a lot of these like truthers don't even get the offer. They don't even get like fucking the men in black with the fucking briefcase full of money to tell them to shut up. They just it's just cheaper to just kill them, I think. Really.
I kind of think they do give you a choice. Like, I think it's real karmic in these people's lives. I really do. I think that
I'm not sure Geo would be approving of this conversation on his server. Being broadcast to YouTube as well.
What do you mean? Dude, you're not gonna No, I'm sorry. If Geo, are you here? Are you listening to this conversation?
Yeah, I don't hear. That's nothing problematic that I'm hearing.
Okay.
Yeah, we know that there's cloak and dagger stuff going on. I mean, that's no secret. Cloak and dagger stuff is, like the movies, right?
Dude, was that like some gnarly Agent Smith programming that just happened? Where like the Globies like, we can't talk about this.
No, it's my concern for Geo's server, and what was being talked about might potentially be an issue for Geo. So I was just looking out for Geo's channel. Thanks.
Well, Left Lane, check out that video I tagged you at. If you want to learn a little bit about Michael Hastings, it's pretty good. It's not long. It's like 1 minute and 27 seconds, I think.
Yeah, Michael Hastings is the tip of the iceberg. Back in like, what was it, like 2008, 2012 era, there was like a whole bunch of bankers that committed suicide. And before that, there was a whole bunch of naturopathic doctors who were like against Big Pharma who committed suicide. One of them was like a Marine, right? And I think he had like a heart attack and fell in a ditch and drowned or some shit. Like really weird circumstances, like shooting yourself twice in the back of the head, not likely, but if it gets ruled that it was a suicide, then there was no real investigation. The investigation stops right there, right?
Larry, your mic is kind of going out, man. We can hardly hear you. It's like real muffled.
Is this better? Is it coming through clear now?
It sounds a little better, yeah.
Yeah, I just had to charge my phone, so I'm using my Bluetooth right now. But after it gets charged, and then I'll be quiet. But yeah, the naturopathic suicide spree, it was a bunch of them, dude. A bunch of naturopaths, chiropractors. I can't remember what year it was. Like, it was like 10 years ago at least.
Yeah, I guess the way I see that whole topic, I don't really think that, the powers that be, as it were, whoever they are, yeah, they definitely have a lot of money and control over the military and police and directed energy weapons and all kinds of stuff. But I don't think that they are in ultimate power. I mean, even, not trying to totally go to saying the creator's above. I mean, yes, ultimately, there's intelligence far beyond whatever that sort of evil force part of creation is. Like, that evil force part of creation is not at the ultimate helm. I think the good is at the ultimate helm, the light in that sense. But I'm not even trying to totally go to that level. I was more going to kind of refer to, ultimately karma is how I see that, in terms of sort of like you could walk through the worst area in town with $100 bills hanging out of your pockets and not be touched, because you don't have the karmic energy that is going to attract anything to happen to you. So I think that there's additional factors than just okay, these people are evil and they want to take you out or whatever. They do definitely take people out. I don't doubt it. But I think that you have to have the karmic kind of tie for it, like the hook in that sense, in order for that to occur. And so, yeah, I think it's possible to be able to kind of, walk through the situation and come out unscathed.
I would agree with you to an extent. If there is, a fair, just God, right, then someone who killed a totally innocent person would have a totally different debt, guilty, than someone who killed a murderer who got away with it,
Yeah, I agree with Geo as well. I think God likes the truth, and so He makes ways for the truth to be heard. And I mean, let's just ask ourselves this question: are some truths worth dying for? If it means that it could save one person, 10, 100, 1,000, is it worth it?
Wait, what?
Well, give us an example.
Okay. Let's think here. Who is that Chinese doctor that was speaking out against the you-know-what? And then he was mysteriously suicided during that time. Does anyone remember him?
Right. Or the guy who was inspecting the Iranian facilities, and he worked for the UN, and he was saying, look, there's nothing going on funny here. And then he disappeared. I mean, what happened?
Well, yeah, the point I was making with the Chinese doctor is that by the time I read that story, I know that thousands of other people had read that story. And at that point, during the time, people were still sort of on the fence that I knew of. They were like, I don't know if I should should do this or not. And I showed this story to a lot of people. I was like, look, this guy said it was bad and then he just ends up dead. Like, what's up with that? And some of the people that I showed that story to ended up never getting it. Now was it the story that I showed them that changed their mind? Probably not. Maybe it helped. But when you're fighting a war, an information war, and it's costing people's lives, and the only thing that's going to keep them alive in that war is the correct information. I mean, fuck, dude. It's a sacrificial self-sacrifice of love. You know, you love your fellow man. You want there to be more babies to be born, more kids to be able to go and have fun and be kids and grow up and know what it means to live a full life. You know, we here in America, we have it so good. We got it real nice. You know, I'd like more people to live in the nice place that I grew up.
I also think, you know, like I think Bob Marley was definitely taken out. I mean, you know, the main like doctor that treated him was like a Nazi, one of the Nazi doctors. Like he was like in that whole regime, and he was the one that, you know, Bob Marley like, you know, was like referred to or ended up being treated by basically. And even Bob Marley's wife, Rita Marley, thinks that he was killed. And I mean, when you think about what Bob Marley was doing, as far as we know, I guess we don't know if he was involved in some other stuff too, maybe, but as far as we know, he was just, you know, making revolutionary music, you know, and his lyrics are very potent. I mean, he was basically calling out, you know, the controllers, whatever we want to call them. I mean, he was calling them out, you know, pretty directly, but he was mostly just dancing and playing reggae music. So it's not like he was, as far as we know, you know, not necessarily involved in anything else like criminal or anything like that. And, but he was making waves, you know. I mean, he was changing people's minds and creating more kind of rebellion against the system just through the music itself. And to this day, he still carries that that energy, you know. Like there's so many lyrics that are connected to that. So, you know, from that perspective, like I would say that yeah, I mean, because I think reincarnation is foundational in my viewpoint. So I mean, you know, whether he did anything wrong in this life to kind of deserve that, but maybe there's previous karma from previous incarnations that kind of attracted that karma for him to have that happen to him. I mean, that's obviously just speculation. I'm just kind of riffing on that idea. But what I was going to say as well, though, linking it, is just to say that, like, in that time, you know, 30, 40 years ago, I just think things were different with, like, you know, whatever the kind of controllers than they are now. I'm not saying they don't still do that stuff now, but it just seems to me like where everything is headed seems like that idea of they have bigger fish to fry kind of thing. Like, especially if they try doing some Project Bluebeam or, you know, other things like that. I mean, obviously the pandemic thing, they were doing that with certain doctors and things with that. So obviously they were trying to control that in a certain way, but that I think ultimately kind of failed for them. It didn't really get them what they wanted. And so I think they're getting more desperate in terms of where things are headed. So, you know, when criminals get more desperate, they're not really able to keep tabs on all the little things anymore. It starts to get a little bit crazy because now they have to up the ante and they have to figure out what they're going to do to accomplish whatever their next step is. So I kind of think it's all unraveling for them. Like, I think that's just my sense of it. I think they're, you know, in a way struggling to figure out what to do. But anyways, I just think what I was going to say is that I think for a lot of these truths to come out, if they're just going to come take us all out, well, then I guess it's game over. You know, they're just going to direct energy weapon all of our houses and have drones with guns on them and just take us out, you know, shoot us in the head, and that's it. Like, everyone who knows about the truth. But, you know, so on the other hand, for the truth to be able to get out about this huge criminal organization that they're running, there's going to have to be a lot of people speaking out and doing things and, you know, all of that. So, I mean, it could be viewed in different ways, but I guess I'm just saying my sense of it is that this, you know, what they, like with Bob Marley, that was a different time. And that was, you know, like they perhaps felt like Bob Marley was more of a threat because it was such revolutionary music, you know, in that way, in a time that didn't have as much of that. Whereas now it's just a different time, to the point to where I actually think that there's going to be a lot more sort of leeway, if you want to put it that way, just in terms of, them taking people out or whatever. I'm not saying they're not going to do any of that. Who knows, that there's, people may still have that kind of cross to bear or whatever it may be. But I just think in general, there's actually a lot more kind of open road for a lot of us to be able to speak out and to do. I mean, if we're going to get the measurements establishing the Earth isn't a globe, I mean, you would think how easy it'd be to take those people out, whoever's, et cetera. So, it would be easy for them to do, but I don't think they're going to do it, because I think the truth is meant to come out. So sorry for being so long-winded, but I just think there's actually a lot more kind of open road and leeway that's in the air, rather than, fears or concerns in that regard. Overall, is just in my thoughts.
Yeah, Joe, can you check your DMs?
Yeah, Bob Marley, he's responsible for freeing a lot of people. Emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds, right? Because 99% of slavery is mental. Only 1% of it is actual physical slavery, right? Because what is fear other than false evidence appearing real? Like, we are so much more powerful. It's just, we're so divided and conquered, right? 8 Ways to Sunday. Like, Tom McDonald has this song, Brainwashed. Right? That's a very good example of how divided and conquered we are. But like I said, it's 99% manufactured. Because if we were actually together, and it doesn't matter if you're Democrat or Republican, we all believe that you should have like individual liberty and freedom. But because we're so divided, it's because we're so brainwashed. So I posted a link. You might want to check it out. But the peace concert that he orchestrated, war people that make money off of war, they don't like it when you're preaching peace. Look at John Lennon. Give peace a chance. He's dead now. he tried. He's dead. Bob Marley, he tried. He's dead.
I'm sorry, Hank, but peace just isn't very profitable.
I know. It's not profitable for warmongers. I agree.
Yeah, so I mean, they're just trying to make their money selling arms to people and then, letting them kill each other. Just let them do it. It's fine.
Wait, so who killed Bob Marley?
Your mom.
Well, the doctor that treated him for his proposed toe cancer was one of the top doctors in the Nazi regime. So he was a Nazi war criminal doctor. He's the one who I don't know the full story as to why Bob Marley even went to him to even get the treatment from him, whether it was some kind of referral, or I'm not sure how that all went down, whether he had some handlers or whether, I'm not sure the details of it. But I mean, Rita Marley, his wife, thinks that he was killed. But I do know that his doctor, the doctor that treated him, was connected to the Nazis as well. But I don't know if anyone knows exactly what, who did it or whatever. But
I thought he just died of cancer.
I mean, that's what they said. Yeah, toe cancer or whatever. So who knows, man?
If you think about all the censoring that's been going on the past 3 years, there was a guy named Grouchy, and he said, I am the embodiment of science, right? When he said that, all the Star Wars fans should have been like, whoa, red flag. He just said, I am the Senate, there's, tyranny everywhere, but it can only, exist when good men do nothing.
Yeah, I know, that's the thing. If you're yeah, exactly, tyranny and evil, and if they have the ability to take everyone out, then what do we all do? Just hide under rocks and let them keep doing it? Or do you stand up and, speak the truth and do what's right? Especially if it has to do with helping others that are suffering and, due to all of this. So yeah, it's a deep question, and, certainly for everyone's own choice to make. But yeah, if no one ever spoke up or did anything, then they just run rampage, as it were. So
In the Gulag Archipelago by Alexander Solzhenitsyn, he basically said that none of it would have been possible if the guards would not have been torturing them where they couldn't be seen to have evidence of torture, and they wouldn't have lied about it. And the people getting tortured wouldn't have just wanted that instant gratification of not being tortured anymore, and they wouldn't have lied and signed a confession, right? The gulags couldn't have existed, the prison camps. They could not have existed had everyone just told the truth. But because so many people were lying, it made hell on earth possible.
Yeah, it's a lot of deep questions, in terms of that. Like, for example, like all those scenarios that one could kind of make up in our minds, or in a sense. But some of these things have happened, obviously, to people. But like let's say you knew where a bunch of people were hiding out, and they're torturing you, and you have to tell them where the people are, and they're going to go kill those 50 people or whatever, and they're torturing you. It's like, do you hold out and take the torture and then not, give the information, or do you just give the information and let those other 50 people get killed? There's like that whole kind of scenario. There's all those types of scenarios. There's also like another one where I was thinking, like, let's say that you knew that you could get the truth out, like huge truth in today's world, whether it's the shape of the earth or whatever other, major truth. And you knew that you could do it for 5 years, and you could get, start, ignite a huge positive trajectory of truth that, but they're going to kill you in 5 years, kill and torture you, let's say, after the 5-year point. Would you do it? Would you spend the next 5 years doing it all? And if you knew that it was going to have a massive lasting impact in a positive way, so it's a lot of like deep questions. That's why I brought up karma. It's like, kind of who are we as, if one views themselves as a soul, and sort of, our overall, like, reap what we sow, and all of those components. It's pretty deep to consider all that. And if we transcend our death, then it's not like that one life really, like if they torture and kill you, but you did the right thing, well, you're actually in that perspective, you're better off to have done the right thing, even because, death is really it's not permanent, and the idea that there's more incarnations to be had. And if the overall goal is to do the right thing, then in that case, taking a death by torture, could be argued to be, the right thing to do, rather than doing the wrong thing and saving your one life, or that current life, I should say.
So I think a lot of people have to realize that the government isn't really the problem, right? It's people who are yes men and follow orders. Like Stalin had one arm. Who's he going to put in a prison camp? Who's he going to enslave with one good arm? Like the other arm had severe damage from being abused as a child, right? But it was the enforcers, right, who were arresting people. Like Stalin didn't have any physical strength, right? It was the people who were just following orders. So I think we have to kind of re-educate the public servants, and explain to them, like, hey man, like we have like rights. We're men and women.
Should we make
like
a camp for that re-education?
What?
Should we make a camp for that re-education? It's a joke, don't
No, see, we don't use force. That's the difference between us and the government. We don't use force, right? We don't force people to do things, right? Because that's wrong. It's wrong to force someone into something they don't want to do. So we're not the government. So no, we're not going to put our public officials in re-education camps. That's stuff that they do. You guys realize that, I'm non-aggressive. Like my principles, like the morals, is you never throw the first punch. You don't force people to do things that they don't want to do. Like that's literally like the foundation of like liberty and freedom. But there are people who will definitely use force to, put you in torture cuffs and make you obey the opinions of men in Washington, D.C. It's not us though.
There's people that put you in torture cuffs in Washington, D.C.
So there's people that put you in torture cuffs and throw you in the dungeon to make you obey the opinions of people in Washington, D.C. Politicians, everybody agrees, politicians are like the most corrupt people on earth. And I would say that there's only one group more corrupt, and that's the enforcement arm of the politicians.
Wait, so who do they put in cuffs?
People that create victim, or people that don't create victims but break codes. You don't know about torture cuffs? You ever been handcuffed? Well, I haven't been handcuffed, but it looks like it hurts. Like when they take the cuffs off and you see the wrists. I haven't been handcuffed.
So people get arrested, and what happens? What about politicians?
What about politicians? Are you serious? Like you don't know how it works? Like the politician writes down a law, right? He writes a bill, and it gets passed and turns into a law, right? And then the cop enforces that to the death. Like he will kill you. He can legally kill you under certain circumstances and get qualified immunity. So he's totally protected if you don't comply with him putting you in torture cuffs and throwing you into the dungeon. Like you are aware of this, right? Like this isn't new to anybody.
So if bipartisan legislation passes a bill, and then you break the law, and you get put into handcuffs,
Right.
in
And
jail?
sometimes, yeah, the dungeon.
Huh.
Yeah, because sometimes, breaking the law has a victim. And when that happens, they're righteous, right? But when there's no victim, like, oh, you were harvesting some herbs, well, you caught a mushroom. Sorry, not caught a mushroom. You got a mushroom. Like, okay, we got to put you in a cage now, even though the mushroom is the most least harmful drug in existence in the world. Like, it's not going to hurt anybody. But we caught you with it, so now we're going to use the force of the state to, make you pay. You either pay the fine or you can do the time, right? Well, this isn't a foreign concept to you guys, right?
Breaking of laws? No.
Right, so if you get caught with mushrooms and marijuana, two different types of drugs, that's a felony for each one, right? So they take away your voting rights, your gun rights, you can't get a loan. Like, it pretty much ruins your life. And who did you hurt?
They've been decriminalized in a few places.
A few places, I'll give you that. But in those few places, can you have more than 10 rounds in your magazine?
I don't care about that.
Right. Because, if China were to invade.
No, China would never invade. That's a dumb.
Yeah. And we would never be, giving, billions of dollars to Ukraine for no reason.
Dude. China would never invade the United States. That's such a dumb idea.
We're loaning Ukraine money.
Yeah, we've given them some blank checks, but we have most of the things that we've given them have been for interest, like the Lend-Lease program from World War II. But the idea that China would invade is a very dumb idea. Like an actual land invade, that's impossible.
You think it's impossible in China to invade
Outright
California?
impossible because it would just end. It would end in mad. Mutually assured destruction, nukes, all that. Not only that, they don't have a navy for it. They don't have an air force for it. There's no economic incentive to invade the United States.
You know what they do have, though? They have guns with magazines more than 10 rounds in them.
Yeah, but that doesn't... the idea that China would ever invade the United States is dumb. It's just a dumb idea.
Why would they need to if they got politicians passing laws like that?
Well, no. That it's just dumb. They don't have the logistics for it. There's no economic incentive for it. It would never happen. Besides,
we had 30-round capacity magazines, we'd definitely be able to defend ourselves, though.
But no, like the idea that you would even have to consider that being an actual threat is ridiculous because it will never happen.
So you do realize, like, when two men are talking, there's always like that underlying, possibility of violence. Like, if you cross the line and you say the wrong thing, like, things could get real violent real fast, especially if you, right. So how's that any different between like two countries? Especially if
those
you
two
don't
countries
actually have
both
to
have
do the
nuclear
fighting.
weapons. If it ever came to war, it would be nukes.
Dude, have you ever seen a nuke? Like, do you have firsthand primary knowledge of
Okay.
nukes?
So it doesn't even have to be like radioactive. They can just be very big bombs. They don't want to get hit by very big bombs. Doesn't matter if they're nuclear or not. They don't
So
want
you
the
do
war.
realize that the people that actually get us involved in war, they don't actually lose anything. They just
would if
take
if their
vacation.
factories are destroyed.
They just take like a
If their
vacation.
properties and
They don't actually
factories and
fight.
the things that make them money are destroyed, then it doesn't matter.
The kings used to fight, right? And now, like, the rulers, they don't actually have to fight. They can pick a fight, but they don't actually have to
Because they
fight.
had a profit incentive. Like most of the time, there was a profit incentive or a prestige reason. Like there were reasons to go to war. There is no reason for the United States and China to go to war because like there would be like just they would lose too much for either side.
You don't think reason to that's not a good enough reason?
Yeah. Like they would invade Taiwan, I don't think we would intervene. I think we might give like Taiwan some stuff to defend themselves, but I don't really think we're actually going to bother defending Taiwan.
Right, just like we wouldn't actually put soldiers on the ground in Ukraine, right? Like we would never do that, but we're doing that.
I think we have like advisors there. Some volunteers, but Ukraine isn't a member of NATO, so we're not under no obligation to actually defend it.
Yeah, here we are.
No, we're not. There's not really like that many Americans over there. Maybe like a handful of like advisors and some foreign volunteers. And we're making money off it.
Red tape.
How do you know that?
Yeah, Gio.
Well, I was going to say something, but I guess Larry asked you how you know. Did you want to respond to him?
I didn't hear what he said.
I think he said, "How do you know that?" I think he's.
Just stats. Like I could bring them up later, but I don't really have them on hand.
Oh, the government told you. They would never lie. Go ahead,
No,
Gio.
it wasn't the government. There's a few
that wasn't
nonprofit
Gio.
organizations.
Was that Gio?
There's a few there's a few Ukrainian organizations that talk about it too. I think Red Cross also talked about that.
Well, Red Tape, I was just going to ask you, like, on the scale in your viewpoint, since I know you seem to be into a lot of the politics stuff, and you've mentioned communism and these other interests that you have in the philosophies in terms of some of these different ideas and things, ideologies and whatnot. I just going to ask you, like, in your mind, on the scale of, on the one hand, all of the major countries, if not virtually all the countries, especially in the United Nations, et cetera, are all run by a cabal of some sort, criminal group, families.
Why would you say criminal? They're just capitalists.
Hold on, let me just finish. Hold on, this is my question. On the scale of, like I said, on the one side, there's a group of families or a cabal or whatever that is running all of them to the point to where they're not really separate. It's sort of a sham in that sense. The idea that they're separate, meaning they're all kind of run through a central sort of intelligence agency, for lack of a better term. From on that side of the scale. And then the other side of the scale, they're totally different. They're all separate. Everyone's just fighting for power, and that it's very sort of real conflicts or whatever. And in terms of that scale,
they're real conflicts. But I'm not saying that there's no like interconnectedness to the world. Like capitalism is global now. It's globalism, man. That's it. Like there are profit incentives for the Americans to make sure that Russia doesn't succeed in certain things. So they're going to make a shit ton of fucking money, making sure Ukraine becomes a debt colony for the rest of its existence.
So you don't. So am I getting from that like you don't think they're all necessarily run through a central cabal thing, but maybe there is more interconnectedness than might be.
Of course, there's interconnectedness. Like most Western corporations work together. To make sure that they have a profit incentive. Like there's a profit incentive to like many American interventions.
And then let me ask you this as well. So if you were able to verify for yourself, like physical, tangible measurements, something very, very definitive that the Earth was not a globe, that it is.
The globe thing literally is something that doesn't matter to
me. Bro,
me.
please let me finish my question, man. Nobody likes to be interrupted. Please don't interrupt. I'll totally pass the mic. You can speak for as long as you like.
Go.
Thank you. What I was asking, if you had absolute validatable for sure measurements that were confirmed that the Earth isn't a globe, that it's stationary and planar in its geometry and water's level and all of that, would that change your viewpoint, your considerations of how
of course. I still wouldn't not believe in communism though. The world would still be run by like weirdos who like say that the world is a globe, but they would also be capitalist, so I don't care.
$100 million dead. That's not enough.
I can barely hear you, Larry.
100 million dead under communist regimes, and that's not enough.
You know where you got that from? The government. You got that from the government. You got that info from the government. You believe the government now?
That's pretty verifiable. Independent,
it's
studies.
Not. It is not. That's
100 million dead.
Communism. They literally involve like they literally put dead Nazi soldiers in that number. So I would double check where you're getting that information from.
Either way, if it's communism or government genocide, government-sponsored genocide, it's still 100 million dead.
Yeah, where did you get that?
I mean, I could source it for you. Give me a second.
Yeah, okay. Is it going to be from the CIA? You believe the CIA now?
Why don't you let me give you a source, and then we can talk about it.
When the Berlin Wall came down, which side rushed to the other side?
Yeah, because the Eastern Bloc was falling. I don't like the Soviet Union. It doesn't mean that communism is wrong. It just means that authoritarian versions of it is wrong. But I would also point out the Soviet Union turned what was essentially the poorest region on Earth, the Russian Empire, into a superpower that could go par to par with like the wealthiest parts of the world. So there's that.
Yeah, because when you force people into concentration camps in Siberia, they can collect quite a bit of goods, right?
Well, that's not where most of their industry was, dude.
Where was it?
The Western Russia. That's where most of the industry was. Like the concentration camps, as you call them, or the gulags, were mostly in like Siberia, and there weren't that many.
There weren't that many. How many were there?
Just a few dozen.
Just a few dozen.
Like Larry, you seem to be like believing literally everything that like the government force feeds you about communism. Yet you believe them now in this, the one system that like challenged American supremacy.
Let me explain it like this: like a potluck dinner where everybody brings their own food is basically communism. And when you're talking, what do you mean? No, everybody contributes.
Dude, I want you to. What is communism right now? Say it in your words.
Where the government takes control of the manufacturing.
That's not true. There's forms of communism that was just literally like when the unions run everything, or when like it's just like anarchists who just vote on like things. It's not when the government like if you have your own toothbrush, you can have your own home in communism. It's just like the most basic version of it is essentially that you should try to get rid of like the private ownership of the means of production, which would be things like
private ownership. Sorry, bro. Go ahead.
No.
The private ownership is where we get our rights. Where do you have your most rights? In your home, where they need a warrant to enter. So if you don't have a home, What kind of rights do you
Did
have
you
out
not
in
just hear
public?
what I
'Cause-
said? You can still have
hold
a
on.
home under communism. When they say like
And you own it?
private
So you
property,
can have
they're talking
private
about
property
things
in
like
communism?
factories, massive farms. You can have a family farm under communism. They still had that in China, and fucking the Soviet Union. What are you talking about? You can have your own personal home. Your microphone keeps like breaking out. Does anyone else hear that?
Hold on.
It's like it becomes
Hold
like
on.
super quiet, then it becomes like normal every now and then. Does anyone else hear that?
Is this better?
No, it's still doing the thing where like it's very quiet.
I'm gonna put my headphones on. I was charging my phone.
Why do we got Chinese people like coming through the border illegally, like more than ever right now?
Can you like
China's
your
so
microphone
great.
is also very
Yeah, Daiso, we can hardly hear you.
My bad. Is that better?
It's too
much
rough.
better. Like I could not understand anything you were saying a second ago.
It's a flat earth thing, dude. You wouldn't get. But why are all these like Chinese people coming over illegally through the border? If
Chinese people,
China's so great. Yeah, there's a ton of Chinese right now coming through the southern border, more than ever. I think we've had the largest amount in history come through the border this year.
Don't you worry about that, Puddin'. They just want to get a job. They want to own
Well, I'm
private
just saying.
property. They're not
I'm
here.
just
They're
saying
not military age men.
What
Don't
I
worry
just got was 4,300, which is barely like a blip on the radar.
Yeah, well, that's just like what they're probably estimating, but
Yeah, but that's like barely a blip in the radar, dude.
well, regardless, how many Americans are illegally fleeing into China? Because China's so great, like makes no sense.
Well, it's a lot harder to immigrate over there. Plus, you would have to learn another language.
All right, so
No,
I
I
was
think
going to
it's-
bring up the.
But
sorry,
I
go
would
ahead.
point out that China has become increasingly capitalistic over the past few decades. I would have preferred it to be more like Mao.
Dude, Mao was a mass murdering.
No, he wasn't. He was cool as hell.
Are you
But
saying
like,
are you saying these things for like shock value, or you're
No,
just
no. Yeah, Mao's great.
just kind of trolling, or what does that have to do?
Like Dyslow, for example, Cuba. That's a good example. Still functioning, still doing well. Still doing well despite the fact that like most of the Western world is like following like an American-led embargo of its products and goods, which is like a reason why people leave, because like there's a massive economic embargo on Cuba.
But you think it's thriving economically? Is that like
No,
what you
but
consider
they
good?
they still manage to keep up with like a good quality of life. People still have a slightly higher what's the term, average life expectancy than the United States. They still give out their own foreign aid because Cuba famously has many doctors.
Well, they definitely have really good food, as long as they have the spices to work with. I think that's like equivalent to gold over there.
Weirdly enough, Castro wasn't even actually like a communist when he started out. It was only because like the United States was worried that he might side with the Soviet Union that he became like a Marxist.
They definitely got some pretty cool vehicles, being that they're all from like the 50s era.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd probably go to Cuba for a small vacay. Definitely wouldn't want to live there though.
So I was going to give the example of Stalin, and the
You
Holodomor.
believe the numbers from the government about Stalin?
Okay, so I wasn't there. I don't know what happened.
Then
But the
that's
records
something
say,
you guys like to do, right? Like you say that How do you know it?
Okay, this isn't a knowledge claim, right? I'm making a claim that someone else has said that 3 to 9 million Germans died in the Holodomor. So they have
Germans?
photographs of people,
Germans?
Germans in Ukraine.
Yeah, there was
Yeah.
Germans in Ukraine, but I don't think that many Germans died. Can you provide where did you get that from?
Sure, I'll find that for you.
What was the claim, Larry? I didn't hear that.
He said that 3 to 9 million Germans died in Ukraine from Stalin.
Okay,
Maybe
Ukrainians.
during World War II when there
Let's
were
say Ukrainians.
that many soldiers.
That many soldiers might probably died in the entire fight against the Soviets. I mean, certainly 3 million.
Oh yeah,
Germans.
most of the fighting was on the Eastern Front.
Yeah, and it was a bloody freaking war over there too.
But I don't think that many Ukrainian Germans died.
No.
In fact, I think most of the people who died in the Holodomor were Kazakhs.
I guess there was a small German.
Yeah, there was. There was a German population in Ukraine and Russia who were invited over by Empress Catherine to settle the land, and they became a pretty large minority. Well, not a large minority, but a noticeable one. They were
Onto those national lines moved, over time. Poland's borders, Germany's borders, Austria's borders, Romania, all those borders moved so many times. You could see why you would get populations outside of Germany like that.
All right, so I got Britannica here. Britannica's not the government, right? And I'll post it for you, but it's estimated 5 million died, 3.9 million starved to death. So I guess the other ones who dared to get their own food.
Can you provide a link to this though?
Well, I said Germans. There were some Germans there, but Ukrainians.
Well,
okay,
you said that there was
8
million Germans died.
They technically were Ukrainians, right? Some of them were of German descent. So
okay, yeah.
I'm recanting and changing what I said, right? So these people that starved to death, the police archives contain multiple descriptions of instances of cannibalism in Ukraine, the grain belt of the world, or the grain belt of Europe, excuse me.
Yeah. So what happened was that there was a famine.
Why were they?
There was a famine. It was not intentional.
Grain belt? There was
not
famine in the
intentional.
grain belt? How do you explain that?
There was a famine. That was it.
In the grain belt?
There was a bad stuff happened.
That's the breadbasket of Europe. How could there be famine in the breadbasket?
What time period are we talking about?
This is the 40s. Late
1930.
No, it was the late. It was the early
1934.
30s. Early 30s. So, Stalin introduced a policy of very breakneck industrialization. He did manage to turn Russia into an industrialized state from a semi-feudal state. It was just there was a few bumps in the road. I could point out that America, in its process of becoming a prosperous nation, killed off essentially all the Native Americans.
No, a lot of them have peace treaties. And
yeah, but how many of them
relocated.
used to live in the United States?
Well, I admit there was a die-off. I don't say a lot of the die-off was from disease,
smallpox. A lot of it intentionally.
But it was also intentional, like they killed the buffalo and waged war, right?
Yeah, but millions died in America. Far more died in America to turn America into a prosperous nation. Not only that, but there was the we essentially intervened in the democratic elections of many other nations in the Americas. Introduced dictatorships. The term "banana republic" is literally a result of American companies killing elected governments because they elected someone who wanted to have their banana pickers paid more.
Who's we? Like you and who else?
The American government and the corporations that it sponsors.
Okay, you mean the alphabet agencies, not you?
No, this is kind of before that. This is the 1800s to early 1900s.
It's not like we have it. Not we, but the CIA hasn't been interfering in South America nonstop. I mean, what are we doing with Venezuela right now?
This is just like literally American companies deciding, hey, we should hold a coup because like this guy wants us to pay our farmers like a few more cents.
It's the history of the Panama Canal, right? I mean, we encouraged Panama to break away from Colombia because we wanted to build a canal. That's why Panama is a country now, as opposed to a province of Colombia.
Part of the reason why Cuba had a revolution at all is because we sponsored a dictator over there, who everyone over there hated.
Yeah, but that's not the American people, right? That's criminal elements.
Yeah, but the American
in the
people,
government.
it's not criminal though. It's literally legal. And not only that, a good reason why we're so prosperous is because we get all these cheap goods, be it like basic like raw materials to agricultural products to some like industrially made goods from these third world nations that we influence.
So you think buying cheap Chinese stuff from Walmart that's going to break after like 2 or 3 uses, like the ONN stuff from like Walmart, is like good for us?
It's
that we're
not
getting,
just
like,
that.
cheap Chinese
It's
crap that
literally like
breaks?
part of the reason why we have so much cheap shit is because like we force other nations to sell it to us cheap.
And those nations aren't as developed. They, the governments are corrupt, and that
Well,
in
yeah,
many
who do you think makes them
instances is
corrupt?
putting them back.
Show me a government that's not corrupt, and I'll show you how many sanctions and embargoes.
Yeah, but we still up
there-
that quite a bit.
There are some that are far worse than others. So it's just, I mean, if you want to do business in some African countries, I mean, you might as well tack an extra 40% on to the cost of whatever you're going to do.
Hey, Larry, can you repeat what you're that saying? Like you got clipped at the end and sounded pretty.
Sorry about that. Yeah. You show me a government that's not corrupt, and I will show you their embargoes and what else they say there? Sanctions and basically their economic warfare. I'll show you their economic warfare that's being waged against them.
Wow. Did you come up with that, or is that like
Yeah, I just said
or
it.
something?
No, I think I said that because if you look at Iran, right, with all the sanctions after Trump broke the peace treaty that Obama did, which shows you that I'm not discriminated against parties. I don't care either way. Trump broke the treaty. Fuck Trump for doing that, because at the time there was UN inspectors going into Iran, inspecting their nuclear facilities, and they came back as nothing funny is going back here. Everything's up to spec. This is the treaty. They're complying with the treaty. That guy died. And if you look at the document Path to Persia, it's a document where they tell what their plan is to go to war with Iran. And they said that they're going to create a peace treaty, and they're going to get Iran to break it. Well, Iran didn't break it. It was actually Trump who left the treaty. So the treaty would still be is still intact with Iran and all the other countries in Europe that made the peace treaties. So if you look at the sanctions that are going on, America is actually sanctioning Iran in such a way that people are dying in Iran, can't get the certain medicines that they need to stay alive. Because what is the definition of terror? It's when you use fear tactics and scare tactics to make political change. Well, economical warfare is no different in outcome of dead bodies than hot warfare where there's gunfire exchange. Right? So if you look at Venezuela, I would love to say capitalism is prevailing because socialism is failing in Venezuela. But Venezuela is actually a very rich country. They have very large oil and gold deposits. But yet it's illegal in Venezuela to write down a cause of death in the hospital was because a child starved to death. So if that doesn't tell you
you
what's going
realize
on in
that
Venezuela,
that is more or less past, right? And second of all, it was because of American sanctions.
it was because of American sanctions. Is it over now? Did Israel get? I mean, America get their puppet in there?
They dropped quietly dropped a good few because of the whole Ukraine thing.
Oh, because we chose to postpone that and help out Ukraine. Didn't the president go? He didn't
No,
ask
because we put sanctions on Russia, who provided a lot of oil and natural gas to Europe.
We had to ease
Also,
the
Ukraine did
sanctions
that
on
too.
Ukraine. So when
Yeah.
America did that, did they go to the real president of Ukraine, or did they go to the imposter who is actually in Ukraine and acting as president? Oh, they went to the imposter and asked him, didn't they? Right?
Huh? What are you talking about? No, I'm talking about Russia.
So American policy just a few years back, and I might be a little behind, was that the president of Ukraine is not the real president. There's another guy who's the real president in Ukraine, and Ukraine tricked the United States into committing a coup, and the military stood with the president of Ukraine and didn't back the guy who
Are
was
you
trying to
talking about
usurp.
the Maidan?
I don't remember the names. I'm not good with names.
Yeah, there was like a right-wing stooge who was like the leader of Ukraine who was essentially a pro-Russia guy, and America put a slightly more right-wing goon in charge of Ukraine, who is Zelensky.
Yeah, it's basically all proxy wars. You're right. China probably won't invade, but you probably will go to war in Taiwan
Maybe
and participate.
because China is actually still pretty popular in Taiwan. Like it's like a 40-60 split. There's enough of the population where if they invaded, I would say they would probably have a much better chance than Russia.
That's not what I've heard. I heard it's more like 98 to 2%.
No, go look at the elections. There's like you can, if you look at the party difference.
Yeah, but those party platforms aren't. We are Chinese, and we are going to join them.
No, a lot of them are like explicitly pro-Chinese.
Which ones and when?
Though the ones in opposition currently, I believe, are that, or they're neutral to America and China.
Look, even if you're a communist, I heard you say that you're against authoritarianism. So even if you aren't really down with capitalism and privately owned factories, I think we could still agree that authoritarianism is evil and we should have liberty and prosperity and the ability to contract without going through all a bunch of red tape and bureaucratic bullshit. We should just be able to contract freely, right?
I don't know. It depends what you mean by contract freely.
Well, you know, like
I think
let's say,
unions
for
should be very
example,
strong and powerful.
oh, that's authoritarianism.
That's not authoritarianism.
Wait, you said union. What is union? It's like when people get together, right? When the workers
When
get
the workers
together,
of that factory,
right?
I would want a workers of a factory to democratically
Right.
control the factory.
And what's the definition of fascism? Like fasci, like a bundle of sticks, like when people get to.
No, fascism is like specifically when you glorify the state. And there's like a bunch of other things, but it mainly glorifies violence, the state, and like there's like, and it's not even like a specific there's a specific kind of like vision of the state as like a mystical entity of like the Volk. But Larry, I don't know why you're bringing up the Nazis, considering that you were just like praising like a guy who thinks like the Nazis did nothing wrong.
Whoa! I never fucking said that, dude. You crazy?
Huh? No, Platypus. The guy thinks the Nazis were great.
Wait, Platypus said that? I thought you said I said that.
The dude loves the Nazis. What are you talking about?
Okay, I don't care. I thought you said I said it.
No, I didn't say that.
Right, here it is. Fascist. Adjective. 1921 from Italian Portio Fascista, the anti-communist political movement organized 1919 under Benito Mussolini. From Italian fascio, group association, literally bundle, from Latin fascis. So a bundle, right? So when you guys bundle together and create a union,
Well, no,
that's literally a
don't you
bundle of
think that's a
sticks that
little
are
stretching
fascist.
it, man?
How's that stretching it? It says
It
bundle.
is
That's what I
stretching it
said.
because like anything can be a bundle, right? Like the people could be a bundle, the state could be a bundle, a corporation can be a bundle, a church can be a bundle. That's silly.
So fascist groups of men organized for political purpose.
You should read into it a bit more.
I'm just saying that communists can be fascist too.
No, they can't. They are incredibly opposed.
So they can't bundle
Essentially
up and be
every fascist
authoritarian.
group that was ever formed, it was formed as an explicitly anti like Marxist group.
Okay, I'll admit there is quite a bit of, you know, Nazi sounding stuff in here, like anti-communist too. But I don't know. I just don't ever pick sides. I'm always a free agent. I always look at both sides. And I was trying to say it earlier, but I think I got interrupted. But basically, if
I'm
a
going to go
household,
talk to my wife.
sure, have fun. Basically, the way I see it, like your household is like a commune, right? Your little family, they all pitch in together and each from what they have to what the other person needs, right? And that's fine at like the family level, right? But when the government gets like this, they can't help but being greedy. Like if you can trust men to do one thing, like mankind, you can trust them to be greedy, right? And it doesn't matter if they're capitalist or communist or fascist or democrats or Republicans or Autobots or Decepticons, like they're all going to be greedy. And the evil thing is the authoritarianism, right? So I often ask people, what is it about libertarianism that you don't like? Is it the fact that you have to control your own life or that you can't control mine? And I think that really sums it up. So even though I don't like labels, the only way I can communicate to everyone else, like how I think, libertarianism pretty much sums it up. I think you should be free enough to smoke pot out of your shotgun, just so as long as you don't hurt anyone else. I don't know, it sounds weird, right? Like, who would smoke pot out of a shotgun? It's fucking weird. Like, eating mayonnaise out of a jar is fucking weird. But should it be illegal? Should it be something they could throw you in the dungeon for? Eating ketchup out of the jar. Like, that's fucking weird, right? But should it be illegal?
I forget what state it was, but supposedly it's illegal to have an ice cream cone in your back pocket.
Texas.
So fucking weird.
Do you know why that law came into existence? Because people would put ice cream in their back pocket to steal horses. So there is no real reason why you would want ice cream in your back pocket. Because after it's in your back pocket, it melts and you can't eat it. And who's going to eat like ass stained ice cream, right? So the only reason you would put ice cream in your back pocket is to steal a horse. I know it sounds crazy today, right? Because we all drive cars, but you know, someone stealing your horse. Can you imagine if someone came up to your horse in the middle of the night with ice cream in their back pocket? It's kind of like, you know, someone saying, "Hey, give me your pistol. Give it to me now." Like, not fuck you, but hell no, fuck you.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I've looked at some of those weird laws, like you can't tie a giraffe to a telephone pole, and you're like, why on earth is that a law? Well, some imbecile tied a giraffe to a telephone pole, and it didn't turn out too good for the giraffe. You can imagine, but it's not a little bug; it's a giraffe.
That's crazy.
Or how about another one, like you can't put your horse in a bathtub? You might think, why is this on the books? But you can imagine that if you put your horse in the bathtub, like, how do you get it out? How do you get it out without? How do you get it out without fucking it up?
Yeah, probably wouldn't be a good idea.
So in Texas now, this isn't legal advice, but you can basically carry a spear, an axe, a sword. So I can like walk down the street with a samurai sword, right? Before this law got passed, we couldn't have switchblade knives. Now that's really interesting to me, right? Because this knife here that I hold in my hand, one day if I got caught with this, I would have torture cuffs and be thrown in the dungeon, right? At midnight, somewhere a few years ago, all of a sudden, now if I get caught with one of these, it's legal. So, like, what changed? Like, the opinions of bureaucrats changed, and now all of a sudden, the cops no longer have authority to throw me in a rape cage because my knife is spring loaded. But the interesting thing about this knife, it's no different than an assist open. Like, I push a button here, the blade extends. If you have an assisted open knife, which was legal 10 years ago, you push a button on the side and it pops out and the blade extends. The only difference is one has a spring and one has a lever with no spring. So what makes the spring loaded illegal? Bureaucrats.
Isn't it more dangerous if it's spring loaded? I don't know.
No, like I'll open it right next to a piece of wood. It extended like an inch. It hit the wood and didn't pop out anymore. So now it's in limbo. Now it's like halfway extended and halfway not. And I flick my wrist, extend the blade. Now it's back in place. Now I can close it. But if I would have put my hand there, the force would have been barely enough just to break the skin, and I barely would have bled. It's not going to like go through my hand.
Did you
not.
post it?
No, I didn't post it. I'm just saying I'm doing it right now.
Oh.
It's perception.
Yeah, it's just spring loaded.
Yeah. Well,
there's no
unfortunately,
difference.
in many states, that's illegal. I'm not sure if it's in all states, but
Yeah, I think all spring-loaded knives are illegal. Isn't it because they like associated with gang violence and shit?
yeah,
Yeah.
it's all painted with
To
that
me,
same
it's
brush.
just a tool. Like this thing is Cobra Tech, so it has a lifetime warranty. So if anything breaks, they get it replaced for free. So
Have you ever
for
needed
me,
to use it
it's just
on
a tool,
someone?
man. What?
Must be legal somewhere if they're selling it openly.
Have you ever needed to use it on someone?
No, bro. I ain't never needed to spring somebody a leak. Bro. I prefer
You know
using
what
my
I
hands.
mean. You know what I mean. Come on.
Yeah, I've never needed to harm someone. One time I was working and a guy put his hand on my money and tried to yank it out of my hand, and I just mean mugged him. And he was like, "What, man? I'm trying to help you out." So no, I didn't need to defend myself. I usually just look at people and they back down.
All right. You ain't even that scary looking though. If I remember correctly, you look like Santa Claus or something.
Yeah, that's because I'm not mean mugging you. But if you were standing in front of me and you had your hand on my money, and I look at you a
Yeah.
certain way and don't say anything, so you don't know that I'm soft spoken and I'm really a big teddy bear. Panda bears can be real intimidating up close.
No, true that. I'd say all bears, to be honest. Yeah.
Not so much the brown bear. I think I could take a brown. Oh no, black bear. Sorry. I think I could take a black bear.
I don't know, bro.
Not the brown bear. The grizzly. Fuck no.
Yeah, I mean, I know black bears are smaller, but like their claws and whatnot, they can rip your face off.
Well, I got claws and fangs too. Remember?
Oh. Yeah. So what are we gonna lie to each other about for the next hour, man?
I wasn't planning on lying to anyone.
Yeah, I'm
Is that
joking.
like your MO? Oh, okay. I thought maybe that was your MO. Shit. Hope not.
I guess let's get a argument going. What brought you into the flat Earth, Larry? Like, was you already into conspiracies, or?
Yeah, I figured out at a pretty young age that, if they say that there's no atmosphere on the moon, then how is the flag waving in the wind? And it's really hard to find that footage nowadays. But Joe Rogan brought it up to Neil deGrasse Tyson in one of his early podcasts. So, other people do remember the flag waving in the wind. But yeah, those two things can't be true at the same time. So I figured out the moon landings were fake, but I was giddy like a schoolgirl with the Martian rovers, and I thought they were real. I thought, okay, they faked the moon landing. It was the 60s, propaganda, Russia, that we couldn't let them be the first to everything. They were the first to space, the first to send a monkey to space, the first to send a man. So we had to be first at something, that way we had, superiority in somewhere, right? So I thought it was fake, but I started looking at the Martian rover images and like getting them directly from NASA, and they were like photoshopped, like things were blurred out. And I'm like, what are they hiding aliens? What's going on here? And then eventually I figured out that they were faking the Martian rover stuff too, like on my own, not watching YouTube. Figured it out on my own. And then basically someone made the argument like this. It was Rob Skiba. He said, the government lies. I was like, check. The government lies. Right? NASA's part of the government. NASA.gov. Okay, check. NASA's part of the Department of Defense. They work together. Like, oh, shit, those people are evil. Check. It's like, the moon landing was fake and they lied about the shape of the Earth. And that's where you get the image of the blue marbles from the moon landing. I was like, well, shit. And he said the Earth was flat. I was like, what the fuck did he say? Because, I grew up watching Star Trek and Star Wars and reading all the space books in every school I ever went to in the library and going to the city library that my great aunt worked at and having free reign, like no late fees, nothing, pretty much keep whatever I wanted. And I got all the space books, and I was a nerd, solid nerd when it came to space. Because it was like, my uncle was like 12 years older than me. Everything, we did together was like watch Star Wars, watch Star Trek, and it realized that shit, I believe this shit because I saw it on TV. So I went to Corpus Christi and checked it out for myself, and the water like up to my armpits. I could see from North Beach in Corpus Christi next to the USS Lexington. I could see Ingleside on the bay. We're talking beach houses from 10 miles away. So you could say refraction or whatever you want, but I saw beach houses with the water up to my armpits. So if the Earth is curving, I couldn't detect it.
Maybe those beach houses were a bit elevated compared to you, right?
Right. Were they 6 stories? Were they 60 feet in the air?
I don't know. So you could see the bottom, like the foundation of
No,
those
I
beach
never
houses.
said I could see the bottom. I said I could see the lights at night, and I could see the buildings during the day.
Okay. Yeah, that would be expected. But I mean, all right. So
Wait,
when
what
you
would be expected? What would be expected?
to be able to see a part of the beach houses.
The beach houses that weren't 60 feet in the air?
How high in the air were they? Because I doubt you had a measuring stick with you or anything. You were just looking, right?
Right.
Like
Well,
normal.
you can actually go to Google Earth, Ingleside on the Bay, right? And you can walk around, and you'll see that the tallest building over there is the first layer is on stilts. So it's a 3-story building, right? So 3 stories above the ground, and if you
On
look around, you can see the water, right? It's like not very high off the water, right? So maybe 40 feet in the air. Right, we're not talking a 6-story building, because you know what a 6-story building looks like. It's like
but if it's
you're
a
breaking your neck to
six-story,
look up, right?
if it's a 6-story building on stilts, like, come on, man.
No, we're
I would
talking
be
6 stories above the
surprised if
sea
you
level.
couldn't see.
You'd be surprised if I couldn't see beach houses from 10 miles away.
Yeah, if it's a 6-story building, come on. I mean, you saw some of it, like it. Yeah. But my question
All
is
the
like when you
lamps, the street lights. So how high were the street lights above the water? Go to Ingleside on the bay, look for yourself.
I'll look into it. I promise I will. But I just have a question. And when you was doing all this looking into NASA and whatnot, what about the idea that even before NASA, people thought Earth was a sphere? Like, how did you persuade yourself that that wasn't true?
What wasn't true?
That before NASA, people for like the last almost 2,000 years thought the Earth was a sphere, and that
So
it's
you're
not
saying
because of
are you saying most people for the last 2,000 years thought it was a sphere, or was it a small group of
yeah.
people that were like in, a boys' club that thought it was a sphere?
No, most people.
So like your average farmer?
Your average farmer thought Earth was a sphere at the center of the universe. Yeah.
Well, see, back in 2015, I interviewed a couple of farmers that were in their 80s, right? I asked them some very important questions, but most importantly, I did like a 15-minute interview to make sure that they were mentally coherent, ask them about their childhood, ask them about their past, and, pretty much did a litmus test on their memory to make sure that they weren't, nursing home escapees, right? But what I asked them is like, do you remember the flat Earth debate? Oh, yeah, those flat earthers, sons of bitches, right? They were obviously globers, right? But they said,
What?
yeah, they were globers. They were normies, not globers, but normies.
Wait, hang on. But they said they remember what exactly?
The flat Earth debate in their lifetime, right? People that were born in the 30s. And I
Remember
asked them,
a debate about the Earth being flat?
the flat Earth debate didn't really stop until the moon landings. That squashed it until 2015. You know that?
That's because my grandfather tells me a totally different story. But all right, continue.
Okay, well, we're talking about farmers
Yeah.
from Texas, right? They remember the flat Earth debate in their lifetime, and they said it was a pretty fierce debate. Like it was nonstop, like people at each other's throats over it. So it was more in person than nowadays. But yeah, if you look up, places like Zion, Illinois, and stuff like that, you can see that there was still pockets of flat earthers, and not everybody thought it was a globe. So it was the moon landings, right? So here's the thing about you study psychology at all? You understand like
No,
the power of
but I
suggestion?
definitely.
You can hypnotize people with the TV. You know about that?
Yeah, I've heard about hypnosis, but I just want to say I definitely believe there would be pockets of people in the 1930s that thought Earth was flat. I mean, we got pockets of people today that think that that's fine, but it sounds like you were saying there was a significant amount of people, like it was almost 50-50 globally as to whether or not the Earth was flat or a ball, and then it's the moon landing in NASA that tipped it over to the side of the globe. That's what it sounds like you were saying. Is that the case?
What I'm saying is that Neil deGrasse Tyson said this was settled 400 years ago, and I'm saying that no, it wasn't. There has always been flat earthers. It's just people have become more vocal about it, and more people are looking into the government, and especially after the Kung Flu, people are not really trusting their government. And if you don't trust your government, you might start to question things, and I think that's healthy. I think Joe
Yeah, but
Rogan was right when he
I
said
do
question
question.
everything back in like 2014.
Yeah, I do question things. I don't blindly trust the government, but I mean, I just really need a direct answer here. All right. Obviously, we have flat earthers today. You are proof of that. But you would agree that you are in the overwhelming minority, right? But
How
was
would
the
I know that?
situation?
How would I agree to that? I don't know. Like I haven't done any surveys of 100,000 people. How can I
I mean,
possibly know?
look up the Google the statistics. You know,
I
you
have,
guys will
and at
go.
one point, it was the #1 most searched topic. At one point,
Yeah,
it
but
was
it was
#1
mostly
trending.
being searched by Globus. Just because it's #1 trending topic doesn't mean everyone believes in it, right? But my question: do you believe that if I said there's only 60 million flat earthers compared to 7 billion Globus today, would
I
you
don't know the
say that?
numbers. You don't either. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Yeah. Oh my God, Larry.
I don't think there's a million.
Larry slick as fuck.
Okay, so we don't actually know the numbers. I don't know if you're still there. Pipe if you are. We don't actually know the numbers, right? Nobody's done any surveys. I did hear a survey that 1 in 3 people believe the Earth is geocentric. That was a while back, right? And to me, geocentrism is the gateway drug to flat Earth, in my opinion, because that's exactly what I was doing in 2014. I was watching Malcolm Bowden videos, learning about Michelson Morley, Sagnac, Michelson Gill, and I didn't really understand it at first, right? But the more I was listening to Malcolm Bowden, I was like, man, if all motion is relative, because I understood a lot about relativity. So if all motion is relative, then you can't say for certain that the sun is the center or the Earth is the center, right? You would have to be outside of the system with a third reference frame outside of those two bodies to determine which one is which. And we can't hop on a merry-go-round and go to space and look at the solar system from outside of it. So there's no way that anybody could make a knowledge claim and be under the influence of special and general relativity that they know for certain that the sun is the center, because all motion is relative. So when I
Unless
started
they
thinking
observe
about
it.
that, yeah, you have to observe it from outside of the system. You can't do that. So you
Why
can
would they
only,
need to observe it outside of the system?
yeah, why would you need to see something to know that it's true, right?
You said outside the system.
Right, you would have to be outside of that system. You couldn't be on the sun, hypothetically, like the blue man, walking on the surface of the sun and be like, yep, it's the center. Everything's going around me. Like you
No,
put
but
me on the Earth.
you could observe from the Earth and determine it.
Right, you can't do that, right? Because all motion is relative. You understand that?
Yeah, but why does that matter?
Well, if all motion is relative, then you can't say for certain that the sun is the center because you're in the system. You're in the solar system, or you're on Earth. You didn't know that?
Yeah, but you can make observations that allow you to determine what the center is. Like you can see other
No,
objects
you
move.
can't. You can't. So picture this: you're on a merry-go-round in deep space, complete darkness, right? And on this merry-go-round, you look up, and there's another merry-go-round, and that's the only thing you can see. There's just one tiny little candle in between you, right? It's that much light, right? And you can see that the merry-go-round around you is spinning, right? But which one is spinning, right? Because there's no forces on you except for the force that's tying you to that merry-go-round. Let's say you're literally tied to it, and you look up, and the merry-go-round across from you is spinning. Which merry-go-round is spinning? The one that you're on, or the one above you? The only way you could find out is if you untie yourself and jump away from the merry-go-rounds and look at them and see which one is stationary and which one is spinning. Maybe they're both spinning, right? Maybe there is not a center, right? But all motion is relative, and you're not going to know until you get off of the merry-go-rounds, get away from them, and turn back
No,
and look at them.
that's not right.
Okay, so how do you know which one's spinning if you're on the merry-go-round looking up and the
You can
merry-go-round
look at
above you is spinning?
you can look at all the celestial objects and determine where they're
No,
headed.
no, it's just you and a merry-go-round and another merry-go-round. There's no other celestial objects. Deep space, deep dark space. So I get it that you're arguing we can see the stars, but how do you know that the stars aren't moving around us once every 24 hours? And then you're going to say, well, because they're so far away. How did you measure that? Parallax? From like quintillions of miles away? You think triangulation is accurate? Those distances?
Wait, what?
I don't want to repeat myself. So yeah, if you don't understand the relativity argument, anybody who's listening, I would just say go watch the Principal movie. You can find it on the principalmovie.com. I think you can rent it for like $8, something real stupid cheap, and just OBS that shit if you need to. Watch it a couple times, but it goes over some of the interesting theories, some of the experiments, Michelson Morley, stuff like that. But I really think Robbie Davidson made the best documentaries for normies. Scientism Exposed. Those documentaries are gold because they never mention the words flat Earth. So when you watch them as a normie, you're like, it's like, just a truth bomb. Red pill, Super Mario, what was it, Dr. Mario dispenser, like just red pill after red pill. Celebrate Truth, Scientism Exposed. Definitely recommended for your normie friends.
I also celebrate truth.
What is truth, sir?
Whatever people put in front of a movement. So like
what?
True Earth or Truth Earth.
Are you being serious right now? Truth is whatever you put in front of a movement.
No, I just find it funny that those are the names that are selected for it.
What can you define truth?
Yeah, I can.
I'm waiting with bated breath.
I mean, I can define it if you can't.
Yeah, are you gonna? What do you think, Perdo? That you're gonna say what? You're gonna respond?
No, I said yeah, I can define it.
Would you like to do that for us so that we all may be enlightened on what truth is?
Oh no, I'm good.
Okay, so you decline to define it, but you like it. Okay, can I define it?
Sure.
Right. Truth is that which is verifiably so. Right. If you can verify that it's true, that it's true. It's also that which is verifiably to be false. So I'll give you an example. You can demonstrate how many toes that you have, right? And someone like a doctor could verify it, right? They could, with 2 or more of their senses, confirm, right, by touching and feeling the heat, the bones, the density of the blood, right, and looking, right, and seeing and feeling that you have toes, 2 or more senses. This is like, empiricism, right? So with your senses, you can confirm truth, right? Experience. Truth is experience. Now, belief is something entirely different, but we're not really talking about belief. So I think Karl Popper, said it best that if it's not falsifiable, it's not science. And if by science he means a scientific method, or by science he means like, knowledge, I'm not sure what he meant by that, but it seems like it checks out to me. Like if you can't falsify it, then it's a belief, right? So I can claim I have 10 toes. You can fly down to DFW and, we can go to a doctor together and we can verify, right? Or you could just use your senses yourself and put on a little glove, right? Rubber glove, and you could touch my toes and verify that I have 10 toes. So it's a true statement that I have 10 toes. Why? Because it can be verified. So truth is that which is verifiable. Thanks.
Okay. Where are we going with this definition?
Or just, how do you know what you know? Through your senses, right? Through experience, firsthand primary knowledge, right? Epistemology of the truth. Shout out to that guy, wherever he's at. Great name, by the way. Or maybe it was epistemology for the truth, something like
that. But if you don't verify it, but you still know it to be true, is it?
Nope, it's imagination.
Isn't there like uppercase truth and then like lowercase truth?
Yeah, and then there's your truth and then my truth, and then we can all have our own truths, right?
There's like objective reality, and then there's what we believe.
Yeah, to me there's objective reality and then there's imagination. Belief
Like
would fit under that.
People believe in all sorts of deities, and they're like, that's the truth.
Right, like dark matter, dark energy. Those have been deified, I think. Deified. Yeah.
Like people praise them, or?
Oh yeah, they get lots of funding. Like you wouldn't believe the coffers and the funding that people get, to study dark matter, dark energy.
Dark energy, dark matter are not deities. You're an idiot if you think that.
Wait, I thought truth was something that you could observe and it comports with reality.
Yeah, truth is that which is verified. That's right.
So why would dark energy or dark matter be non-truth?
Can you verify dark matter or dark energy? Can you experience those things?
They can observe the phenomenon of them.
Okay, so they observe a phenomenon. Does that mean that everything they say about that phenomenon is automatically true or verifiable?
Probably the things they can observe would be verifiable because they observed them.
Right, but we can't actually directly observe dark matter. That's why it's
Sure we
dark,
can.
or black holes, or dark energy.
Well, I mean,
Sure
we can observe their properties, right? Because that's how
Can
we
you like
know
meet me at
they're.
DFW and like put some in a jar so that I may observe it too? I want to believe.
Yep, it's right
Just
there.
like you guys do.
It's right there in the jar. It's not a belief though. See, this is the
What?
problem. You don't understand the word belief, and the word belief and the word observation are different. You know.
Yeah, if you observe it, then
But
it's
they
first-hand
both have the
primary
letter B in
knowledge.
it.
Yeah, and we observing the effects that these things have. We call them dark matter, dark energy.
And what are these effects?
Well, you're the one. You tell me. You're the expert here. Come on. You obviously know this since you're bringing it up, right? I mean, you can
So
chapter and verse, right? Because it's a belief, right? Yeah.
right. So if you want me to explain dark matter, I guess I could do it again. But basically, according to Michio Kaku, the galaxies spin 10 times too fast, and unlike the solar system model, where Pluto has the shortest year, Pluto has the longest year, and Mercury has the shortest. It's the opposite with galaxies. The outer stars, towards the outer arms, have the shortest revolution, while the inner stars, closer to the black hole, have the longest revolution around the center. So scientists noticed. Sorry, bro. I thought you asked me to.
So you're invoking a authority now, right? Michio Kaku, who, by the way, is not a flat earther and is not anything. I mean, Michio Kaku knows that the Earth is a sphere.
All right, well, let's let him finish, and then you can respond, Paid.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's a hostile witness, right? Because if Larry the
hostile
pizza
witness.
guy,
That means you can cherry pick what he says, right? That's what Witsit says. This is just another excuse for cherry picking.
why do you guys talk about Witsit so much? Has he replaced
because you
in your mind?
You are right now are a combination of Witsit and QE. You just puke up what both of those say.
Actually, I'm quoting the Principal movie, but in your mind, you could believe that I'm parroting Witsit and QE if you like.
You are. This hostile
Go
witness,
watch the Principal movie and try to figure out who.
This hostile
I'm
witness,
actually quoting.
God, I was actually talking.
You were. You're. The middle of my sentence was interrupted by the beginning of yours. I think is
No,
what
actually,
actually
I
happened.
was in the middle of something
That's
and you started talking.
That's what actually happened. Right? You asked me to do something, I started doing it, and then you interrupted it because you didn't like where I was going with it.
Oh no,
And I was
like where you're
quoting.
going.
I was quoting Michio Kaku, not
Yeah.
Quantum Racer or Witsit Gets It.
Oh no, but you start.
But you believe. You believe that I was parroting Witsit, right?
The hostile witness thing is pure Witsit. Sorry.
It's pure Witsit. So he's the only person that's ever said that. You're silly, dude.
Well, Kiwi's not the only one who's ever said the word.
Anyway,
Kiwi's not the one who's ever said experiment. What an experiment is. But you guys parrot him like he's the only one.
Paid, are you able to have a conversation that's not just only focused on these individuals that you seem fixated on?
Well, I'm sorry if you're going to quote these guys and then say you're not quoting these guys.
Nobody was quoting anybody.
You just did. I'm sorry.
All right, well, let's let Larry.
I was quoting Michio Kaku, right, the particle physicist, because if I told you what I thought dark matter was, that would be dumb, right? Because I'm just a pizza guy. But if I tell you what the particle physicist says that dark matter is, like maybe he got it a little better, a little more correct.
What did he say it is, actually?
Except he's not a particle
It's a theory.
Yeah.
Michio Kaku's not a particle physicist?
No, he's a theoretical physicist, but that's okay.
Even better, right? But he did create his own particle smasher. But sure, he's not a particle physicist. He's a theoretical physicist. Anyway, did you actually want me to say what dark matter was, or did you just want to?
Oh, I
want to see what is it?
I want to. Yeah, I want to hear what you were saying for sure.
Right. So the galaxies are spinning 10 times too fast for gravitation alone to be holding them together. So what that basically means is, and this is me not quoting Michio Kaku, is that the centrifugal force would be stronger than the gravitational force holding it towards the center, right? But what we observe is this phenomenon they've labeled dark matter is hypothetically, what if, speculating here, right? This is my postulation, not mine, but whoever invented the dark matter theory, that what if there's this matter, right, that, doesn't interact with light, so we can't really directly observe it. But this matter does interact with gravity only, right? So this isn't baryonic matter and not something you can find on the periodic table, but maybe this matter exists and we don't know about it yet, right? And it creates enough gravitation because solar systems are mostly empty space, right? Lots and lots of space, quintillions of miles between stars, right? Quintillions and quintillions of miles. So we need more matter to create more gravitation because, we need the math to work. And it just so happens that everywhere the math doesn't work, there just happens to be the exact amount of dark matter we need in that spot to make the math work out for the theory of gravity, right? So it's lucky that there's just enough dark matter in those areas. It's almost like it's perfect, like the perfect amount of matter in those areas. Thanks.
Oh, you're
I don't know.
back.
That was a little lengthy, I think. I mean, yeah, they see the galaxies rotating at a rate that they should fly apart, and there's some apparent, maybe this dark matter is what's holding them together. You say it like that.
That's a good summation, right? You can also look at the dark gravity theory, which is one of my favorites because it's a little more honest. And, there's gravitation in these areas that we don't know where it comes from. I like that one. That's my favorite. Yeah, so basically, according to Michio Kaku and Neil deGrasse Tyson and many, many, many other sources, 96% of the universe is invisible. We can't see it directly. So that means roughly 4% of the universe is, the stuff that we can observe, like reality. I mean, baryonic matter, sorry.
And this bothers you because you're not smart enough to stretch your mind, or because it's someone else saying it, not Kiwi or Witsit or something. I mean, if Witsit came up with dark matter, you'd probably agree with him, right?
Well, I
Right?
really don't
Yeah,
think
you would.
dark matter bothers me because, the evidence for that is that I talk about it all the time. It bothers you guys, though. It bothers the
Wait, you see,
shit out of you.
the thing about it is that, because Michio Kaku and these guys, they're way out there. I mean, they are like pretty close to Witsit out there, but they've got experimental evidence that, yeah, I mean, if one of you guys came up with something as wild as dark matter, you'd probably say, "Hey, this is a great idea. Look at this. The whole universe is made up of something we can't even see. Ha! Look at that."
What if the government's trying to hide dark matter? Then would you guys believe it?
Well, they're doing a lot of dark matter and they're trying to hide it, so a lot of dark matters they're involved in. Yeah, I mean, it's a fabricated concept to deal with the fact that their model doesn't fit what the actual sky does.
That's how science works. I hate to tell you that, but that's how science works. You observe something, you postulate what it is, and then you go out and look for it some more. It's going to be the same thing. Maybe, maybe not. It might be you guys can figure it out. Go right ahead. You'll be world famous. So they'll hold your name in the same line as Einstein and Hawking. I mean, Einstein, Hawking, Frank,
Yeah, so Michio Kaku, you said he was out there like Witsit, and
Yeah,
I
he
think
is.
that's a compliment. I really do. Yeah, so it's cool that you're complimenting the guy. As a co-founder of string theory, Dr. Kaku carries on Einstein's quest to unite the four fundamental forces of nature into a single grand unified theory of everything. What it doesn't say right here is that he's failed miserably.
Well, yeah, because everybody who's tried this so far has failed. If this theory comes true and he's still alive, he will win the Nobel Prize for this because it is. But I'm seriously, I mean, he is Witsit out there, except that he's got a background in science and background in physics, and people don't look and say, well, what the hell do you know? He goes, well, look at this. And so far, nobody's come up with a better theory. If you can come up with a better theory, go right ahead. I mean, this is cutting edge out here. You guys are right at the cutting edge.
What's cutting edge?
String theory. It's bleeding edge, if you will, almost.
I think on any of these concepts in science, like going beyond the things that we actually know, there's going to be lots of maybe wild sounding stuff that proposed as theories that may end up coming true. I don't think it has any effect on the shape of the Earth, though.
Yeah, but Left Lane, if I came up with a theory about the sky and then it didn't fit the physics of my theory, and then I just came up with a conceptual form of matter to try to cover up the parts that didn't work, don't you think that would be problematic?
Well, no. If you're seeing something going on and you don't know what it is, but you have some foundation and understanding of things, and you could try to work the things that you know into that observation, you know, and that might be a step forward, actually, rather than just saying, "Oh, I don't know what the hell that is." You know, you might whittle out what's going on. You know.
So do you guys believe in the multiverse?
Yeah, I haven't got an opinion on that, really.
Is there any Glovers
the
in here that believe in the multiverse?
Multiverse and string theory and all these other ideas. I don't really have an opinion at all about them.
Yeah, but the universe is not under any obligation to make sense to you. I'm sorry, it's not. I mean, there are some things out there like quantum theory that's just bizarre. Everyone hates it. Doesn't make sense to anybody, but it works. And until we find something better, it's going to work.
Wait, did you just say quantum field theory works?
Yeah, quantum mechanics works.
Okay. So,
in fact, you're right now. You're using a device that requires quantum mechanics in order to work. The transistors that are in your phone or your computer, whatever you're using, were developed because of our knowledge of quantum mechanics.
so quantum mechanics works, and in your head at the same time, special relativity also works?
Special relativity has also been shown.
So you think both of those things work at the same time?
Oh yeah, without a doubt. They don't get together they don't work. They don't get along very well, and that's what Einstein tried to do for the last 2 decades of his life, I think. He tried to marry the two and failed. There's no doubt that they both work. They don't work.
Right. So if they both work, right? If special relativity genuinely works, why is there over 300 published papers trying to solve the cosmological constant problem?
Somebody will win the Nobel Prize.
Yeah, if they ever solve it, but it hasn't been solved yet. But this guy thinks they both work.
Well, of course it will. What do you mean it doesn't work?
Okay, so you're saying there is no problem? The cosmological constant crisis is maybe something flat Earth has made up to discredit the globe? Is that what you're saying?
Huh?
Is there a crisis or not?
Cosmological constant crisis? That sounds that sounds like something you made up.
Oh, okay. So there is no crisis in cosmology yet. That's totally a conspiracy theory.
Well, people always like to say there's a crisis.
Right.
Well, is that just referring to the dark matter related to gravity, related to quantum physics? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, if anybody were to, be curious enough whether, they searched the terms cosmological constant problem or crisis, either one, right? They could, read quite a few articles about it. There's no shortage of information about this problem that this dude over here doesn't think it's.
Yeah, I'm wondering why NASA Shield just said you made it up. Here, I'm gonna.
Oh no, I mean,
Here's the Wikipedia for it. Cosmological constant problem, dude.
Yeah,
why would you say you made this up?
Crisis was the word I was having a problem with.
You didn't like that word?
Yeah, seriously.
Sorry, I was quoting Michio Kaku.
How about
Sorry.
what they call it? How about what they call it here? They say the cosmological constant problem or the vacuum catastrophe. Do you prefer vacuum catastrophe?
No, catastrophe is another. I mean, it looks nice. This one. Yeah, this has been known for a long time. For fuck's sake. Yeah, this is a 100-year-old problem. Yeah, we don't quite have it nailed down.
Wait, I thought this was the cutting edge of science. This is a 100-year-old problem? How could it be both?
This? No, this is not. Quantum mechanics is a 100-year-old. We switched from dark matter to quantum mechanics a while ago. Did you miss?
So this is not a 100-year-old problem? Because I thought Einstein said that the cosmological constant was his largest blunder. Is that true? Did I make that up?
I believe
I
that's
can't tell.
I believe that's
I recommend. What's the difference? So the cosmological constant problem is not related to Einstein's cosmological constant. Yeah, you might want to double check the facts. I may be a conspiracy theory. You might want to.
Because the cosmological constant, it has to do with vacuum. That constant, Einstein's constant. I think you're confusing things, or maybe I am. I don't know.
Right, I'm probably misinterpreting this too, even though I'm only reading it. This is Harvard. It said quantum field theory predicts a very large energy density for the vacuum, and this density should have large gravitational effects. So what are the subjects? Quantum field theory, gravitational effects. Those are the subjects of that sentence, if I remember correctly from my second grade English class. However, these effects are not observed. What effects? Remember, gravitational effects, they're not observed, and the discrepancy between theory and observation, that's, imagination and reality, is an incredible 120 orders of magnitude. There is no generally accepted explanation for this discrepancy, although flat earthers made it up. I'll read it for yourself because I was adding in a bunch of stuff there, adding a little flair to the conversation. So, yeah, read it yourself.
Well, it says, I mean, it's kind of like, it's not like they're keeping it a secret. This discrepancy has been described by physicists as the largest discrepancy between theory and experiment in all of science. And it says it the worst theoretical prediction in the history of physics. So I mean, they're expressing that there's an issue, and but what does that mean?
All right, I see you're being honest, so I'm not gonna talk to you the same way that I was talking to the other guy. I really appreciate that question. What does it mean that there's a problem with theory and observation, right? So observation is reality. We went over what truth is earlier, right? So what it means is that if your theory doesn't match reality, then you get a new theory. But for some reason, some people don't want to let go of this theory of special relativity. And I think the reason for that is because if they did, then they would have to, admit that there is an ether and the Earth is not traveling through it, according to Michelson Morley. And they would have to admit that they're only choosing heliocentrism on a philosophical notion, not a scientific one. Thanks.
That's a lot. That's a lot of ifs. It's like a flow diagram. You really think that this is all connected? That this is the big thing, that this problem means the Earth is flat?
I don't think I said.
Yes, you did, basically. Well, okay, so heliocentrism. Excuse me, you stopped at heliocentrism.
This guy, he's so funny.
You didn't go to the
I
Earth
can't
is
take him
flat.
seriously.
So you didn't go to the Earth is flat. I apologize. You stopped at heliocentrism.
Right. You said, there's a big problem, and I would agree. You should.
I don't see how it applies to the heliocentric model though, because I mean that works as far as classical physics goes.
Sorry, if we're talking about classical physics, then we're going to go back when there's an ether and Michelson Morley, did their little experiment and detected not enough motion through the ether. So if we're talking about classical mechanics, that would include Michelson Morley.
You understand that they've redone Michelson Morley over the 130 years since they did Michelson Morley, that we've redone it with better and better equipment, and we keep on getting less and less error.
You mean there's still what is it called? I forget what it's called. I'm drawing a blank here. Sorry, I've been up for a while. Hold on. Yeah, that's right. So you still think there's shrinking of the apparatus, and we're getting better and better at measuring the shrinking of the apparatus, even though we can't measure it because the whole reference frame is shrinking.
Well, the precision that we measure this effect is, with Michelson Morley was.
You can't measure it.
What do you mean you can't measure it?
So they said that what is it? The Lorentz contraction? Yeah, the whole reference frame is contracting, right? But you can't tell it because you're in the contracting reference frame, and that even though the light looks like it's out of phase, it's actually in phase, even though it looks like it. But I get that you believe that the whole reference frame is contracting, right?
I know.
Well, come on, that's what you believe, right?
I know you don't like relativity. I got it. It's strange.
No, the Lorentz contraction's a real thing. You can look it up.
Well,
the whole reference frame, the whole thing is contracting.
I know, but you have to make fun of it.
Just believe it.
You don't like it.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't be acting silly with you if you weren't
What do you
acting
mean the
silly
whole
with me.
frame is
It's actually
contracted?
proven, though.
It's proven, even though you can't measure it, because the whole reference frame
You
is.
can measure it.
Okay. How do we measure the Lorentz contraction?
Well, they can accelerate electrons at slack, for example, and then they take a coil of wire along its path and see how long that length of they do it. It's some methodology. I don't know exactly how it exactly works. To tell you the truth, I had it a long time ago. I forgot. But there's some methodologies where they do that. They can actually see that as it goes fast, as it goes near light speed, this particular length of electrons or length of a pulse is actually shortened, and they detect the shortness by a coil of wire that it flies by.
So they solved it with a coil of wire that it flies by? What are you talking about?
Yeah, there's a test that they can actually say when this particular known length of electrical pulse is as it goes by at normal speeds, always the same length. When it runs near light speed, that particular length, that pulse is shortened. And that's how they do measure it indirectly. Don't ask me questions more. I don't really know about it, but I know there's methodology that they do it. So
Fair enough.
Don't believe
If
that
you
they
find
can measure
anything, later, show me. Send it to me. My son is sending me something now. He says the cosmological constant's been solved, so I'm gonna already post and share it with you guys. So.
Yeah.
Well, again, getting back to Michelson Morley, their resolution was, the upper limit was like 20 kilometers per second. So the big ether had to be moving at less than 20 kilometers per second, which was a lot slower than it should have been moving. But our latest experiments have got it down to like 2.5 centimeters per second, I believe we're good up to.
So
if you're running into
hold on, just to be clear, they measured the ether that Michelson Morley disproved, because I heard Globe Earther say over and over again
No,
ad nauseum that Michelson Morley set out to disprove the ether, and it did. And now you're telling me something contrary to what I've heard before.
No.
And now you're telling me that we've measured the. Sorry, go ahead.
They went out to measure the ether, and
they expected a certain distance.
I think with 300 kilometers per second, something.
Correct.
And they didn't find this movement. But the limit on their equipment was 20 kilometers per second. So if there's aether, it's moving at less than 20 kilometers per second, which doesn't explain how it would work. So basically, it was a null result. So
the result they got was in the limit. It was in the mark error that.
Yeah, that was their error.
Yeah.
And so they went back a few years later and got it to within 10 kilometers per second, and over the past 140 years, we've got down to like 2.5 centimeters per second.
Right. So what does that mean?
There's no ether.
It means that
there's no ether. Or we're not moving around the sun.
Bingo.
But we can show that we're moving around the sun using other methods. That's why you guys have to seriously attack Michelson Morley, because it disproves one of the tenets of your flat Earth religion.
True.
So you said there's other methods. Let's talk about those other methods. So if Michelson Morley doesn't prove it or show evidence for it, what does? What are these other methods?
Okay, hold on a second. Let me Google it for you, since you can't. Proves.
No, he's not asking for
Can't
Google.
state
He was
your
asking you.
claims.
Yeah, he's
If
asking.
I can't state your claims, sorry, I can't state your claims, bro. You might have to Google them after you claim them to find out what they are.
I want to get something.
If you don't know what your claims are, just Google.
I'm gonna get something on your level here.
Yeah, I appreciate that, because I am an idiot. So.
For kids.
Are you a Google Earther, Paid?
Well, I just want to make sure. I want to get on. Make sure I talk at a level you guys will understand.
He asked you. Nobody does it ever has a problem understanding you, man. But anyway, he asked you. So what's your answer?
Well,
you said You said Michelson Morley can't isolate in any or show in any way, shape, or form that the Earth is going around the sun. So you said there's many other ways. So he was asking you, not Google.
Hold on a second. I'm gonna make sure we get it at the correct.
There's
level.
two types of Earthers. There's Google Earthers, and then there's Cherry Earthers.
What kind? Cherry, you said?
Yeah.
Like the fruit?
Like to cherry pick.
You're accusing us of cherry picking? That is hilarious.
No, I'm accusing flat Earthers of cherry picking.
That's true.
Yeah, it was pretty obvious it was a dig at flat earthers, because anytime they cite their source, which is what you're supposed to do, right? You learn that in like middle school. They get, they automatically get accused of cherry picking and not understanding and taking it out of context and misrepresenting it, because
that's usually
right.
true.
Usually true.
That's usually true.
Yeah.
Parallax is one of the easy ways. How about that?
Parallax. So parallax of what?
Of the stars.
Stars?
Close to
Right.
stars.
Right. So
Six months
that the oldest known star chart, according to the BBC, is 32,500 years old. It depicts Orion. Now you would think if the Earth was going around the sun was going around the center of the Milky Way galaxy in 32,500 years, that there would be stellar parallax. But unfortunately, you get a big fat goose egg.
Yeah, except that
Sorry, bro. You lose.
99% of the stars that we see with our naked eye, especially, are moving with us and stay in the same relative position, more or less. I mean, there's still stars that move.
That's not true, because we talked about earlier the stars at the outer realms of the galaxy towards the arms. They spin faster than the inner realms, right?
Yeah, but like I
So
said,
if the galaxy spins once every 250,000 years, 33,000 years is a pretty good portion of that, and you would actually see stellar parallax. But unfortunately,
except again that most all the stars we see are within. Oh God, I forget the number, but they're relatively close to us, with a few exceptions. And they do move, by the way. The stars do move relative to one another. They have to update these stars like Polaris. They update that quite a bit, because it moves. Not a lot, a degree or two, but it does move.
So you said the stars are relatively close to us. Would you say that the stars in Orion's belt are close? That's something you would say?
Yeah, galactically, yeah, definitely. What's the stars deceased? Oh, observable stars. It's like 1 in the morning here, and you're asking me to come up with numbers.
$2,000 light years. So, what is light travel in 1 year times 2,000? And that's something you would define as close.
Yes, galactically, that is very close. And 2,000 light years is relatively close. And we use the word light year because otherwise you end up with really huge numbers, and you guys seem to be scared of really huge numbers.
Right, quintillions of miles. That's close. Okay.
Yeah, it is galactically.
Galactically close.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know it's a big number. I know big numbers scare you.
Yeah, I'm terrified.
You are, obviously, because you have to convert it to like a quintillion miles.
So it says 740 light years, 2,000 light years, and 690 light years. Now, one of those is, an order of magnitude further away than the other one. So, if we're talking about 33,000 years roughly, you would see parallax. But in that mammoth tusk where they carved it, it's actually the same as today as it was 33,000 years ago. So, when you say stellar parallax, proves that the sun is the center of.
That is a parallax, but that's not what I'm talking about. Is the difference in some of the closer stars to some of the further stars on opposite sides of the orbit 6 months apart. I got a diagram here.
Can you prove that happens?
Yeah, it's observable.
Or so how do you prove that? Because now we're kind of going down the rabbit trail. How do you prove that?
Well, it's observable. And why do only some of the stars move, and not all of them?
So some of the stars move.
Yep.
From January to July.
Yep.
And where do they move to?
Relative movement against the background of other stars.
Right. I know that it's relative movement. All motion is relative, genius.
No, this one's relative to the background of the stars, though.
So you're not talking about stellar parallax, but you're talking about stellar parallax.
I'm talking stellar parallax, yeah. What you're talking about is
stellar parallax. So can you show me the stellar parallax so that I may believe too?
Well, you don't have to believe. See, this is the thing. This is an observable thing. And
okay.
You could actually do it, but if you're going to start off with it's a belief, you're starting off with the.
Well, hey, maybe I'm wrong. Show me what you're talking about so that I can take a look. Because I'm saying I'm open-minded to looking. How can I be wrong for saying that? Show me I'm open-minded. How is that wrong? Is it wrong to say show me? Is it wrong to say cite your source? Yeah,
don't lie to me.
I just literally said show me.
Don't lie to me when you say you're open-minded. You're one of the most closed-minded people here.
That's a compliment. I appreciate that. I used to not be so closed-minded. So can you show me what you're talking about?
Yeah, hold on a second. I'm going to post a diagram in the chat. Here you go. For you.
I have this little theory. The reason they called Samuel Robotham parallax is probably because he never shut the fuck up about the lack of parallax.
I don't know why.
That's just my own little personal theory. That's probably why they called him that. kind of like, oh, here comes old parallax again. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, well, Robot, one of the fathers of the modern flat Earth movement. I mean, he was rediscovered by a yoga instructor in Thailand. So.
You there, Larry?
Yep, just waiting.
Oh, you waiting for him? I wasn't paying attention. When he comes back, whoever you are, just interrupt and I'll drop out. So Larry,
Hold on, sorry, hold on. My son's talking to me.
So Larry, did you leave?
Who?
Larry.
Oh no, he's talking to his kid.
Okay, well I posted his 2 pictures. The first one is that of parallax. The second one shows that all the visible stars we see are within 16,000 light years inside the Milky Way galaxy. So they pretty much all move with us, which is why we don't see huge movements over thousands of years. We see slight movements because some of them are moving faster than we are. Oh, it's 1 a.m. I should go to bed.
Good night, folks.
That as a principle for the nation, and they did confirm it. More than one scientist confirmed it on their own. And if that's not enough for you, I don't know.
Hey, mic check. Is NASA still there? Anyway, I don't know if he's still there or not, but if anybody was listening, 10 minutes ago, I asked, what would you mean by other, evidence that the sun is the center and not the Earth? And he said stellar parallax. So he talked about stellar parallax, and I said, well, you're assuming that the Earth goes around the sun, right? That's the very thing that we're trying to prove. And I got this here from starchild.nasa.gov, right? So this is, I guess, NASA paid Shill's bosses here. But it says this method that relies on no assumptions other than the geometry of the Earth's orbit around the sun. So that is a, classical circle jerk right there, right? You can't use the thing to prove the thing you're trying to prove. You there, NASA Shield? Where did you go, NASA Shield? Do come back.
Yeah, he had to get off shift. I'm here to replace him.
Oh, okay. Dang, it's really inconvenient timing. I would really like to hear his response, but yeah.
That's all
So
right. He briefed
no
me
other
on
assumptions other than the assumption he was trying to prove and the thing that he was trying to prove the thing he was trying to prove. But that's fine.
I don't know, Larry. Like, I'm perplexed.
What has perplexed you?
Well, I don't know. I find myself more and more questioning whether a lot of the folks I speak to here are really genuine about their belief the Earth is flat and not a globe.
Oh, I thought you were going to say it the other way around. But
Well,
okay,
why,
what makes you think that? What makes you think that?
Well, do you think Earth's not a globe? 100% sure?
Well, I haven't seen any evidence other than what I've seen on TV, which is circumstantial. No, not circumstantial. What's the word for it? And when it's like your own experience, like you saw it.
I mean, like you can apply
I'm
first
tired of
principles to things, but
anecdotal at best, right? Go ahead.
But that doesn't really answer my question, which sort of makes me question.
Sorry, ask it again. I'll do better. I have been up for a really long time, but I do get kind of goofy.
Is Earth a globe?
I haven't seen any evidence other than tired again. What word did I use? Anecdotal. Thank you. So yeah, heard a guy on TV say that the Earth is a globe, and he saw it that way. But that's the only evidence that I've seen. Does anecdotal evidence hold up in court?
Well, so you're still not answering my question, though. You're saying you haven't seen evidence. And what that means is you expect me to listen to infer from that statement that you don't think it's a globe. Is that also true?
Yeah, I don't think we live on the Earth that's flying around the sun. No.
Right, and it's
I don't
spherical.
think it's a globe.
I
don't think it's spherical. I really don't. Not from my experience. I haven't experienced it. I'll put it that way.
Uh-huh. You see, I could point out all the things to you that would indicate you're experiencing a globe, but you don't like those things.
Like
you look
what?
for reasons to ignore them.
Well, like what? Where have I experienced the globe?
Well, I mean, like we'd have to go over basic things. You know, like a moon couldn't go around a flat Earth in the way that we see it. It can only go around a globe Earth in the way that we see it. But you don't like that observation.
Okay, so the reason you're making this claim that the moon could only, work like that on a globe Earth is because you have knowledge of what the moon is?
Well, see, now you're doing that thing where you really want it to not be a globe, so you're ignoring the
Well,
observation.
why is it that it can't be flat because of the moon? Why is that?
Oh, because there's no way to align that observation with a flat surface. It's not possible. There is a way to align it with a spherical surface. But I don't know, that the coincidence to you just like falls on deaf ears.
Well, let me be. Go ahead. Someone else's.
No, go ahead. I was just asking for more detail because I didn't feel like he really gave details to what.
Yeah, I was going to ask for more detail. I'm going to be open-minded as possible, right? And I want you to give the best argument. And I'm really going to think about it before I speak. So please, you got the floor.
Well, in mine and your experiences, and every single other person on this Earth's experience, when something is over top of you and moving away from you, it shrinks in size, and you start to see different portions of it. And neither of us experienced that with the moon. And the only experience that could produce this observation is if we were on top of a spherical object.
Are you done? Are you done?
Yeah, I guess to sum up is we've got lots of observations to make in this world, and we've got to put them in categories of, does this observation make sense on a sphere or not a sphere? Go ahead, now I'm done.
Right. So you said the moon was an object, right?
Oh, I just said we see it.
Or you said, when objects get further away.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Right. Can you define object?
I don't think I need to, Larry.
Okay, I'll do it for you if you don't mind. Object. Let's see. Something perceivable by one or more of the senses. I think you guys changed that, especially by vision or touch. I used to say and touch. A material thing. So I don't think the moon is what I would call an object, right? And granted, by my own definition that I just provided, it is an object. So let's go to Merriam-Webster. Something material that may be perceived by the senses.
Okay.
So I thought the definition that I used to pull up, it's changed, obviously, on DuckDuckGo, but it used to say something that you can see and touch, because that's what an object is, right? So like Mario on the TV screen, he's not an object, right? You can see him optically, but you can't touch him. But if I had like a Mario or a G.I. Joe, in my hand, that would be an object, and it would indeed shrink the further it got away from you. But I don't think the moon is what we call an object. I think it's a heavenly body. That's what I would classify it as. So
okay. So
go ahead.
Does it just is it just sheer coincidence that it operates exactly as it should if it were circling a globe? Like, what do you make of that massive coincidence?
Well, I do admit it does look like the sunlight is kissing the moon, and it does appear to be a spherical object. It does appear that way.
It's not what I said, though. It's not what it appears as. It's what it does.
So it doesn't appear that way?
Well, so I guess remember, we've got two categories of globe or not globe. And right now, the check mark is firmly in the globe category. And so if you want to move it over to the not globe category, you have to explain how this works on a not globe. And so far, you haven't explained it. You've told me I can't touch it, but you haven't given me a situation where it could work on a flat surface. And by definition, you're admitting that it can work on a globe.
I don't know what you mean by work on a globe. The moon's not on the globe.
Well, obviously, I mean from the observer that's on the surface of the globe.
So just real quick, I did find a definition that I liked. Oxford, a thing that can be seen and touched but is not alive, right? Everyday objects such as cups and saucers, and you're right, you're absolutely right. Cups and saucers do appear to shrink as they get further away, but I would say I think it's an assumption on your part based on the appearance of the moon that it is an object. Just like NASA show before you assumed that the Earth was going around the sun to prove that the Earth was going around the sun. So there's all these assumptions, and because of these assumptions, you couldn't really convict a man to prison based on an assumption. So I would say it doesn't meet the standard of proof that I hold to find something to be true, if I'm being honest.
Okay, but right now, like I said, the moon and what we observe is still in the globe category, and you've got to move it out of the globe category. You haven't done that yet.
I'm sorry. What do you mean by the globe category?
Well, it is. I think we both agree that that's the observation we should be making. We should see if Earth is a globe. What you're trying to do is say there could be another possibility, but you haven't given any evidence of that possibility, and you've only agreed with me that yeah, that's how it should look on a globe. So all the evidence points at being observed from a globe.
Okay, I didn't agree that this is how it should look on a globe. I would agree to you that that's how it should look in your model. I'll give you that. But and granted, your model is a globe, but you're asking me to provide evidence for something that I haven't claimed, right? And I never really used the moon as evidence for the Earth being flat. So I don't know why I would have to back up a claim I didn't make, right? So I guess you could say I'm inferring that the moon works on a spherical Earth, right? But my inference is simply this. There's a lot of things I don't know, and what the moon is definitely one of them. Could I verify, is the moon solidified cow mucus, or is it, a remnant from when a rock smashed into Tiamat and a long time ago, and that's why we have the Mariana Trench and the moon? Like, I can't confirm any of that stuff. These are all just beliefs that one may have. There's absolutely no knowledge anywhere except for what it appears to be. And things are not always as they appear, so I can't really infer anything close to a truth claim about this thing that you call the moon or this object, right?
Okay. Well,
I can just tell you my beliefs.
Yeah, but what you asked was my basic experiences that says it's a globe, and I referenced one, and you didn't disagree with me yet. Well, you said you don't think it would work like that on a globe, but you didn't really explain what that meant.
Did you see it from all sides?
Do I need to?
To confirm a globe, yes.
Well, remember, you asked what I experienced as Earth is a globe, and I gave you an experience. We agree this is how we should see the moon. I think you sort of implied that you don't agree, but you didn't explain how it should change if Earth is a globe.
Well, see, here's the thing. My fundamental problem with this is we're talking about the shape of the dirt or the Earth, and you're talking about the moon. And you're implying that, the moon somehow gives evidence for the shape of the Earth or the dirt that we stand on.
Well, yeah, because it's an observation. You asked what we observe, what we experience that says Earth's a globe. And I said, I experienced this that says Earth's a globe. And I just haven't heard, you haven't even attempted to make an argument as to why it should look different on a globe. I can only assume that we agree this is how it should look on a globe.
I really don't know what you mean by how it should look we're on a globe. Is that what you mean?
You
This is
don't
how the moon
under-
would look if
Uh-huh.
we're on a globe. That's what you meant.
Yeah.
Okay. So would the lights in my ceiling look any different if my floor was a globe? I think
Well,
it would
if
look
the
pretty much
lights,
the same, right?
no, because it's not really analogous. Because the lights on your ceiling are fixed above your floor, right? And the moon is not fixed above the surface we're sitting on, right?
It's fixed to a circuit that repeats every 28 days.
Okay, but
Right?
are your lights in the ceiling moving on a circuit over a 28-day course? I don't think they are, Larry.
No, they don't move. And you're right, it's not analogous, right? And I apologize for making a bad analogy, but I don't think the moon doing this or doing that has much to do with the shape of the
Okay,
Earth.
but you haven't explained that position.
Okay, sure. Yeah, if I was going to demonstrate the shape of the Earth, I think I would use the Earth, or at
Well,
least the surface of the Earth, to the best of my ability. And I think water surface, if the Earth is a sphere, would have to be curving pretty close to the surface of the Earth.
okay, but Larry, we're talking about the moon here because that was my yes. What I observe. We both agree we observe it, and I'd like to think that there's some logical understanding we can come to regarding what it should look like on the different models.
Right.
And I guess what I'd like you to do is tell me, since you think it presents itself in a way that should not be seen from a globe, how should we see the moon from a globe? What would be different than what we currently see?
Well, I don't know the answer to that, but what I see is that if you had a perfectly circular track, right, and you were in the middle of it, and you had one guy wearing, let's say, a gray shirt, and another runner who was running faster around him. Let's say he was wearing a ball, right, and another runner wearing a ball that lit up the whole, and there were the only lights around, right? I think it would look pretty close to that's what you would see. And the football field is pretty well. It's not football field. Let's say the shot put ring in the middle of the circular track. It's pretty fucking flat, and I think it would look almost exactly the same. Like you would have phases as the sun, the guy representing the sun, who's wearing a sphere for some reason that's lighting up the other guy who's wearing a sphere that's not lit up. I think you would see the phases, and the shot put ring that I just made up in my head. It's pretty fucking flat.
Okay, but what you aren't what you should be taking issue with is the fact that you would see those phases, but you'd see those phases every 24 hours, and you didn't address the angular size problem, which the globe answers both of those problems.
That's because these are actual objects, and yeah, they wouldn't change very much because they're not getting very much further away from you. If they're both on the inside and outside track, then
what about the observers that are on one part of the track, not the inside of the track, but actually on the track? It would change for all of them.
Trying to figure out who would the observers on the track be.
I mean, anywhere that we observe the Earth and Moon in reality, there's people that can look up and see the moon. So pick that observer.
Well, that would be the guy in the middle of the shot put ring, in the middle of the circular track.
Yeah,
Why would he be in the middle and not underneath the track or on the track?
Well, because we're not in the orbit of the moon and the sun.
No.
Oh, we're underneath it, though.
We're underneath it?
Yeah, there's people that can
We're in the
look up.
center. We're in the center of it. Well,
no, you
not
know that's
underneath
not
it.
true.
So in the heliocentric model, we're not in the center of the moon's orbit at all times?
No. You referenced a model, and I'm referencing what we observe in reality. That's you're going back and forth the two as out of convenience, right? You're not maintaining a singular coherent position here.
Sorry, I'm trying to, right? Because I tried to model the solar system as close to I could as the geocentric system to reality as I could, right? So I can't think of a time when we're in the moon's orbit. The moon's in the moon's orbit,
In,
right?
what I did say was
Where you're
underneath.
trying to put a person on the track, right? That's where the moon and the sun are orbiting in this hypothetical scenario.
Well,
I
in the
can't think of
hypothetical scenario, you're using a flat surface, but you're referencing a geocentric spherical surface?
well, both actually are true. That in the heliocentric model, you would be in the center, and in the geocentric planet model, uh, the moon and the sun would, go over a circuit of the center of the Earth. So I guess there would be people on the track in the geocentric model, but they would just be
No, remember,
below it.
we're talking flat model, not geocentric or heliocentric, but flat versus globe.
What geocentric flat is? Geocentric is flat.
Okay, so geocentric flat doesn't make any sense in its relation to the moon, though. See, that's what I'm talking about, Larry. You're having to jump through so many hoops to try to rationalize this to yourself. It's like you want it to be true so badly.
No, I'm not jumping through hoops to rationalize. I'm trying to imagine it, in my third eye. Like I'm trying to make it make sense, all of it, right? I'm not jumping through any hoops. Like I'm not inventing dark matter or anything to make my shit work. I'm just analyzing at this point, trying to be an objective observer to the best of my ability.
See, that's another. You're moving away. You mentioned dark matter because you realize that you're in a trouble spot here.
Well, you're saying I'm jumping through hoops, but I didn't invent 96% of the universe to make my model work. I'm just trying to analyze it as an objective observer. So you said that the evidence for the Earth being a sphere is that the moon looks like an object.
Well, if you say it like that, that's a bit of a misrepresentation, isn't it, Larry?
Okay, so you said that the moon would not work on the flat Earth, right?
As we observe it. Our current observations match up with the globe Earth beneath our feet, and they do not match up with the flat Earth beneath our feet. That's the statement.
Right. And then you assumed that the moon was an object, like a saucer or a teacup or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I've come up with my own little theory that as the moon gets further away, if it is an object, it would appear to get smaller. But as it gets further away, there's going to be more diverging because I think this is an old QE quote where he quoted some hoity-toity scientist or something. But light doesn't travel in collimated beams, right? What does that mean? But light spreads out as it travels, right? Because it's doing the whole inverse square law thing where it's spreading out, right? So as the light is spreading out through the space, and it's also interacting with the atmosphere. So as these photons bump into gaseous particles, it also causes them to spread out. And if the light is diverging away from the center of the moon and spreading out, it's going to appear to get bigger. And it's my opinion that these two things are cross-canceling each other, if indeed the moon is an object. But I don't know if it is.
Okay. Well, so let's. I will remember and consider everything you just said. But remember, the initial statement I made was that the way we observe it lines up with the globe Earth. And what you still haven't done is shown me how it doesn't line up with the globe Earth. Right? Like, have you done that yet?
I don't think I made that claim. Like, I don't know why I would have to back up the claim that I didn't make.
Okay. So
I don't know why you want me to do that. Like,
well, I guess what I'd like you to do is make a claim. Does the moon, all the observations we make on the moon, do they line up with Earth being a globe?
I'd say it works pretty well in your model, yeah.
Okay, great. I'm glad we agree.
So you've modeled it out pretty well at the solar system level.
Not did we make a model, but rather, does the observation match up with the model? And if it does, then I have a very reasonable position to assume Earth's a globe, at least starting with that one observation, right?
I don't know if I understand that. So just because it matches your model doesn't give validity to your model. It just means that you've modeled your model after the observations. I don't think that gives any validity to your model. It just means that you're good at making models.
How else do we make determinations about reality? You asked me about basic observations. I gave you one. And it sounds like you're coming up with every reason under the sun to ignore the observation.
Yeah, but you're talking about the moon, not the Earth. I think it's weird that you're doing that, but I'm trying to go along with it the best I can. But I don't think I should have to back up any claims that I didn't make.
But it's an inferred claim. So right, remember how I keep going back to the categories? Right now, since you just said, yep, what we observe matches with the model, the moon observation is still in the globe Earth category. If you want to move it to the flat Earth category, you can. But you need something reasonable.
How about the fact that I went and checked and didn't find any curvature? It's pretty reasonable to me.
Well, but do you still agree that the moon is in the globe Earth category right now?
Globe Earth category. I mean, in your model, yeah.
No. Does Larry agree? Does it work?
Well, what is a globe Earth category? Is these just arbitrary categories you made up, or like what is this category that you're talking about?
Well, he asked about basic experiences we have that indicate the shape of the Earth, and this is one. And there's 1,000, right? And we just have to figure out which one they fit into, and in a reasonable sense.
I just don't see, that to be a good argument. No offense against you, but if I were making an argument for the globe, I would probably use things disappearing from the bottom up.
Well,
or curvature of some sort.
Hang on, I got to slow down a little. What you asked was observations, not arguments. I can make arguments, but I'd like to stick to the observation. And to be fair, you did start to try to explain how it could not shrink in angular diameter. That was you trying to move the moon.
Yeah, that's an ad hoc theory that I got.
Yeah. No, but it's something, right?
It's not a scientific theory, but it's an ad hoc theory. I like it.
Oh yeah, and I'm fully willing to entertain.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good theory. I mean, it matches reality. There's no way to test it, so it's not a scientific theory. I would never make that claim. I don't like to conflate. You guys used to ask us all the time back in 2015, Hank, do you know the difference between a theory and scientific theory? And it never really occurred to me that you were lobbing a softball at me, and then I could have knocked it out of the park and said, "Well, sure, the scientific method." It never occurred to me that you were lobbing a softball at me. All those times you asked.
But Larry, this still isn't like. I'd really like to talk about the non-shrinking moon bit, because that could turn into something.
Let's explore that.
Okay. Because for me, that would, if we could figure this out, that would move the moon a little bit closer to the flat Earth category. So let's see. You were talking about light sort of branching out or expanding with distance.
Diverging. Like you're under the water, right, at nighttime, and there's lights on the side of the pool. And on the other side of the pool, it looks like a big light, right? But as you get closer, you drain the pool and you look at the bulb, and the filament's actually quite small, right? It's because the light is diverging through the density of the water, right? Spreading out,
so
scattering, so to speak, right?
Okay.
Well, it scatters through the material, right? Meaning the molecules, but it also spreads out on its own, the inverse square law, So there's two reasons why it's diverging from the center, and as it's getting further away, yes, the object would appear to shrink in the distance, but we're talking about, miles and miles of atmosphere and molecules, and I'm equating that to the swimming pool because, if you were to take the atmosphere and condense it into liquid form, you could fit those miles and miles of gaseous atmosphere and freeze it down, or make it liquid and fit that in a pool, right? That's pretty much a good analogy, I think. And I think that this ad hoc theory of mine is obviously very theoretical, not scientific.
Okay, so to make sure I understand your position, it's that water, being an example of a fluid, makes things get bigger with distance. If I look through the water at something?
Right, because the light, it's interacting with the molecules, and it's going to reflect off of something that's not completely transparent, right? And as the light hits these molecules, it's going to slightly deflect, reflect, refract, and do all other sorts of weird stuff that basically is light attenuation, right?
Okay, could we maybe test this and replicate it somehow?
Yeah, at the bottom of the pool, on the other side of the pool at night, where there's a light. Or hell, get a laser, the green kind that you can see really good, and shine it right in front of your hand, and then go to a building and shine it, like a block away, and measure the diameter of the, circle on your hand, and then the circle on the building. What you got? Oh, thank you. And that's a laser, right? That's light that is intentionally collimated, right? That's not just natural light, which is not collimated.
Okay.
And it
So
still has that effect.
The
right?
problem, though, is when you put something in water and move away from it, it still shrinks.
Yeah, in this case, this object is going to appear to get smaller, but at the same time, because it's looking, through a very dense medium, it's going to appear larger than it actually is.
Okay, but it still shrinks with distance.
Absolutely, and it's also cross-canceling the shrinkage by the diverging, right? Because the light is, you ever change the bulb? Like that little piece in the middle, it's very, very small. But if you got on some really clear goggles, or even if you don't have goggles, and you open your eyes underwater, that light looks really big.
Okay, but it
Right?
still shrinks with distance, though.
Yeah,
Do
of
we
course it
agree or
does.
disagree on that point?
Of course, it does shrink with distance.
Okay. My understanding of this exercise showed that there was a way to make something not shrink with distance, because we observed the moon not shrinking.
Okay, so just because an object does shrink with distance, does that automatically mean that it's not also slightly appearing to get bigger the further it gets away? Because when I see like the images of Chicago from Michigan, like 50 miles away, those buildings look pretty freaking big. Like if they're 50 miles away, they should be itty bitty, right? Like you need a strong lens to see that, right?
I mean, should's a weird subjective statement. And it sounds like you're implying that something is happening that shouldn't be happening.
Well, magnification.
Yeah, atmospheric magnification.
Okay,
But that
so
should be
how?
happening, yeah.
But you see, if you're going to claim the atmosphere magnifies buildings, you could then determine the angular size of the building and compare to what we observe. And we both know that that hasn't happened, and nobody's going to do it.
Sorry, what was that again? Like, if it happens, then we should be able to compare it to what we observe. You don't observe atmospheric magnification ever? You never seen that?
You're claiming something that is easily measurable, right?
Right. With a green laser, it's measurable.
No. You referenced a building.
Yeah. I reference buildings and also a green laser. Do you know why? Because you're not actually seeing the building; you're seeing the light reflect off the building into your eye, right?
But the problem, though, is you asserted buildings look bigger than they should, and we could prove that easily by measuring the angular size of the building and comparing that to the calculated angular size of the building.
Oh, please do. Yeah, I can't do that.
Oh,
But you can knock yourself out.
But you made the claim that the atmosphere does magnify, but we both know that buildings look smaller in the distance. So I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this.
Well, can't both be true at the same time? Can't they get smaller in the distance and also magnify at the same time? Are those two things mutually exclusive?
Well, when you say magnify, it has to remain the same size over a.
Well, that's if it's perfectly cross-canceling, right? Like if you got 4R on the left side and 4R on the right side, you can just cross-cancel. But if you got 5R on one side and you got 3R on the other side, it's not going to perfectly cross-cancel out, right?
Okay, I don't know. It's for you to depict.
Yeah, I mean, I did take algebra. I didn't understand it all, but I'm pretty sure that if you have cross-canceling on one side of the equation, right, it's either going to be a perfect cross-canceling where they zero out and it's completely cross-canceled, or there's going to be a partial cross-canceling, right? Like, I owed you 15 apples. I have 13 apples. Most of that debt got, canceled out. That's how it works, right?
I don't know if it were true, but what you have
You don't
done
know
is
about
shown that it's true.
cross-canceling? Do I need to cite my source for it so you know what I'm talking about?
Well, remember, the observation is still in the globe category, and if you want me to move it to the flat category, I need a
No, that's not
reasonable
what I'm talking about. We're talking about math.
We're talking about an angular size. So, like, you could have a magnifying glass that magnifies an object as it moves away from you. So even though it would be shrinking by angular size, but you're magnifying it while it's moving away, so it can maintain the same size. It cancels, like the angular size reduction is canceled out by the magnification to where there's no angular size change.
All right, I get that, but what you need is a mechanism that can do that over the course of thousands of miles in the atmosphere.
Well, I'm just talking about the principle of it. I'm not really saying the moon, because there's that topic, there's that thing you guys were talking about. Is it an object? Is it physical? How does it function? Those are separate. So I'm not really like jumping on that assumption. I'm just talking about in general, because we're talking, just in terms of angular size and just that. I was just throwing that in.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm entertaining the moon as an object, hypothetically, right? And there's no way for me to verify this. This is just all hypothetically. If the moon is what you say it is, and it's an object like, that you can walk on, that if it were to get further away from you, it would appear to get smaller. But we live in an atmosphere, so if there's atmosphere at the same time, it would appear to get larger. Plus, you add the inverse square law, and I think that would also make the image spread out, because that's the nature of light. There's no collimated light beams like ray tracing, how they do it in computers and video games and Toy Story. Like, light doesn't perfectly behave like that, but it's a pretty good model.
Okay. So do we have any evidence that the atmosphere can make something look the same size regardless of distance? Like, I understand the theory,
light,
but now we need evidence.
So I'm thinking lights in the night, right? Like when you're walking up on your own car and the brights are on.
Okay.
That light looks pretty big, pretty big. And when you get further away from it, does it appear to get smaller?
A light or the bulb and lamp it's coming from?
Both.
And
right?
yeah, I'd say
it does appear to get smaller. So
yeah, so that doesn't really fit here.
Right. Well, the moon's not a light. It's, according to you, it's reflecting off the sunlight, and that does it appears to do that. Yeah. So an object lit getting further away from you. Well, there simply isn't enough atmosphere in between you and that object, like a ball and a bowling ball going down the lane, or whatever object, teacup, as compared to the moon. The moon has a great deal of atmosphere, so I would say, once again, the moon is not analogous to teacup or saucer.
Okay. So a small amount of atmosphere makes things smaller, and a bigger atmosphere, that amount makes them bigger.
Well, if you're looking through more atmosphere, what you expect to see, you know, what some people call refraction or divergence or any of these other weird things that light does when it travels through a medium.
Mm-hmm. So how does a medium...
Well, you dodged my question there. You dodged my question.
What was your question exactly? You said a lot of things.
Sorry, it's okay. So, yeah, I'll be concise, yeah. I apologize. I'm getting tired. I've been up for a while. I'm trying to hang in there, but I kind of feel my cognitive ability slipping a little bit.
It's okay.
What was my question? Does anybody know?
I don't. I don't know.
I guess go ahead with what you're going to say then.
Well, it doesn't. If I took 100 meters of atmosphere and something gets smaller, how then does that trend of getting smaller switch to getting bigger if I had 1,000 meters of atmosphere?
Atmospheric magnification.
Right. But that's something you need to prove, right? That's something that you made up.
Is it? Okay, so if I find someone else talking about it, then maybe they made it up, right? We'll see if I can do that.
That doesn't make it make sense, though. Right? Because it's atmosphere magnification works in a linear fashion, right? Right?
Well, I think I don't really know what linear fashion means. Like the further it goes away, the more it magnifies. Is that what you mean?
Well, if I get, say, 2x magnification over 1,000 meters, I would expect, half that at 500 meters and 1/10 that at 100 meters, right? Isn't that intuitive?
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. I do apologize. I'm not trying to be rude to you.
That's okay.
I'm looking for atmospheric magnification, atmospheric lensing, distortion of light caused by layers of air having different temperature. Refraction. You believe in refraction, don't you?
Now you're kind of getting away from the magnification point.
Atmospheric lensing? What do lenses do normally?
You're still getting away from it, Larry.
No, I think atmospheric lensing is synonymous with atmospheric magnification. So, atmospheric lensing refers to the distortion of light caused by layers of air having different temperatures. Light rays are refracted. Various types of distortion can occur, such as those you see in the water on the road mirage.
Mm-hmm.
So let me see. Atmospheric refraction. Yeah, that's what it's called. So hold on, let me get a little further. Okay, this is a anti-flat Earth page. It's cool that you guys set that up for me to slow me down. let me find something better.
I think, Larry, like you see this, and your first thought is, "There's no way I could be wrong."
Oh, it's totally possible that I'm wrong. I'm wrong all the time.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I said it's a scientific theory, meaning that this isn't a knowledge claim. That this is like something I'm entertaining by myself, and I chose to share it with you so that you could entertain it. It's not a knowledge claim. And I totally could be wrong.
Okay.
Oh, I remember where I got it from. Yeah, I didn't make it up. So a year after this is a mirage. After that, the Chicago News Channel, or wherever, a news channel that reported it. They had a specialist come in, and he was like, some sort of professor specializing in light physics or something. I can't remember, but he said, and I quote, that the atmosphere is acting like a lens and it's magnifying. Would you like for me to find that clip for you so that you know that I did not make that up?
No, I believe that somebody could have said something like that. Sure, that doesn't mean it is acting
No,
like
of
a
course
lens.
not.
100% magnifying perfectly over distance doesn't mean the same thing as acting like a lens, because even a singular lens, we could say the atmosphere acts like a lens, and it does to a certain degree. A lens doesn't make things stay the same size with distance. That's the problem.
Well, I mean, I don't really care at this point if the theory has problems. I do care about reality, though.
Well, right. That's why I want to stay within the boundaries of reality, and for you to understand that it's not possible for the atmosphere to make something appear the same size with distance. Like, this is pure fantasy.
Okay, so granted, I haven't established any evidence for my claim, except for the evidence that I offered that you said that you didn't want to see. And
But
I would
what you
say that
offered
if you
wasn't
were
evidence,
honest,
right? You offered somebody on a newscast saying
a
it magnifies.
professor from a college who specializes in the physics of light wouldn't be evidence.
Not in the way that's presented, no.
No?
Because remember, you need it to magnify perfectly with distance, not simply to operate as a singular lens. Those are two different things.
I don't know. I would think that if you were interested in finding out the truth, you would probably want to hear what that guy said, compare it to, your own memory banks and see if it checks out logically, and do your own research and take notes. And, that's what I would think that you would want to do. But if you don't want to do that, you just want to say that I'm wrong about the thing that I quoted from the professor, that's fine. We can move on.
Well, no, I think that the professor very likely could have said that. I think what you're doing is misrepresenting how it applies to the problem we have. And implying
Right. That's why I think you should look at it so that you can decide for yourself. And,
Okay.
maybe I should just post it so the audience can
Yeah,
decide.
go
Right?
ahead.
It's not
Post
all
it.
about me.
We'll look at it. But Larry, you understand that in the realm of reality that you and I both exist in and experience, whatever this man said, you and I can go show and potentially experience, and neither of us experience this. What you're suggesting is happening with the moon.
Wow, you guys have done a great job with the algorithm here. There is so much propaganda in the first page of there, Robsky was there. We go. I had to scroll down from there to find him, even though I typed his name in first. All right, cool. I found him. Give me a second. I gotta make a clip of this when I find it. I've searched for it too many times.
Geo posted something that I don't disagree with. But I think we're confusing what needs to be done here. We're not only trying to show that some magnification is possible, we're trying to show that it'll magnify perfectly to remain the same size with distance. Right? Like I can whip out a sniper scope and show that magnification exists, but if I walk away from the sniper scope, I still get smaller.
Hey,
Yeah, but all of this is based on the assumption that, the moon is an object.
Looks like an object.
Well, I don't think that's
I
really
agree,
relevant.
Matthew. It appears to be an object.
So,
by the way, happy globe-proof solstice day today. Another proof of the globe happens twice a year.
If you assume that's the actual location you said.
Remember, the entire core of the conversation is observations we must both make about a reality, and this one's still on the globe side.
Yeah, the moon looks like the Earth is a globe. I agree.
Yeah, and that's why I started this conversation with why do you act the way you do, given we have so many things that only fit on the globe side?
Yeah, if you assume certain things, yeah.
Okay, well, if again, what you haven't done is shown that it should look like something else on a globe, and what you haven't shown is it could look like this on a flat surface. So all reasonable conclusions are, from this observation, Earth is a globe.
I kind of feel like, and this is just my feels, right? This is just my sentiment. I kind of feel like you're dancing around, all these things that I'm not claiming, and you're calling out, that I'm not backing up these things that I'm not claiming, and we're absolutely talking about everything but the actual shape of the Earth itself. So, that's just how I feel about it. But I'm really looking through these videos here, and I'm having trouble finding this. So I apologize.
Well, remember, it's what you asked about was my claim, and then your counters to my claim. So don't present it like I'm straw manning you, because I'm not.
Yeah, just as far as the debate goes, what the moon looks like, it's kind of irrelevant to the shape of the Earth. I think it's totally irrelevant in my opinion.
Okay, but we still agree that what we observe fits the model, which means it's not irrelevant. It's an observation we can make. No observation's irrelevant.
It fits the model, right? The model that you modeled after the observations.
Oh, no, I can model it right now. It's not what you're saying. What you're implying there is that this model doesn't work in reality, and I can model it in reality with toy globes.
Wait a minute, reality? We're talking about a model. Like, you can't reify the model and claim that this is reality because, we made a model. That's not how it works.
Well, no, if I model something and it works, I can say that it could also work on a larger scale.
Yeah, it could, but it's not evidence that the model is true.
No, it's an observation.
I could make a model clay of Matthew, right, and be like, this is a really good model of Matthew. I got I got his bald spot down, and I got the wrinkles, right? I'm not making fun of you, Matthew. Don't take it the wrong way. But that doesn't mean that the model is Matthew because my model looks really good. Or what do they got? The wax museum, right? Like they probably did John Wayne in wax. That doesn't mean that the wax model was John Wayne, right?
Larry, you're doing the childish thing again. Do you remember asking about observations?
By pointing out that the model itself doesn't prove that the model is accurate?
No. So reification means that you take the model and say that it is reality. We're merely saying our model represents reality.
We're
not saying it
common
is
flat Earth misunderstanding.
I don't think they understand what the word reification means. The Witsit used it once, and everybody's like, "Ooh, fancy word! I'm going to use it all the time."
I think I heard QE say it first. I've been parroting him.
Oh no, you're right.
Not Witsit. Yeah.
But none of this.
Yeah, the word reification has been used far before. If you're needing to bring up Witsit, far before he was even involved in all this.
Yeah, but QE invented it, bro. He made it up.
But
these
at the
guys
end of the day,
these guys have like fandom for people and just need to assign things to them for some reason, even though reification is a word that goes far beyond any one person's use of it.
Oh my god! I typed in Rob Skiba atmospheric magnification, and like 15 minutes later, I found a video made by Rob Skiba and flat Earth and atmospheric magnification. You guys have done a fantastic job with the algorithm.
yeah, but none of this really, like, you're still snaking around the core problem, right? You can phrase it any way you want as far as modeling, but the observation matches what I should see on a globe. Right? Like, there's no way around that. You're sort of conceding that point by not arguing it.
Sorry, hang on, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Matthew, a reification is when you take like an abstract concept or an abstract belief or something that's hypothetical, and then treat it as if it's concrete.
Right.
So if you're using something to assert a model and then saying that that model is concrete, then that would be a reification fallacy.
Right. And the people who do that. So basically, when we say, here is my 12-inch cardboard globe, this is a model for reality. I'm not saying it is reality. I'm saying that it represents reality and has some correlation to reality, like the continents in the right places, the oceans, that type of thing. So a model of the White House is the same thing. You'd be stupid to say this model of the White House is the White House, but we can kind of see, oh, this is where the East Room is in comparison to the front door and that type of stuff. So models can accurately represent reality.
Yeah, this whole the model reality reify thing came up because somebody somewhere a long time ago trying to map, I think, part of England was having difficulty making it accurate, and sort of came to the conclusion the only way to make it 100 million% accurate is to create a life-size, a life-size version of England, and that would be the model.
There you go. Yeah,
So
he said comedian Andrew Clay, who said, "I have a map. Its scale is 1-to-1. I live at E4."
And so you and I, when we claim a model, I'm not claiming that the model I have in my hand is the model that I'm actually standing on. I'm not standing on this thing, right?
Right, but you're saying that it has some correlation to represent accurately the real world, right?
Sure.
Within, of course, reason. Within the scale and.
Yeah, that's why it's still a reification, because
it's not.
The thing is, your model.
Real.
You're saying your model represents physical reality, and
representation is not reification.
Yeah, that's the confusion, Gio. I'm not saying the globe in my hand is reality, and on this globe in my hand is a little itty bitty Matthew and a little itty bitty Gio on it.
Nobody said that. But I think that's like a semantic switch. Are you saying that the globe model is what the Earth is?
No, nobody's saying that, Gio. But when you call it a reification fallacy, that's what that means. That's the definition of reification fallacy in terms of models.
Right, and it's fine for you to say, "Oh, you're wrong. Your globe does not accurately represent reality." Then that would just be a disagreement. We say it does represent reality. You say it doesn't. Okay, fine. But what we're saying is that telling us that it does not represent reality is not a reification.
I got something for you guys. Sorry for interrupting. I know it's a little bit off topic, but I just wanted to post this picture and say that one image is 45 miles closer. But no, I did actually make up atmospheric lensing. You can't observe it in reality. I'm kind of being facetious a little bit, right? But you can see that the building looks bigger in the one where it's further away. That's weird, right?
It's a lot bigger.
Larry.
Right. When you compare it to the size of the boat, right? And the boat, he says,
Larry.
about a mile away. It looks like that building that's 46 miles away
Larry.
is about the same size as that boat. What's wrong, bro? We know that it's zoomed in.
This is the
right?
this goes back to why I
I admit that
question
it's zoomed
the
in.
genuineness of some of the people that make these arguments. Larry, what do you think could affect how big a building looks in a photo?
I admit that it's zoomed in.
And if it weren't zoomed in, how would it look?
Well, we're going to get to that in a minute because
No,
I think in the
no, no,
video
no, no,
he
no,
says
no, 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 no,
he
no,
says
no.
it's on
Talk
the
about
same zoom.
disingenuous. You bring
Yes,
up you bring up
let me
disingenuous.
find out if it's actually zoomed in.
And that's no Geo. Making the argument that he just did is disingenuous.
You're doing a gaslighting. You're doing this some weird tactic where you're like, no. You're doing these little like tones in your voice. I'm just saying you're coming off. If you were going to be genuine, you would say, "Oh, okay, Larry, I see what you're saying here. Okay, well, is it zoomed in? Can we look at this more?" But instead, you were like laughing at him and doing all these little tactics and that's disingenuous. You're gaslighting.
No, I have a problem with people bullshitting me, Gio, because he's being disingenuous and he's being dishonest and he's misrepresenting reality. I don't like that. It bothers me. And it should bother you too.
All right, so you say I'm being disingenuous. I would just ask you to look at this and tell me what you think.
No, I would like for you to
No,
go back.
you don't want to look. No,
I would like to look, but I'd like for you to explain to me why you asserted the atmosphere can make buildings look bigger, and then showed me a picture of a zoomed-in building and asserted, look, they look the same, implying it was the
I
atmosphere
don't
that
know
did
if
it
it's
and
zoomed
not
in.
the magnification.
I was actually looking to see if he did zoom in or if it was at the same zoom. So we're about to find out.
It clearly is not the same zoom, Larry. Like, bro, this is what I'm talking about, man.
How do you know that? How do you know that it's clearly zoomed in? Did you check?
Are you got to be kidding me, Larry?
Did you check? Because I'm trying to check right now, and I admitted that was a variable off the top. I said at the end of my sentence, when I produce the image, I'm going to see if it's zoomed in. It may be zoomed in, and I admit that. Have you checked, or are you waiting on me to check to see if it's zoomed in? Because that's the crux of the conversation, right? Whether or not the camera was at the same zoom.
Larry,
You
you
agree?
presented it as evidence, not me. There's no way. I mean, talking a building 60, you're asserting right now that the photo on the left, which was taken from, let's say, 3 miles away, that building will look the same size as what that building would look like from 60 miles. Think about it, Larry. I've seen a lot of buildings in my life. I don't ever recall a building 60 miles away looking identical to a building that looked 3 miles away.
I never said identical. Never said identical. I said that you can see it from the beach. If it's 46 miles away, why do you think you'd be able to see it from 46 miles away? That'd be pretty freaking small.
Now
right?
you're doing the disingenuous thing again, where you're trying
No,
to
I'm not.
change
Like,
the topic.
how small would the building appear to be at
Larry.
46 miles away?
Larry, are you honestly arguing that a building at 3 miles looks the same or similar than a building at 60 miles? Come
No,
on,
I'm
Larry.
saying that there's this thing called atmospheric magnification, and I'm looking for evidence for it because I did actually make that claim, and I'm trying to find it. So just be patient. I'm not done.
Okay. So can you dismiss the idea that things at 3 miles look the same as things at 60 miles?
I never said it looked the same.
Okay. Well, then what's
Even
the
in
point
the
of looking
picture
at
where
that
you
photo?
compare the two, they don't look the same. Why you would say that I said that they look the same might appear to be a little bit dishonest.
Okay. So what's the point you're making by linking that photo? What is the point?
Hold on, bro. I'm looking.
Well, see, now that was the first time you actually addressed it, Negator, because you did all this gaslighting and all these weird tactics and dancing. But right there, you actually just said, hey, that was the first time you actually addressed it.
Well, it's maybe the first time I put it in very concise terms because I assumed everybody listening would understood what I meant. And I apologize if we didn't, but clearly that's the argument I'm making. Do you think that a building at 3 miles looks the same as it does at 60 miles?
I never said it was the same, right? I claim this is atmospheric magnification. And the fact that you can see the building from 46 miles away, I mean, that's... Come on.
To
So
see
what
the
do you when
to see the building 46 miles away, you have to zoom in, and that's already magnification.
Excellent.
So keep your balls floating.
So again, the topic of conversation was magnification, and you brought up those photos. And if you want to go back to the live stream, because you said something that sounded very similar to, it looks the same.
Can I jump in here?
Yeah, Larry left though. He was getting pretty tired, so.
Oh, because he and I went way back. I seem to have lost the list of people who are in. I'm Discord clueless, so it's like all the different columns and windows and stuff are really kind of hard for me to manage. But anyway, what I was going to say about atmospheric magnification, I was really trying not to interrupt you guys' conversation, but when people say lensing, and when that expert was on that one news show, and they were like, how can you see Chicago across Lake Michigan? The lensing that they talk about is purely in the y axis, with the y direction. So that little thing, and I guess Larry just posted it again, atmospheric lensing, that blue graphic with the magnifying glass. That's actually it's a really simple, it's interesting simplification, but the Chicago does not get bigger left to right. When lensing happens, it only changes the heights of things. So the idea that something could actually appear bigger, like the entire moon, the only thing it can change is the vertical dimension. The left and right dimension has to stay the same.
So what is the mechanism that keeps it from stretching out horizontally?
Oh, the more important question is what stretches it vertically. There's no mechanism to stretch it horizontally, but there is a mechanism to stretch it vertically, and that's called refraction. And especially, extraordinary conditions. And I'm not a refraction expert, but I know enough about mirages to know that, it just changes the up and downness of things. So, you have temperature inversions and all kinds of stuff. And then you can have things that are sort of stretched out vertically. But there's no mechanism to stretch things out horizontally. And they're,
refraction only stretches
haven't
up
seen
and
any
down.
evidence of it.
Sorry, bud.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you're saying that the image only stretches, vertically because of the density gradient is vertical?
Because of a lot of things. You can have temperature. I mean, I think ultimately what it depends on is density, but I think humidity may play a role. But yeah, it happens in horizontal layers. So
not even 10 hours ago, they were saying that sometimes the density tower is vertical and sometimes it's horizontal. So that would mean that sometimes it could act like a lens.
I've never heard.
But I would
ever.
say look at the little video that I just made, because there's
the one with the blue.
the scientist, right, the professor, saying that the atmosphere really is acting like a lens, and if it could act like a lens, what do lenses do, right? Sometimes they make things look further than they appear. Sometimes they make things look closer than they appear. So it's not Larry the pizza guy that's saying it. It's the hoity-toity professor, right?
Yeah, well, I think you're misunderstanding what the professor is saying.
Well, hang on.
Well, of course
Larry's
you do.
misrepresenting what I'm saying, right? Nobody is here saying that there can't be some amount of magnification, or rather, some amount of refraction at one point. What you have to support, Larry, is your idea that something can move away from you and get bigger. A singular lens cannot do that, which is what these guys are using.
Okay, so I never said that it gets bigger. I came up with a hypothesis, untestable hypothesis. And really, it's not even worth talking about according to Newton's razor, but that it could appear to get bigger as it gets further away and appear to be the same size because it's cross-canceling the angular size because of the atmospheric refraction. But yeah, I'm not really willing to die on this hill because I'm not real dogmatic about it. It's just like, funny thought that popped into my head like a few years back.
Go ahead, Charles. I don't really know where to go with it from here.
Yeah, the best analogy I have is Larry. I don't know if you remember those stirring rods in chemistry, where it's like a glass pencil.
Sure.
Well, it just is almost a pure cylinder of glass, and if you put it on top of, say, a textbook page, it will stretch the printing on the page vertically. But because the stirring rod, it's a cylinder, it has no left and right curvature whatsoever. Left and right it's flat, but top to bottom, it's round, right? And so the lensing that takes place when you put a stirring rod over, say, printing, it stretches things vertically. And that's the atmospheric lensing that the professor was talking about. Now, it's very hard to illustrate that to the layman, so they show a magnifying glass or they'll show a standard lens. But I have not seen, and I've studied this for a long time, meaning I've studied, the evidence for or against flat Earth or globe Earth. And I have never, ever, ever seen any evidence of things being magnified in both left and right dimension and top and bottom dimension by the atmosphere. So I think you're just misunderstanding what the professor said when he said, the atmosphere can act like a lens.
Well, I guess that's certainly a possibility, but when you see this next gift, I think you might want to reconsider.
Okay.
So here we go. Record. Play. Oh no, it's not playing shit. I missed it. All right, I just posted it. Please take a look and tell me, does that not match the photos that I posted from earlier? That's pretty, eerily similar, in my opinion.
Yeah, meaning that like you're zooming in with a telephoto lens, right? You're zooming in with a telephoto lens at something far away, but the thing is, for some reason, you got this edge of the table. Now, my understanding is that Lake Michigan does not have any edges to it, like the edge of a table. So then that's where you get the whole Earth curvature concept. But especially since the part of the Sears Tower is the Willis Tower. I'm sorry?
Right. The horizon's a pretty good edge, right?
Yeah, but where's the horizon coming from if the Earth is flat?
Well, it comes from the apparent location where the sky meets the ground.
Yeah, but one of the biggest arguments for the flat Earth is that water never curves. And so if you have this straight stretch of water that is perfectly flat, and I'm talking about the GIF that you, not the GIF, this still image that you got. I think you got that from Rob Skiba's video, the one with the sailboat and the car, and then the orange colored sky. So it's like here you've got this water, and yet the horizon is cutting off the Sears Tower or the Willis Tower, however you want to call it, about 2/3 up. And it's like, well, where's the bottom 2/3 of the building? And that's where, I would argue the Earth curvature comes in, and that the horizon is actually the edge of the curved surface of Lake Michigan. But Flat Earth doesn't have any explanation for that whatsoever, because according to your sailboat and black car image, like, Chicago's underwater. I mean, obviously it's not.
Flat Earth doesn't have an explanation for it, but never you mind what Larry posted at 25 minutes after the hour.
Sorry, what did you post?
Yeah, I posted a GIF at 25 minutes after the hour. I asked Charles to look at it, and he said he did. And then he said that we don't have an explanation for this phenomenon, but I think that maybe he.
So Larry, are you? Larry,
hold on just a second. I'm not done. Hold on, I'm not done. Yeah, so I think the explanation is that the atmosphere is acting like a lens, and the reason we can see Chicago from Michigan at 46 miles away from the shore, not from a tower or any hill or anything, is because there's a bit of atmospheric lensing going on. And I think that, when you compare it to the gift that I posted 25 minutes after the hour, it perfectly matches a magnifying glass and image of Chicago. I think that it's uncanny, as a matter of fact.
You know that building shrinks in your GIF, right?
And at the same time, it's magnified, right? Are those mutually exclusive?
Well, because you're
Can one
arguing
not happen
that
if the
they
others
shouldn't
happen?
shrink. Because you're trying to defend how you're trying to explain how the moon can remain the same angular diameter while moving away over a flat surface.
Okay, so you believe in refraction, right? Like, refraction happens. Anybody in here believe in refraction?
It's not really a.
Huh? What's that?
It's not really a belief. I mean, of course, refraction is
Okay.
is a law of physics.
Cool. So it does happen in Earth's atmosphere?
Sure, absolutely.
Right. So it also happens in a lens, right?
Yes. That's how lenses
Right.
work.
So the atmosphere sometimes acts like a lens, according to the professor. I posted a video, but did you see that video where he said that?
Yes, and I think you're
So
misunderstanding.
lenses can be. Oh, I am I? Because
Yes.
lenses can be concave or convex, right?
They could be all sorts of sizes. Those are not the only two choices. They could have curvature on both dimensions, which is 99.9% of lenses, or they could have curvature only on one dimension, such as the stirring rod that I was talking about. Actually, I have a ruler here. I have a ruler that has a clear section. Maybe it's just a regular 12-inch ruler. But it has a clear section that runs the whole length of the ruler, but it's curved, kind of like the stirring rod is curved. It's curved in a barrel shaped. So, and it's the purpose of this ruler is that you could place it over top of some text, and it will simply stretch the text vertically. It cannot stretch the text horizontally, and I think that's what you're misunderstanding with the professor.
Okay, so you're saying that sometimes the atmosphere acts like a stirring rod in chemistry, and I wouldn't disagree with that. I would say, yeah, it probably can cause looming, right? I would agree to that. But are you saying that the atmosphere cannot act like, I guess it would be a convex lens causing magnification?
I know of 0 examples of the atmosphere changing the left to right size of something, the left to right appearance of something, whether it's the moon or buildings or constellation. The left to right dimension of everything I have never seen change. I have seen lots of distortion vertically, like we've seen sunsets where the sun looks like a blobby thing, but it's always blobbing vertically.
Even in that GIF, those buildings shrink. Like the GIF doesn't support your position.
So Larry,
wait. Sorry. Just hold on a second. I agree. I agree with you. The buildings are shrinking, but there's a magnifying glass in front of those buildings, right, Negator?
Yeah.
Is that magnifying glass magnifying at the same time as the buildings are shrinking?
Yes, light is still being magnified
So,
past the lens.
so just like Jesse demonstrates how refraction can work by using glass, is this not a similar demonstration how refraction could work using glass?
No, because you
No,
need to
this is
demonstrate it
different.
not changing in angular size left to right. That's the entire. That's what you're trying to explain now.
So the magnifying glass right here is not magnifying left to right. It's only magnifying vertically.
No, it's still magnifying in all dimensions.
Right.
But what it's
'Cause
not
that's what
doing.
lenses usually do.
So I'm gonna, for Charles and Negator, posting this right now. This shows left to right magnification, so it's kind of. That's it.
I made a video
Geo,
like
that
that. Let me see
absolutely
if I
does
still
not
got
show
that video.
left to right magnification.
Yes, it absolutely does.
Geo, if you put both of those
Look at how much wider the one on the left is compared to the one on the right. It's significantly wider.
Yeah,
but the zoom is the
those
same.
two images are not at the same zoom level. Either there's been they took a still or something when the guy was zooming in and out. But I've actually analyzed very thoroughly Bo's original footage. That's BMLSB 69. And I've taken screenshots where he's like at full zoom. And if you take the screenshots, Geo, and you align them vertically, you can draw, like I use Mac Keynote, and you can put in these rulers, like these guide rulers, and you could line them up vertically, left to right, perfectly. But those two images are not at the same level of magnification. One's like 10% bigger than the other.
What does that have to do with the fact that the oil rig on the right on both of the images is significantly wider and stretched on the one on the left versus the one on the right? Yeah, I mean you could pixel by pixel it.
Yeah, I've made a video like this, but unfortunately I deleted it because I'm stupid like that. But if you were to take these two images and make one of them semi-transparent, translucent, excuse me, and like zoom them in to fit, the bottom disappears when you do that below the other one's horizon. So it's really interesting, and I'm pretty sure that anybody with the least amount of computer skills could do it. I would do it, but it's late and I'm getting tired, so maybe another day.
And so to answer your question, Geo, those we're not comparing apples to apples. I mean, and I hope you can see that we are not at the same level of zoom.
Oh, where are you getting that
left.
from? And why would that change it? Because it's an actual difference of width. The actual width is different. It's not really about the size necessarily. It's not about the zoom, which would change, like that would blow it up, make it look bigger. I mean, they're quite comparable in terms of that. I mean, the detail is quite similar. I don't know where you're getting this assumption that there's different zooms going on. I did not take these particular pictures, so obviously I was not the guy behind the camera. But the thing is, that's not really even relevant because what it shows is the magnification effect of that oil rig on the right on each picture is significantly wider and has magnification effects. Well, even if we don't link it to magnification, it has size change effects. But yeah, go ahead.
And Charles, Travis has observed widening of the past horizon at his Chesapeake Bay observations, and he always uses the same zoom.
He's constantly zooming in and out of things, but
no,
I'd be
but
interested
eventually, judging pictures of the same zoom shows also widening.
Yeah, I'd be really interested in seeing the original footage. And to Geo's, Geo, I could see your point, Geo, about the oil rig on the right. It does look more squatty on the left, but stretched out in a horizontal aspect. And
Right.
again, I would be fascinated to see the original footage because one of the things that's happened in this arena is people People do distort imagery to make a point. And so I'm not accusing anybody of anything. I'm just saying that would be very extraordinary because in all my searching of evidence, I've never seen that. So I would be interested in seeing the source images for that image. And until then, I'm going to reserve judgment.
Hey, could you reserve judgment on what I just posted there, Charles?
Yeah. The other problem is like I said, we're trying to figure out how the moon could operate from a flat surface. And
yeah,
what you posted is, okay, I see different days, and let's say we're wrong, and there's some amount of refraction doing this, which, okay, I think it's possible. That doesn't what we're trying to explain is how the moon can view the same size to every observer on Earth simultaneously all the time. I don't think that's what this image is going to support. I'm going to post an image I just made, scaling the two, and I think they're actually, well, I'll post it. You guys can look.
So Larry, the point I was trying to make about the image that you posted, or not the image, but the one where the camera is constantly pulling back out from the magnifying glass at the taped to the edge of a table, is that there is an edge to a table. All right. I don't believe that effect is possible without the camera being below the edge of the table. And that's one of the really devastating things for the flat Earth side, is that the only way you can get a horizon to appear like that is if you have the camera physically below the edge of the table. And that's how the table edge cuts off the buildings, halfway up. But every time that you force the camera to stay on top of the table, you don't get obstruction.
Okay, I'll be looking into that pretty soon because I got quite a magnificent magnifying glass collection and a pretty decent camera.
Well, one thing I was going to say with that, Charles, I mean, in my understanding of it, the reason that sort of cutoff line, if you want to call it that, is that the horizon is where the ground and the sky meet visually. And there's always going to be a limit of how far on the ground distance you're able to see due to conditions and all of those factors. I mean, if you look at, like the weather report will say visibility 3 miles, visibility 5 miles, on different days.
Yes.
Now the sky we can see a lot more of because it's expansive and, obviously, is much more of an expanse. But I mean, at the ground level, let's say like on one day, you may only see 3 miles of the ground layer, meaning that last little bit of water that is right at the horizon, visually. I'm not saying it's a physical location, although it does constellate in a physical location, but the horizon itself is just an optical meeting place. So if the ground layer, if you can only see 3 miles on the ground layer due to the conditions, but you can see, much more of the sky layer, then that is going to create a visual obscuration point for anything on the water beyond 3 miles. So if you have a boat that's 5 miles and the last bit of water you can see is 3 miles, then visually, due to the angles, due to all of those components, the bottom part of the boat will be visually obscured. Now, on another day, if you can see 8 miles of the ground layer and the boat is only 5 miles away, then you'll see the entire boat all the way down to the hull. So that crisp line is because it's the furthest point you can see of the ground layer, and then the rest is sky, and that's why it's so crisp, and that's why it visually obscures things that are beyond it.
So Gio, but that doesn't match our experience in reality. Our experience in reality is that line is extremely consistent. I mean, there are some rare days.
Changes all over the place.
No, if you have a fixed eye height above the water and you have relatively clear conditions, that line is absolutely fixed. And I don't know if you saw Rob Skiba's original video where he took the boat ride across Lake Michigan, and I thought that was so delightful because I've been wanting somebody to take imagery of basically Chicago dropping behind Lake Michigan, but he did it in reverse. He took images going towards Lake Michigan, but don't know if you saw my little infographic, but that I put together based on stills. But he said that the boat captain, when they set out, when they're at the dock, like, oh, it's great, great conditions, great visual conditions. We got 3 for 3. And what he meant was, from his boat dock, you could see the tops of the 3 tallest skyscrapers in Chicago. Sears Tower, Chicago Tower, and I think there's like a, I don't know, Standard Oil or something like that. And it's like, and that's consistent. So with clear conditions, you can see the tops of those 3 tallest buildings. All
right. So what are you saying is? I mean, certain areas can have certain consistencies, but what are you saying is consistent? I mean, I'm going to post this. I know you've seen this and many others. That cutoff line changes significantly, sometimes hour by hour, day by day.
Yeah. Now the Skunk Bay. Right.
Well,
you've seen the Skunk Bay footage.
Well, I'm just talking about that crisp visual obscuration line changes.
Yes.
Is that what you were saying is consistent?
No, I'm saying, well, yes, if you took the photo on the right, which is clearly a clear day, where you don't have the cranes on the far, oil derrick looking like silly putty, right? So if you have clear conditions where stuff does not appear distorted, then that line is going to be consistently in the same place, cutting off the same, it's going to cut off that same oil derrick at the same place every day under clear conditions. On the left-hand photo, it's, extraordinary refraction conditions such that you see all that huge distortion, the silly putty crane. That's what I mean. It's like, and that's, I think, one of the big arguments against flat Earth is that if you can go out there on a clear day with no distortion, then you should be able to see things, and we can't see them.
Well, I don't know where you're getting. It sounds like there was a bunch of assumptions there. You keep saying on a clear day, more refraction. I mean, just because there's some warping on that one oil rig, I'm not in any way, from my viewpoint, would agree that there's just some generalized more refraction that you could just throw on it, or less refraction. I mean, there's different types of refractions, there's different forms, there's multiple different ways that these things can constellate. And the thing is that the visual obscuration cutoff point of the horizon, as I was describing, is due to distance, and due to the distance at which the position at which the ground meets the sky, due to conditions. And that changes significantly in different regions and so on. It obviously doesn't fit the curve of an Earth. It changes optically, and it's not always a situation where when the horizon is further that you have the exact warping effect that is on those particular oil rigs in that particular shot. There's ones that's not the case. That one happens to have that. It's like there's like various factors. Like that one has, thing 1, thing 2, and thing 3 different refractions. So just because it has thing 2 doesn't necessarily mean that has to be connected to thing 1, which in this case I'm kind of using thing 1 to say like where that obscuration point, that crisp point where the ground meets the sky is not always related to thing 2, which is the kind of distortion or warping effects. So it's not necessarily always the case that those two are linked.
Oh, there's that that science professor. Yeah, go ahead.
I took the initial image you linked of the one rig that looks a little smaller on the right, and I cut out the 2. So you got the 2 rigs on the left and two rigs on the right, and all I did was cut out the 2 on the left and line them up, and then scaled them both down at the exact same ratio till they matched the images on the right, and both rigs look the same size.
Because you shrunk it?
No, I shrunk so what you were asserting was that the rig on the right looked smaller than the rig, or rather the image on the right, the right-hand rig looked smaller than the right-hand rig on the left image, right?
It's stretched. It's like a different shape and it's stretched, yeah.
I guess what I'm suggesting is that the zoom and the location both those images were taken from was different.
You're just assuming that?
Well, if you look at the left-hand rig and look at the amount of the amount that you can see of that right-hand wall, the big flat rectangular wall on the right, it looks like it's been taken from a different angle. But I'm, I don't know. I'm also fine saying that, or agreeing that refraction can sometimes magnify left to right, with the caveat that it's extraordinarily rare. And the conclusion that we don't ever see the moon do this. And therefore, this explanation does not explain the moon observation on a flat surface.
What moon observation?
Well, that it doesn't, it remains the same angular size, left, up to down and left to right.
I mean, on the oil rigs one, I mean, I just sort of zoomed in the picture and just took a little measuring tool, and the one on the left is about the one that's stretched left to right is at least 30% wider, something like that.
Oh, I agree.
It's pretty weird. It's pretty crazy too how it looks, like how much different it looks. Like it does look kind of flattened and zoomed in a way. It's interesting too, though, because the one on the left, the water level is cutting off the bottom of the oil rigs. So you have that visual obscuration point. Again, the way I would describe that is like, let's say that oil rig is 6 miles away. The last bit of the ground layer you can see might be 4 miles in this, in terms of where the ground and the sky meet. And I think that is an effect of magnification. So I think that the horizon, I'll use the word manifest, in its position due to the magnification ratio of the atmosphere, of the atmospheric conditions. So if there's like a greater amount of magnification, and this image, which I'm just posting again, I posted it a minute ago, but see the one on the right, the water layer looks like almost like there's a magnifying glass. Like it looks, you could see very detailed. The water is very detailed. So it fits with that as well, meaning that like if there's a magnification effect, it's like that's bringing the horizon closer, essentially, the meeting place of the ground and the sky. And then the one on the left, for example, that affect's not the case. And so, well, it's a different kind of ratio of it to where the horizon is much, much further. But I just think it's interesting that the one that back to the one that we're comparing on the left and right, is that one on the left, like it seems magnified left to right, and it does seem like larger size and all of that, but it also happens to correlate with the one where the water line is cutting off the bottom. So it's like that seemingly magnification effect seems to also go with the way I'm describing it in terms of the water line being closer and therefore cutting off the bottom and having that visual obscuration point.
Geo, while you guys were talking, I opened up Keynote because I've never learned Photoshop. And I took the image and I just took a snapshot of the right hand. I'm sorry. Yeah, the right hand image.
The right, left, right.
The right hand image where the right hand platform is well up above the water line, well up above the horizon. And I sort of snapshotted that, moved it over, and then I don't know if you could see my first 2 yellow lines. My guide was to line up the farthest left column, the support column that goes down to the water, and then the farthest right support column. And so I just adjusted it, and then like on a Mac, it always adjusts, keeping proportions. Like if you grab the corners, it always scales. Like on a Mac, the default is to scale proportionally. That's one of the nice things. I always hate that on PCs where it just stretches, and it's like, I don't want to stretch it. I want to scale it, Anyway, so my point is that I scaled the right-hand image just so that those columns were lined up. And then I just dragged over yellow rulers, and it turned out it's exactly the same. They're exactly the same size.
No, you scaled. You did something. You messed it up. If you take the original, it's much different. So
Okay.
what? Take the original and do that. They're not near the same, dude. I'm doing it right now. I'm looking at the original. I have it zoomed in. I have a little tool on my screen, and I'm comparing them, and it's about 20 to 30% larger, the one on the left. So I don't know whatever you just did, what you were saying with your thing, and it rescales it. Whatever you did, change something, because if you look at it on the original, it's not what it is.
My point, Gio, was that the two original images were apples and oranges because they were not taken at the same zoom level. That was my point.
Which
And
you don't
I
have any
proved it.
verification for. You're
Well,
just making.
because
You're just assuming it or throwing. Why do you keep laughing? Are you trying to ridicule while you're talking? What are you doing? I'm just
I
trying.
think that's a nervous laughter. He hasn't been debating much in the forums. He's probably got a little bit of ring rust and jitters. I think that's an honest thing. I don't think he's doing anything wrong.
It's like I just see it's like snuffling and kind of laughing at everything that's being said. I'm just wondering why that's happening. But all right.
I think that's Charles's baseline. I've known Charles for a while. I don't really think it's anything to attention to.
I apologize for laughing while you were speaking. It's just that my experience, I mean, the thing is, I was a photographer for many years. I was actually a photojournalist, and I know all this stuff about zoom lensing and photography, and oftentimes people will make apples to oranges comparisons while taking a look at images that were shot at different focal lengths. And that's the point that I was trying to make, is that there is no evidence in that original image that they were taken at the same level of zoom. That's why I said I was really interested in seeing the original source image, because I am very familiar with Beau's work. And so when I zoomed the one image so that it was matching, more of an apples to apples comparison, I was fascinated to find that the left to right placement matched nearly perfectly, which was my original point. I mean, in the image that you gave, Gio, it really does look like there was left to right magnification. But if you do an apples to apples comparison, where my only reference was the left hand oil rig, I just wanted to match the left hand oil rig, make it look the same left to right size. Then what happens on the right hand oil rig? And it turns out that it lines up perfectly.
Okay.
So,
okay. Well, we're going to go through this again. I've posted it again. If you zoom into the original here, this original one, you see the red box on the one on the right? It's the same size red box. And you see how the red box fills the whole one on the left, and the one on the right has about a 20% gap. It shows it on the original one. That red square is the same size square. I don't know what you did in your thing, whether you resized it or rechanged it or whatever. In this original one, there's already a red box there that shows that the one is wider than the other. It's already on there.
Yeah. Okay. So I see two red boxes.
Yeah. They're the same size red box. They're the same size red box. The one on the left fills that oil rig. The one on the right has about a 20%, 15, 20, 30, 25, whatever that amount is, gap on the left there where it's open. You see that?
Yeah. So let me just do a reanalysis where I'm not scaling anything. I'm going to go on mute because I'm going to take a couple minutes for this. Oh, zero possibility of curvature. That's pretty funny.
I didn't take these photos. I'm not saying that it is. I'm not even saying it is anything. I'm showing it just because I have the image in my folder, and but I'm just saying, I didn't take these images, and I wasn't there on that day, and so on. So I just wanted to say that. But I do think it's interesting. I think it's does seem to indicate, because I also don't have guarantee about his zoom levels, although it doesn't really look much different in terms of that part of it, but it could be. I mean, I'm not, like I said, unless I have further verification, it's really more of a sort of a piece to look at, something to observe and consider.
Definitely interesting.
All right. What's up, guys?
Hello?
What's up? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Nice. I want to ask Geo something. If you're around, Geo, if you got time, I have a story to tell. Might not be the right time though. That's fine.
No, well, I am here. I got to step away from my mic for like 1.5 minutes, but I'll be back and I'll be listening. But I'll be back in like a minute. So
Let me know when you get back, because I'd like to mute the live stream just while I tell it, if that's cool.
Dude's got secrets.
Yeah, I just got off the communications with yeah, when the live stream goes off, I'll talk more about it. But somebody came forward to me for whatever reason with some pretty crazy shit, and I basically talked to him about what I can talk about, what I can't talk about. And yeah, I just want to run it by everybody because I need. It's kind of sketchy shit, honestly.
The suspense is killing me. What's up? We still waiting for
Yeah, I'm just waiting for Gio to come back.
How you doing, bro?
well, no, I am back. I mean, did you want to jump into another room, or you want to share it here? Like, what?
I don't mind sharing it. I don't know. Larry kind of spooked me out earlier. I don't want to get the server taken down because I'm going to discuss some things that are kind of nuts.
And everybody here is going to want to hear it, so you might as well do it here.
Yeah. Like I was tripped out about it. I contacted him. I was like, look, let's do this, but I need to talk to some other people about it. So I need to know what I can and can't say because I'm not going to be able to do this alone. And he was like, I totally understand. Dude, it was crazy. We were typing at the same time, and we both typed this like huge paragraph out about how we believe we're in a spiritual war, where like one of the many fronts of this war is an information war, and like it was bizarre. That's all. Okay, sorry, I gotta calm down. I literally just got off with him. Is it cool if I mute the live stream, Gio, or do you care? If you don't care, I don't care.
Yeah, well, so you're saying you want to share it in the room here, but just not on the actual stream.
I don't know. Is that a bad idea? Like to share it
Well, I
on
don't
the
know.
stream?
Well, it's just that it leaves the people on the stream with dead air. But
All right, leave it on. That's fine. I'm not gonna say anything that's gonna give away this guy's thing. I'm just basically breaking the story to you guys before I put it together in like a a nice little neat package that you can view on any multiple like streaming sources. You know what I'm saying? Streaming services.
yeah, I'm all right if you want to mute it for a second. I mean, people they can hear us now, so I guess we'll just let it. You guys watching on YouTube and the other streaming places. Just we're gonna just mute for a minute. You feel free to come into the server. There's the link in the description and all that. So if you want to just come in as well, but you're just thinking like 5 minutes or something.
Yeah, I don't think it'll take longer than 5 minutes. I'm gonna read directly from some of our exchanges, and yeah.
All right. Well, yeah. I mean, if that's cool with everyone else, we can do that. I mean, otherwise, like we could always jump into another room and chat too. But if you want to do it this way, it's fine with me.
Okay, I'll give you guys the gist. I'm gonna give you guys the rundown.
Well, if you want to mute it, it's not muted yet, so just.
Oh yeah. Okay, I'll do that.
Or I can. I just didn't know if you thought I did it or.
in your water well. That's the kind of equivalent disgrace of what was described to me. Because when something's sacred, I mean, it's like we don't dig up the Native American corpses, right? It's illegal here in the United States, right? And there's a reason for that, obviously, right? Would you want anyone digging up your grandmother and, destroying the water table by dumping her in the well? Like, that's the equivalent of what he described there, just so everybody can grasp that concept. Because, to some people, a forest is just a place where squirrels live. To other people, it's like way more sacred than that.
Yeah. But this would be, like, I've looked into the whole directed energy weapons thing, and I've never seen somebody come forward saying they saw it happening, creating that. That's a first. And the fact that his credentials would make him literally an authority on the subject is
On
even
the fire.
better. Yeah.
On the fire,
No.
not the energy weapon.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking. Yeah, no, the fire is what's important because the fire is what's happening right now. They're doing it. They keep doing it, And yeah, dude, what's a little laser weapon energy to shut some Indians up? Like, it's really trendy to hate the government if they mistreat brown people, and Canada's super liberal. If that story had gotten out to the masses in Canada, they Canadians, they fuck around. They'll get upset about stuff. I could totally see that happening. All they had to do was not show up to a fire and start it. I mean, that's easy.
Yeah, we definitely have very sophisticated ways of putting out fires. So for the fire just to be raging on like it has been, and that's mainstream narrative, right? That's kind of weird, right? Because we have very many ways to put them out. We can, do pre-burns. We can use water from the sky. I mean, there's all kinds of weird shit that they can do.
Yeah, I actually worked with a forester and a retired firefighter for a while, and he taught me a lot about how to I've started controlled burns with him and cut down a couple trees. Like, it's yeah, it's serious work what those firefighters do. And he's told me about the hot spots, and for there to be hot spots ahead of the fire is absolutely insane. For a tree to be on fire 13 feet up, that's ridiculous. That's insane.
Sounds like Project Bluebeam.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a little bit of blue beam in there as well.
Yeah.
Platypus, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, without going into details of the story, when did this happen, roughly?
It happened in 2021.
Okay, and they had camera phones.
Yeah, let me see the pictures he's sending me.
Okay.
Yeah, he took time lapses. He's got all kinds of stuff. Jeez Louise, the smoke coming off this thing.
Yeah, I want to see the lights. I mean, they saw the lights, so they took pictures of those. Those could be interesting.
Yeah, unfortunately, they were pulling out, he says, so he didn't get any pictures of the lights. But I was asking him very, very specific questions about how many lights were there, what did they look like, did your entire team see them? Did some of you not see them? Did anyone claim that they looked different? They all saw them. They all saw them, but only one member of the team was like, "Nah, guys, those were shooting stars. Those were just like a bunch. That was like a meteor shower." So it's like, I mean, there's always going to be a Scully in every group of friends or whatever, Everybody else said it wasn't shooting stars. One guy said it was shooting stars, which I'm actually pleased with that. I'm glad there was a skeptic there to just be like, yeah, it could have been shooting stars. But then you add in the fact that these are all seasoned firefighters that knew what hotspots are, know how fires work, how wildfires work, and nothing's adding up. And then you just think there's just shooting stars. That's insane.
But would you take a video or picture of this event if you were there?
No, probably not. I mean, these guys have chainsaws, pickaxes, fireproof gear, gloves. Like when you're taking your gloves off to like putting your gear down as you're in an active fire. Like they were fighting the fire. They didn't just show up and see that the government wasn't there. They like took up positions, sent out scouts to be like, okay, we're going to start fighting the fire here. You guys go scout out and see where the government like troops are fighting the fire so we can link up with them. I'm sorry if I didn't make that clear. I was having to like censor a bunch of stuff that I was reading, but yeah, no, they were out there like fighting the fire. They still
took pictures of the fire, right? And
the pictures,
video.
Yes, those are coming after the event. These are all document.
Okay, so the lights sort of stopped, and then it just fired. I'm interested in the lights. I've seen forest fires.
Sorry, I'm just sending him a message really quick because he's been messaging me this whole time, and I'm just trying to keep up.
Yeah, all good. I was just asking for footage of the event, but there is none. It's all good. Is there a way to disclose the area sometime?
Yeah, that's all going to be made public pretty soon. I mean, if you were listening carefully, you could actually. I fucked up in the beginning. You could just Google something that I said. So that's why I wanted to turn the live stream off because I knew I was going to fucking do that.
Yeah, I'm gonna get it later when I get a chance to post it, so I'll check it out. So good.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. And so is there an idea that it maybe is having to do with something with these the burials, like it was to cover those up or to kind of terraform the land as connected to that? Like, is that part of the possibility?
It's definitely a cover up. It's the best way to cover up with fire, right?
Yeah.
Because fire kind of hides a lot of different kinds of evidence, and this isn't the first time, like I said earlier, that they felt a slew of native children in one area, right? And this has happened before, and the queen got indicted. So this is a pretty big deal, right? That's a pretty big deal. Pretty
I mean,
story that you got there.
If they wanted to, if they could have, like weaponed Sandy Hook, they would have done that. But it was in the middle of a friggin' suburb, so they couldn't. This place is out in the middle of the boonies, and it's like this is kind of how I see it. They use these psyops and these weapons, and they used to use them like when they really needed it. But they've just been screwing up so much and doing so much evil. They're just like, oh no, like one of our mass graves got hit. Okay, like what do we do? Should we do a false flag attack? Should we shoot up a school? Let's hit the forest with a dew weapon. We've been doing a lot of school shootings lately. They're running out of shit to do to like distract people and to cover up what they're trying to distract them from at the same time. That's what I think this is all about. I think that DO weapons have been probably used since 9/11 at least. You know, that would. I mean, I think that's what was going on there to some degree. And yeah, I just that's fucked up, dude. That's fucked up. These fucking indigenous people have just been trying to live off the land and do their thing for all this time, and then what a horrific thing to figure out. That entire community finds a mass grave and then gets burned out of their homes. The least I can do is listen to what this guy says and just try to tell people about it. I mean, fuck, that's crazy. I'm in America, at least, you know. I'm not in Canada. I'm not gonna have no fucking Canadian fucking weirdos come to my door. If he talked about why he can't talk about it, you know? Like, dude, you can't even post, like, negative stuff about the government in Canada and not, like, get a fucking visit from some weirdo. That shit's crazy.
Yeah, they do seem there. It is different there. Like, it reminds me, you guys know Flat Earth Fokker, like what happened to him, Mac. Not to go into that his whole story per se, but I'm just like, seemed like he was like in the news and like they were covering the fact that he wasn't sheltering in place or whatever. Anyways, it just does seem like Canada is a little different in terms of their like monitoring of their citizens, and anything that's like different and maybe or like a little bit out of the norm, like they might report it more or be on it more than maybe in the United States, where things are a little bit more kind of I don't know. There's just so much more going on here, maybe, or something. I can't quite put my finger on it, but.
So I, talked to my wife about this, and I kind of missed a few things that you guys were talking about, so I apologize. But she's talking about, the mass graves near the Catholic churches that they found in Canada. And she says the reason they haven't found it here is because, it's illegal to dig up Native American graves here. And if they did start digging them up, they would probably find a bunch here because the natives fled south and north. Most natives that are, descendant of natives today probably live in like Mexico and Canada. I think we drove quite a bit of them out and interbred with them and kind of watered them down. But
it's just like
hold on.
It's just like with Chris Hansen and the reason.
It's just like with Chris Hansen. He stopped doing Catch a Predator because they kept getting like sheriffs and politicians, and they kept hitting the wrong people, quote unquote. So basically, what I wanted to say, this is anecdotal. So I grew up spending quite a bit of time in the woods, but and where I live, the land is flat. It's pretty fucking flat. In some areas, and in other places it's real hilly. But where it's flat, and where it's hilly, it's hilly. There's like no mixture, right? Well, near a Catholic church, where I grew up, one of the places I grew up, there's a pretty good forest, right? And this forest has a field that cuts into the forest to a certain degree, but it stops at this, like, what I want to call a mound, right? It's basically a hill, like a little tiny hill, but it's not natural. I could tell that there's something going on with this. So I kind of wonder if that's a mass grave, but obviously it's illegal to dig it up. And you got to ask yourself, why is it illegal to move dirt around? Like, I get we don't want to, cut power lines and all that stuff, but like in the middle of
Exhibit in a museum, and he gets moved around all the time. So they can go dig them up.
right, you can dig up mummies in Egypt, but why can't we dig, and do archaeology here, right? It's kind of one of those things to where, what would we find if we actually did dig it up, right? And I kind of think the whole Tartarian thing, and I'm almost done. The whole Tartarian thing is, the old world, and everything we're looking up here, like ever since World War I, World War II, and what's going on right now is New World Order, I think.
I hear you, dude. Those are all really good points. I could hear your wife too. She's making some good points. Fucking Chris Hansen, yeah, they had to stop that shit. That's crazy.
Platypus, mute when you're not talking. We could hear all kinds of voices coming through your mic.
That wasn't me. That was Hank. That like
Hey,
that.
Platypus, I think I found a news article of what you're talking about.
Yeah, you probably did.
Yep. I don't know if there's like a first one, but it's from New York Times that there's Indian.
Yeah, they're fact checking it. They're saying that it's not real.
No, no, it is real.
Yeah. Okay, great. That's good too. I just assumed because of the New York Times.
No, it's just that there's a school on top of that thing, and it's still there, and they're still making like new scans of the ground to see if there's more remains there. I think there's no fire though.
Yeah, the fire was in 2021.
Yeah, this news is from 2021 too.
Oh, they're not saying there was a fire in the news?
Yeah, because it's below a school over there, and the school, I guess, still exists to this day, and they're still making scans of the ground there.
Yeah, the school still exists, but the native population that was claiming those were children from their lineage, their homes, they got smoked out. They had to get evacuated and stuff.
Yeah, no, it's Chief Roseanne Casimir of the Kamloops Dekwepem First Nation. That's the harsh name to say, but that's the tribe where the kids are from.
I just posted a link to the BBC. Canada, 751 unmarked graves found near. It's a Catholic school, but you know the headline says a residential school because aren't all schools residential?
So what?
Yeah, I just posted something. Do check it out. 751 kids died at one school. Man, it must have been a rough year. Maybe it was a mass graving.
Well, that's
Yeah. New York Times also said that it's Catholic Church that is to blame for this. No wonder.
Well, here's the thing: if you get those bodies and you start getting names, and you start connecting the dots, I mean, that's like a lot of loose ends right there that are going to be hard to tie up.
It was one of more than 130 compulsory boarding schools funded by the Canadian government and run by religious authorities during the 19th and 20th centuries, with the aim of assimilating.
Yeah, bro, that's insane.
Assimilate or die. The Borg, bro. Everywhere they go, everywhere the Catholic Church goes, it's assimilate or die. And I was talking to the girl from Buenos Aires, right? Ganja girl or Ganja lady Ganja. That's it. And I was talking to her, what was your religion like before the Catholic Church came? And she said, well, basically, when they came, we had to accept Catholicism or die. And when she told me that, it hit me suddenly. I was like, oh, shit. Like, this is the Borg. Everywhere they go, everything they do, they take it and mix. And that's why you can go to a Catholic cemetery and find the Queen of Voodoo, right? Voodoo is from Africa, but they don't give a shit, right? Because if you just assimilate into Catholicism, the unified religion, then they'll accept you. But if you reject it, then it's what we're talking about right here. Like, legit, we're literally under occupation. We're literally under Roman occupation. We think that we're free, but ask the people who are in the privately owned prisons. Did you hurt anybody? Did you harm somebody? Why are you in here? Oh, it turns out most of the people that are in here because of drugs. How dare those witches harvest those herbs? And for anybody who's read The Witch's Hammer, you know what I'm talking about.
I read about the tribe on their website, and they had like their land site, and it didn't say that their lands were stolen or they were run out of their land.
Yeah, I don't know what you're looking at, but
the tribe that the children grew from.
Oh, you said they didn't have their land stolen?
Yeah, no, they still have their lands and they live on their land.
Oh, that's good to know.
Yeah.
So is that news article from the same one that Platypus is talking about?
No, he just misunderstood what I said. I said that they got pushed out of their land during the fire. They were all moved while the investigations were going down to cause chaos. Like, you know.
They're just scanning the ground underneath the school where the grave is. They're scanning that. No land being burned or scanned. But only if we're talking about the same thing, which is 2021 and 215, the number.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be dope. I'm gonna get it together. I'm excited.
Yeah, it's the news article that I found is from the same thing, that there is no like fishy things happening. There's no forest fires on the grave or anything. Graves under the school.
Dude, yeah, that's what's so cool about independent journalism is it's gonna be different from what the mainstream says is going on.
Sure, yeah, and there's aliens and everything, but it's just.
I think what's really cool is a lot of people, they just don't want to hear the news from the news people. They want to hear it from the people that it happened to, which is why I think that this story is going to be so good. You know, this is an indigenous leader from that tribe who served his community and saw some crazy shit. He was in the right place at the right time, and he was able to put the fucking dots together. So it's going to be cool, man. But yeah, familiarize yourself with the official narrative. Absolutely, that's going to come in handy when you're trying to figure out, you know, what's up.
Yeah, I only read what the chief of the tribe wrote, so I'll go with what she said.
Well, just think, if no government firefighters ever showed up for this fire for 5 days, and these guys who are concerned for their community had to go in and check it out themselves and realize that the government was just, I mean, they were so flabbergasted, they thought it was incompetence at first. They didn't even put it together what was going on. Like, whatever the New York Times, whatever information the New York Times got, they went to the Canadian government and they made sure that it was good to post. So it's just, I mean, yeah. This is not going to be like something where it's like, oh, well, yeah, you know, the New York Times said it was something else. It's like, no, these, like, your standard of evidence is going to need to be a little higher. This is going to be eyewitness testimony account from, you know, credentialed individuals.
Sure, I can get that from alien abductions too, and I don't accept them.
Well, you know what's cool from your standpoint is I mean, let me ask you this. Do you know that the government lies about stuff, or do you think they're just batting 1,000 all the time?
Sometimes they do lie, yeah.
And how do you know when they're telling the truth and when they're lying?
I can check for myself from various different sources.
When it's verifiable.
Okay. Let me ask you another question. Why do you continue to accept any information from something that you know lies to you, and you end up having to like go and spend your time trying to figure out what's a lie and what's not? Like, why would you even listen to them? Why would you give them any of your time?
Well, when you give me the first source that has never lied, then I can take your word. But can you give me one source that never lied?
No, everybody's told
The
lies.
Bible.
There we go. Then I have to accept lies and then check for myself. What everyone does.
Yeah, but you're like, whatever, dude. It's fine. I'll see you in the comments section. It's no big deal.
Yeah, it's no big deal. I mean, you have your one person saying, and they didn't get any pictures of these things that were there. And I mean, I don't know. Are you saying that there is no grave under the school that I posted?
You know, there's a great quote. It's something along the lines of, World War III will be a war of information with no division between the government and its citizens participating in this war. Something along those lines. And that's exactly what's happening right now. Like, I'm not trying
World
to
War
say that,
III
like,
will
I'm
be
not trying to say
fought.
that. Sorry, go ahead, Hank.
I was trying to get that quote for you. World War III
Nice.
will be an information war. There will be no lines drawn between civilian and military participation. So basically, we're all in the middle of an info war, and the people that are on here are probably civilians and military.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know
I
about you
was.
guys, but I'm a fucking soldier.
Yeah, that's all I'm trying to say. Well, here's the thing: people are participating in this war willingly or unwilling. It's like, I know where I stand. If you're out here trying to tell me, well, you know, the government says this, like this state-run media mouthpiece says something else. Like, I don't know, dude. It's just one guy saying something. It's like I just want to say you're on the wrong side, man. Like, they don't care about you, and I don't know, man. I don't know what your MO is, but it's icky.
I'm going to post something. I want you guys to check it out. I posted it earlier when someone was talking about. Sorry, I brought up crimes being commercial. I think I said all crimes are commercial, but apparently that's not true. There is still a criminal court. But yeah, if you guys read this, 1 in 32 Americans is either in prison or on parole or probation. Over 40% of people admitted to prisons in America are convicted under the political code, therefore be defined as political prisoners. Furthermore, since political prisoners end up with mandatory longer sentences, the cumulative effect is that they end up being the majority of the population. America's incarceration rate is 743 per 100,000, the highest in the world. Americans lock up more people for drug crimes than all of Europe locks up for all crimes combined. If you go to trial in federal court, there's a 96% chance of being convicted. Do you really believe that only 4% are innocent? It is the government's position that if you do not know your rights, then you do not have any. Right? So the most important thing I want you guys to remember is think you have attorney-client privilege, where you say to an attorney at law remains private. Ever hear of discovery? That's where your attorney is ordered to turn over your information to the state that is attempting to incarcerate you. So, I mean, if you guys don't know that we're at war right now, and this isn't World War III, like, because, you know, CNN hasn't announced it, like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Drop out, I got a
attorney-client privilege seems wrong. Like discovery.
What is discovery?
Yeah, but discovery comes before, you know, before you have your lawyer or whatever. But like they can't kind of ask your lawyer for private information or private, like, you know, correspondence between you and him regarding a case, because discovery is supposed to come first.
I think discovery is basically where they ask for all of the information and you can't not give it. So, like, if I were to get into an accident and I'm getting sued and there's a discovery, like, I can't not give over my dash cam, even if it's like damning to me. If I were to tamper with that evidence, it would be a crime. So why would it not be the same thing for a lawyer? Why is he any different?
Maybe in like instances where you got a lawyer, like if the police were talking to you and you like I want a lawyer or what have you. But even then, I think it's still protected by attorney-client privilege. I doubt the first point. You know, that's it.
Well, I would love to continue the conversation, but I don't want to take away from what we're talking about here. And it's, you know, did you guys notice the part that was compulsory, meaning that they went to the natives, they said, give us your children, and it was either, you know, give us your children or die. I'm sure that's what compulsory means, right? We're talking about the state here. Remember the people that have, you know, the right to all the force, so they got a monopoly on force. That's what the state does. And that's what sets us apart from the state. Like, we're not like that. But once they took the Native American children, like, if they caught them, you know, speaking their native tongue or doing anything they didn't want them to do, well, I guess if you have custody of a child, then possession is 9/10 of the law according to these people, right? And they have the monopoly on force. So we've heard stories about what Catholic nuns do. They beat the fuck out of people, right? Now, to be clear, I'm not saying that all Catholics are evil. That's not what I'm saying, right? We're talking about a hierarchy, principalities, right? So I don't have anything against Catholic people. I think by and large, they're probably most like everybody else. They're good people. But when you tell a Catholic, like, hey, why don't you look at my Bible and see what it says? They go, I don't trust your Bible because your Bible has probably been manipulated. Wait a minute. Let me get this correct. There's 5,000 copies of my Bible in the Greek New Testament. And your Bible, the Catholic Bible, was found in the trash. But sure, mine was the one that was.
Seems like there's a lot of news about this grave thing. I guess it's all fake news.
Well, I mean, obviously, all the flat earthers are misunderstanding it, and there's not really dead native children, and the fires are being fought. They're just, not winning for some reason, even though we got like the most technologically advanced society in the history of the world with seemingly unlimited resources and, firepower. But yeah, obviously.
It's just weird that there's like the graves are there and they're sacred ground. No one's trying to cover up anything. And I think someone could make up their story like that quite easily.
All right, this is interesting. This little paragraph right here. Chief Delorme, I guess that's French, said there may have been markers for the graves at one point, but that the Roman Catholic Church, which oversaw the cemetery, may have removed them. Kawasis, I guess that's how you pronounce it. First Nation is optimistic that the church will work with them in investigating further, he said. Sure. Like, that sounds like a disinfo campaign right there. There may have been markers in the past, right? Like, yeah, we came in, we took all their children, and, when they died, we buried them with a marker, and we had ceremonies, and everything's legit. That's what he's saying, right? Like, there were no markers.
It's like,
there's no evidence
it's
of any markers.
It's like saying that the Germans can't now help finding out Nazi war crimes because they're German. I mean, how could they? No way. The Nazis. I think a church can admit that it's been wrong in the past. Help, sort of not correcting, but finding out they're wrong.
Between 1863 and 1998, more than 150,000 Indigenous children were taken from their families and placed in these schools throughout Canada. The children were often not allowed to speak their language or practice their culture, and many were mistreated and abused. They made us believe that we didn't have souls, said the former resident at the school, Florence Spear, can't really pronounce that, sorry, at the press conference on Thursday. They were not putting us down as people, so we learned to not like who we were. That sounds familiar. White guilt. A commission launched in 2008 to document the impacts of this system found that a large number of Indigenous children never returned to their home communities. The Commission's landmark report said the practice amounted to cultural genocide. In 2008, the Canadian government formally apologized for the system. The Roman Catholic Church, which was responsible for operating up to 70% of the residential schools, has not yet issued a formal apology. Sounds like some reparations are in order. The May discovery.
Sounds like you're reading that from a newspaper article that you don't as valid, right?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
It is. Yes, it's
How do you know
it's
that
a
you can
medium,
trust those
right?
numbers? Yeah.
Well, it's a medium, right? Information is
Sure, it
information. Is information.
Yeah, I accept
right?
the information. Yes.
Okay.
I accept the information that 215 kids were buried under a school. No one's trying to hide them. They're still digging them up or doing scans of the ground. No hiding of the fact that it happened. Yes, there's a lot of mishaps that the Catholic Church has done. It's a shitty organization that should be ended.
Well, Rome does what it does. It's been doing it for a long time.
Yep. I do think it doesn't have that much of an influence over here, but it still has, I guess, some kind of influence. Not too much.
What country are you in? You sound like you're Northern
Finland.
Eastern European. Yeah.
Yep.
I remember I talked to this guy from, I think it was Croatia. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But he was a brilliant dude. Like his drawings of ether and other EMF, toroidal. Anyway, he had some pretty trippy drawings. He said he didn't like the Bible and religion and Christianity because his ancestors tell him stories of the people bringing the Bibles and the axes and the swords.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's spread with violence. Like, well, so does Islam. Think of all the Abrahamic religions.
Well, Rome does what it does.
Yeah. I think all Abrahamic religions just go with the sword first.
I don't think that Catholicism is necessarily an Abrahamic religion. I think it's a amalgamation of all power, religion, assimilating all mythologies into a one world government, telling everybody that we all worship the same God, and basically, the Borg, if anybody's ever watched Star Trek. So I think calling Catholicism an Abrahamic religion is really weird, because Abrahamic religion is strictly one God, right? Kind of like the old Iran God, the monotheistic God from Egypt, or, basically Islam. There's only one God in the Abrahamic gods. But when we're talking about Catholicism, they pray to like 7 people before they ever pray to Jesus, according to Bill Maher, who saw a study from Rome. They pray to Jesus like 7. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, I think they still accept that Jesus is the Son of God. There is a God.
No, for Catholicism, Jesus is God, and the Pope is the representation of Jesus on earth. Therefore, the Pope is God on earth, or at least
They
God's
believe
authority.
that Pope, yeah, God's authority, but not God himself. And Jesus, isn't Jesus God in the Holy Trinity?
Well, the Pope literally calls himself the Antichrist. If you look at the Greek definition of Antichristos, if you do understand what translated versus transliterated, so there's no word in Russian for computer. They just say computer, because the people that invented a computer have the naming rights and they spoke English, so everybody says computer. Even in Spanish, it's computer, right? There's no Spanish word for computer. So if you look up the Greek translation of Antichristos, the second definition means in place of. So the Pope calls himself the vicar of Christ, and the vicar could be translated to in place of Christ.
I think, sure, and that's the definition. I don't know if you ask Pope if he is God, what he would say, or if he is anti-Pope. Sure.
No, he's the vicar of Christ. That's what they call him. But yeah, you can research writings on the Protestant Reformation, church founders. The Anabaptists talked about it. The Seventh-day Adventists talked about it. The Baptists, many others talked about the Pope being the Antichrist.
I think it's no true Christian policy. Say the Catholics on Christian. I think they themselves said it.
Well, I mean, you could also pin the tail on the donkey fallacy and try to blame the Christians for everything that the Romans have been doing for like thousands of years before Christ ever existed. But yeah, you got a point. Yeah, the no true Scotsman fallacy would apply because we are saying that Protestants and Catholics are not the same thing. But the weird thing is that if you ask a Catholic, hey, are you a Christian? They say, no, I'm a Catholic. So the Catholics also agree with the Christians when they say that they're not Christians. Thanks.
If you look at the definition of a Christian, then the Catholic would be a Christian.
Well, I mean, I see why you would call a Catholic a Christian as an outsider. But if you're a Protestant, you know that you're not Catholic. And if you're a Catholic, you know that you're not a Protestant.
Sure, and if you're a Calvinist, you know that you're not a Third-day Adventist. All Christians.
Well, I think a Calvinist would call themselves a Christian, and I think a Seventh-day Adventist would probably call themselves a Christian.
They're not the same thing, though, right?
Yeah, they're both Christian. They're both Protestants.
Sure. So is Protestant and Catholic, both Christian.
Well, let me make it real simple for you. 1517, Martin Luther nailed the 95 Theses on the church door, which was how you challenged people to a debate back then. Nobody accepted a debate and took it head on. Instead, there was a counter-reformation started by Ignatius of Loyola. And this counter-reformation basically has an oath that you can read still to this day that talks about them waging war on us and stamping out every last one of us using either poison or the billiard or strangulation, wage war openly when applicable and wage it quietly when necessary to stamp out every last one of these basically Protestants, to rip the babies out of the womb and bash their skulls against the wall. All this crazy stuff in that oath, right? But basically it boils down to this. There's the Protestants who protest the Catholic Church and say, we're not them. And then there's the Catholics who say, those people aren't Catholic. So I don't know what more you need than that to quit conflating Christians and Catholics, but they're two separate things. In fact, there was like 100-year war over it.
I think, it's, by definition, Christianity is following the teachings of Jesus. So you're saying that Catholics don't follow Jesus, then sure, then they're not Christians.
Hell no. There's 95 things, at least, that they got wrong from reading the Bible. And
so
no
Catholics
one ever
said that Jesus
debated
was
them.
wrong. So
No.
Jesus was wrong according to Catholics.
Okay. Where did Jesus say indulgences where the people have to give money to the Father so that their loved ones can, get out of purgatory and go into paradise? Where did Jesus say that at?
I don't think he said that.
Yeah, I'm having trouble finding that too. That's why nobody debated them. That's why they started to debunk Genesis where they could by undermining science, by hijacking it, usurping it like they do everything else. By usurping science, they usurped the authority and gave everyone a godless Big Bang creator rather than the Most High God creator, and gave everybody a second part of the Trinity, which would be gravity, which would be the creator of the earth, right? And then, like, the third creator is, like, I guess the Pope, like, that's the power on earth. So the unholy Trinity, the Pope endorses the Big Bang God and the gravity God and the evolution God. And I guess maybe that's a better Trinity. How about that?
So you're saying that if someone's a Christian, they can't believe in the Big Bang or evolution or gravity?
Is that what you heard? I don't know how you got that, but no, that's not what I said.
Three different
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Gravity God. Oh. But so Catholics aren't Christians because they don't follow the teachings of Jesus, because you can buy
They follow the
yourself
teachings of
way to heaven.
Catholic popes.
Sure.
I mean, do they not?
And so that's,
Right, they
I think
follow the papal bulls.
all Christians do that.
All Christians follow the papal bulls?
No, they follow their interpretation of the Bible and the churches.
But see, if it's the unified interpretation, that's not theirs, right? That's his, being the Pope, interpretation of the Bible.
Sure, everyone interprets the Bible, even those who made the new King James interpreted the Bible. Everyone just interprets it.
No, King James interpreted it separately from the Catholic Church. And that's why, if you remember the 5th of November, the gunpowder treason and plot, Guy Fawkes tried to kill that dude and blow up all of Parliament. Now, why would they do that? Is it because King James was Scottish and Scottish were kind of like, fuck you?
Could be. I mean, it's so weird. Like, saying that, well, okay, you can say that they're not Christian. I don't think it matters. Well, we even come here in the first place. And there's a lot of things that go against the Bible. No one's saying that you should kill churches that don't feel any royal for me, and that's churches everywhere. That's against the Bible too, or against Jesus.
You're a little muffled. I don't know how to explain it, but I tried to get what you were saying. It's okay. I was just trying to understand you better.
I have a shit headphones because my 3.5mm plug got fucked, so I have to use Bluetooth and shit. But didn't Jesus tell to not build any altars after him?
Well, in a way, yeah, sort of. He basically said that your body is the temple, meaning that he basically fired the Levitical priesthood, telling the Pharisees that they got it all wrong, and telling the Levite priesthood that, they're basically fired, and he started his own priesthood. So as Alexander the Great conquered the world with a sword, Yeshua HaMashiach conquered the world with a word. So the way that he has his empire set up, that basically his empire has circled the entire plane of existence, and the way that he's done that is through a non-violent, just speak the truth until they kill you for it kind of modality, where you take back the usurped, assumed authority of the robed ones that are in the temples in your downtown area, and you basically speak the truth no matter what. And if you read carefully, you could tell that he wasn't a nationalist, and at the same time, and this is kind of weird, he was not a nationalist, but at the same time, he was anti-authority, like completely, like disrespected, like harshest words you could ever speak to a Pharisee. He told them that they were a brood of vipers, which means they're descendant of snakes, which means that they're sons of the devil, right? It's euphemism. And they teach man's law as if it were doctrine, meaning that they teach statutes and codes as if God's law. And when I think about what would happen if Jesus went into a courtroom, like, I don't think it'd be too good.
Yeah, I think our laws are totally different than the laws in the Bible.
I don't know much about your laws, I must admit, but when I look at the laws in America, common law, and how it was originally meant to be applied before all the Supreme Court rulings in 1913 and the Federal Reserve Act, especially between before 1938, 1940 era, or 1933. Yeah, let's go there. The way that this place was set up was very much in accordance with ecclesiastical law. So when people say that this is a Judeo-Christian country, you have the ability to forgive and forget and be like Christ. Or you could use the judicial system to, well, let's just say, take people to court. So there's two systems here, really.
I don't think we don't have any blasphemy laws. We don't have to believe in one God over here. We can just keep the first four commandments. Can't kill or murder here. So that's sort of like, can't even kill here. Illegal. But other than that, we can't steal. That's illegal, except for the government. If you think taxation is theft, then not even that is in the law.
So you seem like a Glober. I don't know who you are, but we probably talked before.
We've talked before. Yeah, just a lot of people
so
don't remember all that.
So what do you think about sovereign? What do you think about sovereign citizens?
Sovereign citizens? I don't think it's weird because I'm from Finland. So if I come to United States as a tourist, I can't just kill people and drive without a license, even though I'm not a citizen. So even though you're not a citizen, you still have to abide by the rules of the land.
Right. I totally get what you mean. You can't just kill people and get away with it, right?
Or drive without a license, because the law says
you have to have
a license.
That's right. You have to have a license to kill in order for it to be legal, like a badge.
No, license to drive. License to drive.
So I understand now. You're talking about something totally different. I was talking about the cops and the government and qualified immunity, and how you have to have a license to kill so that you can do it legally. And you're talking about sovereign citizens.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I see. We got two different ideas of what that word means.
I guess so. Yeah. I mean, you need to have a license to kill. That's why there's cops and doctors and kinds of things. Like, I can't plug my granny from a ventilator, but a doctor can do that. Take the responsibility for that.
Yeah, I don't want to kill anybody. Obviously, I wish that we could all get along peacefully most of the time, because I know all the time is impossible. But I would like for us to all get along most of the time. That would be ideal, right? That would be expectation. But reality is much different, right?
Yeah, but I haven't looked into the sovereign citizen thing too much because it's not a thing over here. It's just impossible.
I got a video for you. Where you can learn about sovereign citizens.
Is it something that I can just listen to?
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm at work, so I can put it on
It's better if
play.
you look, but I think this guy has a couple of videos. Oh, man, they're doing a really good job with this algorithm. This video used to just pop up when I would search for it like this. In fact, I clicked on the search that I already made like a year ago when I searched for this, and right there at the pop, Wikipedia, sovereign citizen. The sovereign citizen movement is a loose group of litigant activists, tax protesters, financial scheme promoters, and conspiracy theorists who claim to be answerable only to their particular interpretations of the common law and believe that they are therefore not subject to any government statutes or proceedings unless they consent to them. Okay. So the movement, which appeared in the early 1970s in America's origin and exists primarily in the United States. But can we stream stuff here? Like, can I share my screen and play something?
I guess you can, but I can't watch anything because I'm at work.
Well, shoot.
Yeah,
There you go.
I don't think the sovereign citizen thing is reasonable. I think it would also apply to all the tourists.
I don't think so either. I don't think you should be driving without a license. I think you should have to go through certain tests to make sure that you're capable of driving. Yeah, I think the law applies to everybody equally, and nobody's above the law. That's what I honestly believe. Except for there's a certain group of people that don't have to have registration on their license plates or registration stickers on their windshield, and they can have a light out and not get a ticket for it. Because when is the last time you seen a cop pull over a cop? I mean, it does happen, but only because
Over here we
there's
don't have that.
cameras.
I've never heard anyone over here get a ticket for a light that doesn't work or anything like that. Do you think that kind of thing doesn't happen here? I've heard cops get tickets for speeding over here though.
They do now here more often than not because they got body cams. So while officers do have discretion, they're also being recorded sometimes. I don't know how it's not a law that they all have body cams, but apparently they can turn them off, which I don't know why you would. I never unplug my dash cam. Like if the car is on, it's running. So I don't know why you would unplug your dash cam. It's funny because Eggshells is commenting and he hasn't seen the video that I posted. If he watched the video, he would get that I'm not talking about people who don't want to have a driver's license. This video is about cops who basically say the law doesn't apply to them on camera because they're a cop. So if sovereign citizens are people that think the law doesn't apply to them, these cops are admitting to being sovereign citizens by definition. Like, for example, the 8 feet law that we have here in the United States. So basically, there was a court case that a guy went to court like 2008 for courting the police, and Supreme Court ruled in his favor, or maybe it was a Fifth Circuit Court ruled in his favor. Turner versus Driver, I think, and basically said that we have the right to record the police, right? So this is like positive law, right? This is what you call like, oh, what's the other word for it? Case law, right? So case law is the courts deciding how to interpret the law. So this isn't like a sovereign citizen has got their own interpretation. This is what this court said, right? So this is a judge interpreting the law. Basically, what it says is that we have the right to record police and their duty and their action. Any government official, we can record them. And there's been all kinds of similar cases kind of holding up the same thing in different circuit courts, and also all kinds of laws in different places that all kind of say the same thing, that we can record our government officials. There's even been Homeland Security memos sent like 2018 basically saying that we can record government officials performing their duties in public places. But if you watch just, a handful of these videos where people are auditing the police or cop watching, right? You'll see that they'll be like on the sidewalk, not saying anything to anybody. And a cop will come out of nowhere after the cop sees them and calls for backup. And the cop will be like, hey, look, you can record. Just go stand over there. And the auditor will be like, look, man, I'm not talking to you. Just leave me alone. I'm trying to record. And they'll be like, look, if you don't go stand over there, then they give like some veiled, vague threat, right? And it's like, Turner versus Driver, dude, 8 feet. What the fuck you talking about? Like, go ahead, copper, do something. Like, go ahead, arrest me. If you think the law's on your side, like, go ahead, make a move. I'm on the sidewalk, and they point the camera at the sidewalk, and they point the camera at the original cop making the stop, who's like obviously more than 8 feet away. And then the cop will like, try some sort of, these aren't the droids you're looking for, right? Some sort of coercion tactic. And the guy will be like, look, man, your move, bro, your move, And the cop will be like, can I see your ID? It's like 3802, like I'm in Texas. What am I under arrest for? Oh, you're not under arrest. Then what the fuck are you asking for my ID for, bro? You think I'm driving? Or am I under arrest? What do you need my ID for? So then the cop would be like, look, just go stand over there. And they're giving unlawful orders like the whole time.
That just goes stand over there. That's a Chris Hansen.
Yeah, yeah. Just sit down over here, Chris Hansen. So basically what the cop is doing is he's, telling you that he doesn't think the law applies to him, right? That you can be more than 8 feet and he can still give you, they'll tell you it's a lawful order. He can still give you a lawful order. Now, what is a lawful order? It means that he's telling you to obey the law, right? But there's already case law, Turner versus Driver, that you can record the cops at public places. What's a sidewalk? A public place. So I just wish that everybody would act like the law applies to them, including the people that, drive around without driver's licenses and plates and stuff. And including the ones that have a license to kill.
Right, so you're just drawing an analogy between sovereign citizens who think the law doesn't apply to them and sort of cops overreaching and behaving as if it doesn't.
Yeah, I think both are, saying that the law doesn't apply to them. And I've heard people make arguments that if you don't have a driver's license and you don't have your car registered as a commercial vehicle, if you register it as household goods, then you can get private plates. And because you're operating in private, you don't have a contract where you signed your license. I've heard this argument before, but I don't recommend anybody fucking do that. It's not legal advice, but I wouldn't do it. I don't recommend anybody else wants to do it unless you just want to go to court and jail and shit because you're inviting cops to come fuck with you.
Yeah, I believe that. If somebody could show me previous case law, like if they could show precedent and they go, here's,
Bro, I sent
Jones.
you some. You're saying that like I never sent you some. Didn't I send you some from We Are Change?
I mean, if I looked at ones that I've been sent before, I'm yet to see any which is a successful sovereign citizen defense or plaintiff action.
Okay, first of all, I'm not promoting this. I'm only sending you what you asked for.
Cool, but just post one though.
That's the thing. I got a bunch.
Right, so pick one. Pick a good one.
I think it's good that cops are sometimes sort of above the law so they can actually protect you, because over here, if that's one case, then cops couldn't do anything. If there's someone pointing a gun at me, cops couldn't do shit because they're not.
Yeah, they've got the right to detain, and while in some ways citizens do as well, some people in society who vest with the rights to do stuff that others can't, but you also, hopefully, which doesn't seem to happen very well in America, or in Australia even for that matter, hold them to a certain level of responsibility as well.
All right, there, I posted it. But
hang on.
Once again, this is not legal advice. I don't think that you should be operating a vehicle without a license, especially if you don't have a sticker and a license plate on your car. Because when you do that, you're sending a signal to a cop, like a smoke signal, like, hey, come search me, bring your dogs, bring your cuffs. I want to go to the dungeon. Please come look for a reason to take me to the dungeon. So don't do that. Not legal advice.
Thompson versus Smith. Just because I've been sent long lists of these before, I don't remember which one's from you. I'm sorry for that, Larry. But if it's the main one was about a bus company, there's a bunch I've read into, and then usually if you dig into the actual case, the judgment, he goes, well, you absolutely need a license. We should be, mindful about not infringing upon their constitutional right to travel or something. And it's usually dropping the first bit so that you can. So are these different cases now? Thompson versus Smith. It's common right under require access to possess property and pursue happiness and safety. Right. Use of the automobile is a necessary adjunct to earning a livelihood. Right. All of these are saying you've got a right to drive. Where's the bit where it's saying you've got a right to drive without a license?
All right, let's take a look.
Still only halfway down the page, so maybe I haven't gotten to it yet. But the tops, like if I just read one of the quotes, the use of automobiles as a necessary adjunct to the earning of a livelihood in modern life requires us, in the interest of realism, to conclude that the right to use an automobile on the public highway partakes of the nature of a liberty within the meaning of the constitutional guarantees. Great, yeah.
Okay, let's break that down, right? So what is a license for? Well, a license is permission to do something that would otherwise be illegal if you didn't have the license, right? It's like permission or a permit, right?
Sure, yeah. Sure.
Okay, so a right cannot be converted into a crime. Is that also true?
I don't know. Not sure about
Okay,
that one.
so that's also case law, right? A right can't be converted into a crime. So if I'm recording in public, they can't then convert that into somehow disorderly conduct, right?
Yeah,
I
well,
would have to actually commit disorderly conduct by shoving someone or using fighting words, that sort of thing.
or filming children. Filming children's illegal. You might be in public, but if you're caught filming kids, that can become a crime.
So you're telling me that there's like a possibility, yeah, that foreigners come to Disneyland and they got their cameras out, and a kid happens to walk by, and like the cops come out of nowhere and like start arresting people because they took a picture of a child.
I'm only sketchy on this, but I think it is more the case that like you can't use your First Amendment rights to, you know, put on a trench coat and go down and sit at a kid's play park and film them all day long with a handy cam. I don't think it means you can't catch kids in the background of shots.
Okay, well,
in any case, we're getting into a like subsequent kind of thing here where you and I are opining about whether or not one requires a license. Generally, judgments don't do that. If the case is specifically ruling on whether a license is required, they will specifically say whether a license is required. They won't be ruling on a thing that will set precedent for whether a license is required and neglect to mention that, because otherwise, if they do so, they haven't ruled properly in their own case and they haven't set precedent for that thing. So I don't think it's not sufficient, at least for me, to go, these people are reinforcing a constitutional right to travel by saying it's important that people be allowed to drive, and then going, well, I infer based on that. It's fine to say you infer based on that, therefore, da-da-da, but I don't think it's then reasonable to say, and there are judgments to that effect, unless the judgments say that.
Yeah, it just keeps on saying over and over again, you have the right, you have the right, you have the right. Like everything that I'm reading here, you have the right, you have the right. And see, you can't convert a right into a crime. That's the thing I'm trying to tell you. So if all these court rulings is saying that you have the right to drive, do you need a license for your rights? Do you need permission for your rights? Or are they inherent in you and you are never without them?
Again, that's getting on to stuff that's not in the judgment. The judgment I'm looking for, because many of these, I'm not sure which one it is, not mutual liability. I'll probably even spot it. That's it, Motor Transit Co. versus Seattle. Is it? No, it was some bus company. Was the first one I read into, but about 3 or 4 I read into, and virtually a sentence after the blurb that's often used in these, the judge says, though it is, you know, something to the effect of, though it is obvious that one still be licensed to do so and demonstrate the capability to do so in a safe manner, or something like that.
Where does it say that at? Because I got right here, Barney versus Board of Railroad Commissioners. The use of the highways for the purpose of traveling and transportation is not a mere privilege, right? That's something that can be taken away, but a common and fundamental right of which the public and the individual cannot be rightfully deprived. So he can be wrongfully deprived, but that would be the cop doing a wrong by violating someone's rights, right?
Yeah, and I understand your interpretation of it, but the way the law works, to my understanding, is it must be explicit. So if we're in a realm where you do need licenses and a judge is saying, no, you don't need licenses, he will use the word license. He absolutely would couch it and probably preface it in terms of, I've recognised that this is an inalienable constitutional right, and that's why I've come to this decision because of the pursuit of freedom and happiness. Da 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 da. But then he will say, "So it is my ruling that you do not require a license in order to operate a private motor vehicle in the course of your everyday private goings on or whatever, non-commercial if that needs to be there." He won't just go, it's a right, and then neglect to mention licenses if it's about licenses.
Tell me how I'm misunderstanding this one. Every citizen, this is ex parte Dickey versus Davis. Every citizen has an unalienable right to make use of the public highways of the state. Every citizen has full freedom to travel from place to place in the enjoyment of life and liberty. People versus Nothos, 147 Colorado 210. No state government entity has the power to allow or deny passage on the highway, byway, nor waterways, transporting his vehicle and personal property for either recreational or business, but by being subject only to local regulation, i.e. safety, caution, traffic lights, speed limits, etc. Travel is not a privilege requiring license, vehicle registration, or forced insurance. What do you think that last sentence means?
Sounds interesting. That one sounds interesting. Give me that case. That's getting closer to it.
Yeah, that's why I said, we never show one, but I think this one didn't get space. So I'm just going to send you the whole thing that I just read, because I think that...
Sure, just what's the case? Who v. who?
I'm about to post it. That way there's no confusion.
Okay.
And by the way, once again, I'm not saying anybody should do this, for fuck's sake, because you better know your shit if you try this stupid shit.
Is it talking about citizens or sovereign citizens? Does it apply to both or just citizens?
Well, everyone has the right. So the thing
Not
about
me.
a right. Well, no, you're not in America, right? But in America, right, it's not a privilege to travel. This is what the argument is. So I remember, young. Go ahead, bro.
It's just that I'm not a citizen. I'm a tourist if I go there, and I don't have the same right.
That's arguable, because when you're here, the Constitution limits the government on what they could do, right? So the Constitution really isn't for us. It's really for them.
Citizens.
No. It's not for citizens. It's for the government, if you understand how it works.
Sure.
Because they're the one that swore an oath to it, right? We aren't really a party to the Constitution, meaning that we didn't sign it. There's no contract between the Constitution and us, but if the government has to swear an oath before they take office, whether it being a judge, a president, a governor, police officer, just about everything in between, then they're literally a party to the Constitution because they swore an oath to it.
Sure. So it's the claim that the laws don't apply to everyone, or what's the sovereign citizen claim?
Okay, here's what the sovereign citizen is saying. If you sign the license, you agree to the contract. You should obey the traffic laws, all of them, and you should get registration and insurance. But if you don't have a driver's license, you have no contract to enforce. So basically, there's only a few ways that a course can enforce authority over you, right? So number one, there has to be a contract, right? So they can enforce contracts all day long. You have the right to freedom of speech, but if you sign a non-disclosure agreement, you don't have that right no more. And it doesn't matter how many times you scream the Constitution, the First Amendment rights, you signed a contract. In the same way as you can lose your rights, because if you take a settlement and the non-disclosure agreement is a part of that settlement and they give you $500,000 and you take that money and deposit in your bank and then go to the news, you're fucked. It doesn't matter that you have a First Amendment right. So in the same way, you can contract away all of your rights If you want to, you can sign a plea deal and negate all of your rights and give them all away. Or you can stand in court, hold your square, stand your ground, and demand your rights with belligerence. That's your
So
option.
basically the thing is because they haven't signed anything, no laws apply to them.
Not no laws. The laws that are applied to you when you sign the license are not applied to you.
Sure, but if they don't sign anything, then no laws apply to them, right? That's their
No,
claim.
no.
Ah,
If you
laws
sign
do
the
apply?
contract, yeah, I'm trying to tell you. If you sign the contract, all the traffic laws apply to you because you agreed to it when you signed the contract. So when you give that little manual and you take the test, they're making sure that you understand the laws and understand the contract. Because if you didn't understand it, it's not a valid contract. But because you passed that test,
for you, Larry.
Go ahead,
Sure,
bro.
but if I don't sign any papers, then no laws apply to me.
No, you'll still go to prison if you murder somebody, even if you do it in a
Why?
vehicle. But
What's
if
the
they
reason?
pull you over and say, "Where's your license?" you can say, "Go ahead and give me a ticket. Here's my passport. I've given you my ID. Give me a ticket, give me a court date, and we'll argue it in court." And then when you go to court, you show all these different court cases, and you say to the cop, "Did you know that?" And the cop's going to say, "No, I didn't." Well, now you do. That's their argument. And I'm not making that argument. That's their argument.
Sure,
Do you
yeah,
understand?
it's their argument. But if I killed someone and I said that I'm not a cop, so I don't have the license to kill, and I haven't written any agreement, then I mean, why would the law apply to me? I'm solving.
Bro, because you have a victim. That's why.
Okay, so it's so it's the victim. Yeah, got it.
Right. So, in my opinion,
So it's
and this may not be the legal society opinion, but this is my opinion. If you don't hurt anybody, cause anyone harm, injury, or loss, anyone, man, woman, or child, harm, injury, or loss, then you haven't committed a crime. You're not a criminal. In my opinion, you may have broken a code and you may have to go to court, right? Because that code was codified from statutes that were signed into law by presidents and congressmen, and you're going to have your day in court. But I wouldn't call it criminal.
So I think I've got it for you here. I'm only partway through the thing, but firstly, it's talking about a bus company. So I'm not fully clear on what that's about, but it talks about this as regards legislative power and control. The business or interest regulated by the ordinance is clearly distinguishable from vocations, blah, 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 blah. But then it gets to here. It's talking about your ability to limit people's rights, basically. It says, in such cases, the limit of legislative power is regulation. And that power must be cautiously and sparingly exercised unless the business is of such character as it places within the category of social and economic evils, such as gaming, the liquor traffic, and numerous others. This may be added to such useful occupations under certain circumstances, become private or public nuisances, become offensive and dangerous to health. What I think that is starting to suggest is here are places where we do curtail people's liberties. I'll keep going till I get to.
So while you're taking a break, I've noticed that, like, in the church community, they believe in a whole lot of stuff that's not in the laws, and they think that it applies to them. Right? Like the Baptist people say, once saved, always saved. That's nowhere to be found in the scripture. In fact, it kind of says the opposite, right? So they have a false doctrine, right? I think that happens all the time with people everywhere when it comes to the law. Like, I used to believe that you had to show your license when you were asked, that you had to present driver's license, which is true if you're driving and they pull you over. It's probably a good idea to present driver's license.
Yeah.
But if you're just walking down the road and you haven't committed any crime and you're not under arrest, Texas Penal Code 38.02, you don't have to show a driver's license unless you've been pulled over in a vehicle, or if you've been arrested, you have to at least provide your name, date of birth, and address. But for years, I thought you had to show your driver's license on a compass.
Yeah, so I think that what we may find is it's talking about the giving of a license for carriage or whatever you'd call it. Basically, the state giving a bus company, because it starts, the very first thing in this judgment is a definition of what a bus is, and it's like got to have 8 seats or more and be powered by gasoline or some other thing. Da da da. And now it's getting into talking about how you cannot infringe upon an individual's right to use the highways and carry their possessions and all that kind of stuff. Whereas the latter, being a bus company, is extraordinary and therefore may be given to some and denied to others in license. So I think that's where this is going to be heading.
Okay, fair enough. I'll keep looking.
I haven't found the bit specifically yet, though. I'll keep looking.
Yeah, what I read is no state government entity has the power to allow or deny passage on the highways, byways, and waterways transporting his vehicles and personal property. That wouldn't be a bus driver. Why would a bus driver have personal property? Either for recreational, that's not a bus driver, or business, but by being subject only to local regulation, i.e. safety, right? Doesn't make sense that if you don't have a driver's license, you can drive 106 miles an hour in a 30 mile an hour residential zone. Right? So I completely think that law applies to a non-licensed traveler, regardless
Right, I mean,
of any.
that would.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I keep clipping you. It's very rude of me, Larry. I think that might cover it, though, which is that every state or every local ordinance demands that you have a license, and then they're covered by that, right? Plus, and the former category
where'd you read
that I
that
think
from?
the sovereign citizens always miss is that you can travel by bus or in your friend's car or walk or ride a horse. There are many ways to travel. Driving a dangerous and powerful motor vehicle is but one of them.
Sorry, I hear you talking. I don't hear you reading anything. I just read travel is not a privilege requiring license, vehicle registration, or forced insurances.
That's right.
So could you read something contrary to that, where driver's license are forcible? You can force people to contract into insurance companies, and you can force people to register with vehicles because they don't have the right to do these things without. They don't have the right to drive without these things. I mean, say it out loud. You can force someone to contract with an insurance company. Does that sound legit?
Sorry, I got to check out of my room. I'll be back with you guys in a second. I just
sure.
Cleaning lady tried to come in.
Sure. Yeah, I'm starting to notice a pattern here. I still don't recommend anybody do it, especially if you haven't been studying this stuff for like 5 or 10 years. Especially if you got a driver's license and your vehicle's registered. And especially if you don't have insurance, for fuck's sake. All this is all philosophical debate. In no way is this legal advice. It would be a piss poor judgment on my part to tell someone that they should try this shit. I do not recommend anybody try this shit. In fact, if I were you, I would follow the 48 laws of power and act like, what's that game, Assassin's Creed? Blend in. Blending. So you can think whatever you like, but act like everybody else. That would be my advice. But that's not legal advice. That's just friendly advice. So, when in Rome, act like the Romans do. yeah, just I think it's pretty obvious that if you sign a contract at the GMV, you should probably uphold that contract to the best of your abilities. So that just makes sense. That makes perfect sense to me. And if you do so, and you obey the traffic laws to a T, you don't cross double white lines, you don't turn without using your blinker for 100 feet, going 70 miles an hour, you stay at least 3 to 5 car lengths away. All these, helpful tips about physics, I would obey those anyway. I mean, the speeding thing, to an extent, if it's not raining and you're on a interstate and you're the only one around and you're going 10, 15 miles an hour over, I mean, you're taking a risk. You're inviting the government to interfere with your life. But do I think you're a criminal? No, you're just foolishly inviting the government to interfere with your life. But it turns out, like this is the theory, it turns out that if you're obeying all the laws and you don't break any of the codes or statutes or ordinances, like if you're obeying all that stuff, then it turns out that nobody really has real authority over you. Because if you're not breaking the law, what is the cop enforcing? That's obviously an ideal situation. Obviously, you still might get pulled over. I've seen people get pulled over for perfect driving. But, and, hypothetically, you could also be pulled over for being black, Terry Frisk, where the cop, touches you where the sun doesn't shine. And, if you don't have a dash cam and you're not recording the whole situation, it's your word against his and your word don't count. So always record and always shut the fuck up. Not legal advice.
Okay, I had to check out of the room. Yeah, I'm like listening to you. I kind of agree with all of that, which is like my feeling on this is if this is true, but that's not the way it is in like the analogy I often use is like, let's say there's a king and he is the rightful king, and he has an heir, and you're in a kingdom where inheritance is the law. But somebody comes in and cuts the king's head off and puts himself on the throne. And he enacts all the laws and he chops off all the heads and he goes to war. Is it meaningful to claim that somebody else is actually king? It's like, it might be true in a certain sense, but in another sense, it's meaningless.
Well, I think somebody else is about to talk. In American culture, there used to be this kind of understanding that, we're not under the sovereign king or queen anymore. That we're freemen, meaning that all the authority of the state comes from being governed by the consent of the governed. Right? That's a very interesting concept. Being governed by the consent of the governed. So that means that the government gets their authority because we gave it to them. That's a really interesting concept if you think about it. That means that we are the sovereigns with no subjects. And the only time we're not sovereigns is if we create victims. If you create a victim, you're a criminal, right? And the reason that there's supposed to be a trial by jury, not a jury trial, which is two separate things, is because your peers are supposed to decide whether or not you acted reasonably or not, right? So going 36 and a 30 is pretty reasonable to me. Like, if I was on that jury, I'd be like, not guilty, right? 106 and a 30, log them up,
Well,
And I don't like hypotheticals, but he could actually hurt somebody, right?
Yeah, there's something. There's a name for what you're talking about, which is you can't actually just say not guilty if you're on a jury. You're bound by rules that say not guilty means he did not violate this law written down here. But there is another one that is basically what you're talking about, which is not guilty by something, which is
Jury
essentially,
nullification.
yeah, something like that, where the jury goes, it's irrelevant whether he did it. The law is wrong.
Right, because I think if you actually read the speeding ordinances, they say something about traveling at a reasonable, safe speed, and that the limit is kind of, I think it's the way I understand it. I could be wrong. It's kind of like if it's raining and you're going like 40 and a 30. It's like, bro, it's raining. What are you doing? This is a sharp turn. What are you thinking about? You not know about physics? Here's your ticket, right? But if it's like a nice sunny day, not a car on the road, it's flat and straight driving, and you're going 40 and a 30, I think I was acting reasonably. I had brand new tires. My vehicle was in good shape. I just replaced all the front end parts. There's no reason why my vehicle's not capable of stopping, but nobody was on the road, so I didn't have to. So the only person on the road was the cop who wasn't on the road. He was actually, parked over here, and I think I was acting reasonably. Jury, what do you think? Like, I think that's how it's supposed to go.
Yeah, and there's a similar defence with which is why people so often use this term, because it's a really good term to have said to then later rely on in court, and that is, I was going with the prevailing traffic, because it's unsafe. It is more, if you're going to deviate from the prevailing traffic speed, it is more unsafe to go 10 kilometres an hour slower, or maybe it was miles, I forget the study, than it is to be going 10 kilometres an hour faster. So if you've got one car differentiating from the rest of the traffic, it is safer to be going quicker than them than slower than them, because if you're going slower than them, it causes all other drivers to perform evasive manoeuvres. So they pull up to you and then they slow down and then they do a sudden lane change, and they keep doing that. So you just increase the number of people doing lane changes, and that increases the probability that there's a crash. And that is a valid defence in court.
Yeah, on motorcycle research that I've done, like basically you want to be in the left lane. That way there's not, oh shit, I missed my exit. And if you're in the right lane, I'm going here for a minute.
Speaking of motorcycles, look what I'm packing up at the moment. Oh, I can't do it. It won't let me.
You go.
Hang on a second.
Yeah,
No,
there
I'm
it
not
is.
going to puke. I only had 2 beers.
Here's my baby. Getting her packed for another ride. With regard to the case law you sent, the Dickey versus somebody, ex parte Dickey versus Davis, I read through most of it, and yeah, as I said, it's a bus company, and the license, I can't find the passage that you shared in there. The bit I can find about licenses is talking specifically about a license to operate buses in that state or in that area.
Oh, I told you that it was 2 paragraphs in one, and that I don't think he put the enter, the paragraph. So it's people versus Nothus. Like, I'll do it again, bro. I'm sorry.
Oh.
I don't drink very often, so I'm pretty much poof off of 2 beers. It's like the most alcohol I've had in like a year. So I apologize. People versus Nothus.
People versus Matthews.
I'm gonna look it up too. You normally get hot when you're drinking? Is that normal?
People v. I say not Howes. 147. Right. People v. not Howes.
He's like, what is it?
State Constitution affords all persons the right to acquire, possess, and protect property. A motor vehicle being property which has the inalienable right to acquire, he may not be deprived of the use thereof without due process of law. So due process means there has to be That's not reasonable articulable suspicion. It's probable cause. Have to have probable cause.
Just gonna go on mute. Yeah, the whole thing as I'm reading it is talking about when you can revoke someone's license. It's automobile constitutional law operator's license. The right to drive a motor vehicle on public highway cannot be taken away without notice to the party affected and without an opportunity to be heard on the question of whether sufficient grounds exist to warrant such a revocation.
So I'm reading, when a citizen meets the standards thus defined in prior exercise of the police power, he has the right to continue in the full enjoyment of that right until by due process of law it has been established that by reasons of abuse of the right or other just cause it is reasonably necessary in the interest of public safety to deprive him of the right to drive a motor vehicle on the highways. Such action cannot be taken without notice to the party affected. And well, dude, they suspended my license, didn't tell me nothing. That's bullshit. And with an opportunity for him to be heard of the question of whether sufficient grounds exist to warrant a revocation of his right to drive a motor vehicle upon the highways of the state. Question to whether a constitutionally guaranteed property right can be denied for some justifiable reason is essentially a judicial question. Under the doctrine of separation of powers of the government, it must remain a judicial question. In the instant case, Nathaniels was denied due process of law. The purported revocation of his license to drive was no force or effect and was brought about under provisions of a statute which cannot be sustained. So they don't have the right to suspend his license, I think is what that last part meant. No, yeah, one last sentence. The purported revocation of his license to drive was of no force, meaning they couldn't force it, or effect, and was brought about under provisions of a statute which cannot be sustained. So I think
it sounds like they took his license. They took his license off him illegally, but all of the rest of the article seems to be talking about ways in which it is legal to take it, right? So like a cop just tearing it up at the side of the road would fulfill all of the conditions that you're talking about there, while licenses still being a valid thing.
I think this is a discussion that really is going to have to continue some other time because I am not used to poisoning myself with alcohol.
Okay. Well, I'm getting on my bike now to ride anyway. Hopefully, pass some skillful driver's license or otherwise.
Yeah, hopefully there's a licensed, sober, moral, prudent people on the road, and you have a safe trip. Bro. So keep the shiny side up. Peace.
See ya.
Yo, Larry.
I think he just peaced out.
Oh, did he? Darn it. Oh well. I was on earlier telling some people about this dude that's giving me a pretty cool story to tell. And he had some more things to say, and then we ended up having this super long conversation that just ended. And long story short, he's just this indigenous, like, tribal leader, and his whole tribe knows that the earth is flat and that there's a firmament over our head. And their tribe has oral stories that go all the way back from before the flood. And just hearing what his tribe had to say, like what his tribe's histories are about their, pre-flood and after post-flood lifestyles, the way that their tribes have interacted with the Sasquatch up until when they decided to stop showing themselves to humans, and like what they are. His tribe even says that Jesus Christ visited Canada. It's crazy.
Sound interesting.
It was really interesting, yeah.
I'm really sorry the conversation was so long. I am not governing myself because I'm drunk off of 2 beers. I'm so sorry, bro.
Who are you apologizing to?
Platypus, I think he was in the middle of a conversation. Now that I'm thinking back, I think I just started talking over him with eggshells. But yeah, that tribe in Canada said that they believe in the flat earth and know there's a firmament, and their tribe goes all the way back to recording stuff before the flood. So I think they had to erase all that. Like, they literally had to stamp it out of society.
Yeah, hey, eggshells, you got some noise. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, he's actually a pretty big leader in his community, and he's gotten in trouble with the Canadian government. I was just going through some news articles about him and stuff, and he's the real deal. It's pretty fucking crazy. Just hearing how matter of factly he was like, "Oh yeah, our tribe knew Jesus before the Bible got here. Like, we knew who Jesus was before they brought Bibles." I was like, "What?"
That checks out. The 5 civilized tribes are renowned for hearing about Jesus Christ and accepting the doctrine. And because they met certain requirements, A, they were not nomads. They lived by the river and had permanent settlements. And B, they accepted Jesus Christ. And because of that, they were considered men, not savages. So that actually makes sense that the whole lost tribes of Israel, some of them made it over here. And the Spaniards that came with the Portuguese, when they came over here, and the stuff that I've seen firsthand, primary knowledge, boots on the ground in like the 15, 16, 1700s. When they come over here, they could immediately communicate because the Iberian Peninsula is where some of the Jews went, and the Jews could speak to the Native Americans when they got here. They didn't have the whole Pocahontas and John Smith like trying to figure out what each other were talking about for 3 months in the forest. Like they immediately started speaking like Old Hebrew.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite topics. The lost
Dude,
tribes.
that's so crazy, dude. Yeah, I've just been reading about the Seminole Indians and the 5 civilized tribes, and they were getting likened to the lost tribes. And then now I'm talking to this dude who's just very matter of factly talking about this stuff. That's crazy.
Yeah, can you imagine going to a place where there's, quote unquote savages, which is obviously a demonizing divide and conquer. They're the enemy, we're the humans tactic. And then they're like, Jesus Christ, Son of God? Yeah, I like it. Like,
Well, the fucked up
okay,
thing
you're
is,
cool.
Hank, it was the Catholic Church. Like, he had a lot to say about the Catholic Church and what they've done in Canada. I'm sure you and him would fucking get along really well.
I find that I get along with most natives really well. As soon as they get past the meat suit and they like see my spirit, like it's usually a good thing.
Yeah, he was also talking about how Sasquatch is basically like the Nephilim, but like there's ones that are. It's not that they're good or bad; they just have very weird prerogatives, like I guess the Sasquatch, they fuck with people that mess with certain native tribes. Like they still have the backs of certain native tribes, but other tribes they've like completely abandoned. The politics are really weird. It's fascinating, man. And he also I had this really weird thing happen to me in the woods, and I swear to God, I never went around being like, oh, I saw, I was followed in the woods by a Bigfoot. But like, that's kind of what I always thought, because I was super confused about what happened. And I described exactly what happened to him. And he was like, yeah, that was probably a Sasquatch. And he said to me that the one thing that, this is actually how Jesus got brought up in the topic, was because he was like, what did you say to it? And I was like, well, I had my gun out, and I was like, I don't know what you are. I don't know who you are, if you're playing a joke on me or what, but you're scaring me, and you need to leave. And I proclaimed it in the name of Jesus Christ. And he was like, oh yeah, the Sasquatch doesn't know who Jesus is. And they have to, what did he say? They have to be obedient to his name. And I was like, what where is this coming from? And then he was like, oh yeah, Jesus had showed up a long time ago, like during the time that he was alive. Said he'd be back. I'll be back.
Yeah, I've heard the same thing about the so-called close encounters of the third kind, or is it the fourth kind? Yeah, the fourth kind.
With aliens, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I've heard that too. And that's really interesting. The night terrors, same thing.
Yep.
I think it's one of those things to where if you're under him, right, and he's offering you kinship and co-heirship and co-crownship, and he's under the Most High, who can be against you?
Yeah, definitely not some stupid aliens or whatever. He was also saying something about how, and it was right along the lines of what I've been sort of talking about the last couple of days, is like they're trying to find a way to bring evil into this world and like have it manifest, which I thought was really interesting. His term was manifest it into flesh.
Well, I think that if you introduce AI and then you put them in like Terminator robot dogs, and I know that sounds crazy, and you replace the police force, because if you got a cop in front of you, you know, there's a slight chance you can say, look, man to man, you know, I didn't mean to cause any harm to anybody. You know, could you please forgive me, right? There's a slight chance that that cop might be like, you know what, have a nice day, right? But if you try that with a robot dog, the robot dog is going to be like, no, here's your ticket. And the golem in the Bible, I think, is totally like AI in a lot of ways.
Yeah, he just sent me another message, actually, like a little PS saying, if I was confronted by a Sasquatch and it didn't do anything else to scare me after I spoke to it, that it meant that I was not a threat to whatever it was protecting, and that I was, you know, probably have like a good heart or something. So that's interesting.
You seen the thing, I forget what it's called, but where all the people go missing, and I've talked to you about it before now.
Oh yeah,
People go missing in the national parks.
Yeah. I'm all that's dude. I'm way into that. That's like
What
my
if there's
crack
like
cocaine.
The
what?
documentary is Missing 411.
Yeah, thank you. The missing 411. So it's really interesting. This is just a wild hairball. I'm drunken stupor. Here's my theory. Don't repeat it and don't quote it. Don't quote me on it. But like, what if there's like unknown treaties that we don't know about, to where there has to be certain untouched land, and if you violate these treaties, you know, there's certain unknown laws that will be enforced without trial jury. And if you look at the little like 100-mile strip between like the east and the west, like right down the middle of the United States, kind of in that arid zone where it's not quite, you know, the dry arid desert, and it's not quite the piney forest. Look in that zone, because apparently in that zone there's very, very little population. And in that area, there has to be a jury from that area. But there's not enough people to live there to actually create a jury. So they say that that's like where murder is legal. I haven't done the research on this, but what if it's like, yeah, you come around here and you're done with, and people don't know it, so they just go in there and break unknown treaties, and you know, they just get executed.
Yeah, I've never heard of that. I'm not really sure what the connection to missing 411 was though. Sorry. Maybe I misunderstood
Yeah,
what you were saying.
made up a theory. I just made up a theory.
Oh, you just made up a theory? Okay. I've watched all the documentaries multiple times, and I think I've seen every single piece of like video footage that David Paulides has put out, and I've probably listened to everything, like every single radio recording I could find of him speaking on this subject. I've watched other people who've tried to represent his work. I would say that that's probably not the case. What's happening with these people is I would say it's nothing short of demonic abduction. Whether there are humans involved, I could not say, but because of the very specific criteria that all of his missing persons cases have to hit, and one of those main criteria is being near water. Hank, are you aware of like the significance of demons and water and like large bodies of water is with like the ocean in the Bible and also in the Book of Enoch?
No, but I would imagine that they're on the sidelines. So the Antarctic region, the North Pole, the Arctic Circle, and water would be the sidelines of this realm. Humans don't hang out at the bottom of the ocean very often, so it would make sense.
Right. In the Book of Enoch, when God sends 4 of his 7 angels to deal with the Nephilim and the 200 plus angels that rebelled against God and came down and had sex with women and creating the Nephilim. The Nephilim and the fallen angels pleaded with God to let them live, and they tried to repent, but they were not they were not sincere in their repenting. So God had them chained by hand and foot and thrown into the abyss. And then when he flooded the world, they were trapped in the depths. They were trapped in the depths of the waters, and their spirits were trapped here on earth. That's what the book of Enoch says. In the Bible, when Jesus casts out demons, a legion of demons from a man, they all jump into a herd of pigs, and the pigs jump off the fucking cliff into the ocean, returning to the deeps. When Jesus walks on water, he's showing his dominion over the abyss, over the realm here on earth, in which, from what I understand, is where the spirits of the Nephilim are. Now, whether or not these spirits can manifest themselves in flesh, like, I really don't know. But all of these missing people's cases, they happen around water. Most UFO sightings, they happen around water. I mean, they even have a name for UFOs that go into water. You know, what do they call them? USOs or something?
Unidentified submerged object.
Exactly. And we know there's no outer space. We know there's no other galaxies where these aliens are going to come from. So whatever these UFOs are that are hopping in and out of the water, whatever's happening with these people that are going missing and then being found in mysterious locations, dead, sometimes alive, it seems to me completely demonic. Here's one little theory as well. If they could make a couple people disappear over the course of hundreds of years, and when I say a couple, actually I mean thousands of people, but it only seems like a couple of people when one person goes missing from an area and then another from the same area 20 years later, but like, you know, just maybe a mile or two away. When it's done over such a long period of time, it's really hard to point the finger at any one thing, you know, whatever the culprit is. But what if whatever's doing this decided to disappear a bunch of people all at once? And possibly, I don't know, mimic a rapture type event. That would be intense. That would be a serious trick for the devil to play. I mean, the devil knows that a rapture is going to happen. He knows that all of us are reading our Bibles expecting it at some point, maybe during our lifetimes. So if they faked one, I mean, some of these people go missing and they're like no more than 20 feet from their parents or something. Like a child literally just disappears, poofs out of thin air. So who knows?
Yeah, I listen to that Mr. Ballin sometimes, and he told a story of like, you know, the guy was watching the little girl, and he looks away for like seconds, and she's gone. And she was like literally like, you know, 20, 30 feet away. And it's like, where did she go? Like in seconds, like there's nowhere for her to go. And then they find her, like later on, the dad is looking for her. They find her by the water. I saw that video today, and then you're talking about this shit. So you're. I think me and you were both seeing synchronicities.
Oh man, my life has been so synchronistic over the last couple of months. Things have just been ramping up. It's kind of overwhelming at times. Because I'm just like, every little mission that I set out to go do, whether I'm going to work or I'm going to the gym or I'm going to meet up with friends, I'm just like, what's about to happen? Like, what's going to line up next? You know, what is this? Where is this path going? Because I'm seeing all these crazy signs. It's been mind blowing, dude. I'm not surprised at all. There's probably 100 other synchronicities that we'd find if we just started talking about our days.
Yeah, those missing people, they happen right in our societies too, right? Like around
Yeah.
certain high holy days for a certain group of small people.
Yeah.
Um,
I should have stopped.
there's a bunch of people that go missing.
But
And it's like, wait a minute, what is this maypole thing? Like, if you research maypole, and it's like, it's like human sacrifice. Like, okay, so, a lot of the human sacrifice, we don't see it as human sacrifice anymore, right? Whether it's war or cop killing unarmed civilians or abortion, like, we don't perceive it as human sacrifice, but human sacrifice is human sacrifice. Whether you accidentally kill somebody or you do it on purpose, to me, it's really bad. But if you do it on purpose, it's a sacrifice.
Yeah. Have you seen that movie that just came out recently called Nefarious?
No, but I want to. I'm willing to be a pirate without the rum.
Oh man, you should watch it. It's really good.
I heard it was from a Christian perspective.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's really, really good, dude. I mean, I'm not gonna give you my critique of it because I do have one. But I would just say go watch it.
Well, I mean, you're not going to find like a movie from a Christian perspective without a critique, especially if it's like from Hollywood. And I think that like Noah was like a really bad movie made by
This is not a
It's not like that.
mainstream Hollywood movie. No, not even close, dude. Hollywood critics gave it a 33% on Rotten Tomatoes, and the audience score was like 98%. So mainstream hated it. Regular Joe loved it. I think that's really all you need to know. It's just like,
yeah, I'm gonna watch it now for sure.
yeah, it's pretty good. What can I say about it that's not gonna ruin it for you? Rather than saying it's from a Christian perspective, it's from the perspective of a demon. It's more about like a demon's commentary on the world today. And you've got this like libtard lawyer just being like, I'm gonna live my life how I want to. It's my girlfriend's body, it's her choice. And this demon's just like, yes, do what thou wilt. It's crazy. It's fucking nuts. Dude, it's nuts. It's great. It's so good. It's just so good. And I didn't ruin shit for you. I promise. I didn't. Nothing you wouldn't have seen in the trailer.
I kind of got that from the trailer.
Yeah. Oh, you've seen the trailer? Oh, yeah. I don't even know what I'm doing then.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I definitely wanted to see it, but I was kind of like, I think I'll wait because I don't say I'm going to watch a movie. I don't intend to watch movies. Every once in a while, I'll watch one with the family, but they kind of have to screen it first to see if they think I would like it.
I mean, I think you'd like it. You like the Bible. You're not like PC or anything like that. And that's another reason why the critics gave it such a harsh review is because, the PC character is made to look really in a bad light.
I do a lot of self-censoring, I've noticed. So I do, I mean, I hate the whole PC thing, right? Because it's all about intent for me. Like, earlier today, I told a joke, and I thought it was funny, but it was a racist joke. But if you hear me say it, like, that there's no ill intent, right? But it has shock and awe value. Because if you're in the audience and, you say it, then I've tricked you into saying the N-word, right? Which is a word that's been used to oppress people and blah, blah, blah. But it's the reaction of the audience that I got them to say that word that they never thought they would use. So today, you don't say the word. It's not part of the joke. You get the audience to say, do you want to hear the joke?
Hank, honestly, dude, like, I would never say that word. I would never even think that word. I would never say that word, even if I was one. You know what I mean?
I agree. I don't like the word. I
I'm
like
just
the A
kidding.
version. I like
I was
the A
trying to tell you.
version.
I was trying to tell you a joke. I think you missed
Oh,
it.
okay. Yeah, I missed
I was I was saying I would never say that word even if I was one. It's supposed to
I've heard
trick
the
you into.
argument.
Yeah.
Right. I've heard the argument that, I've heard Black Americans say that they shouldn't use that word at all because it limits your thinking, right? Um, but basically, the way I understand it, the word just means man, right? Like that guy over there. It's like our version of dude. That's how I understand it. But it can be used in different ways. Like obviously, shiksa is a bad word, right? It means whore. But there's an argument that I've heard Jewish people say that it just means a white woman, right? And they say that goyim just, it means like the nations, right? But I've also heard it said that it can be used in a derogatory way, meaning cattle, right? So all these words, they have so much power only because certain people think like a certain way, right? Like if you're a cow and you act like a cow, like you're going to be offended by that word. But if you're not a cow, you might use that word as a term of endearment towards one of your fellow, homies, right? You might say, "Oh, he's a good boy," right? Like I've heard people say that, and it's really interesting because words are just words. What matters is the intent behind the words. So with the politically correct thing, like I'm not trying to offend people, like saying the N word at the har, but I really like the one with the A. I think it's a really cool word, and I like to use it like this when people that I know really well are around. Like,
You're
hey, you go
hilarious.
do like, hey, you go do this, bitch, please. I like to use that word like that, right? But I try not to offend people because I ain't trying to troll people and get people so pissed off that they want to knock a tooth out of my head. Like that's not what I'm trying to do. But I think that there are some people in the world that would hear me say "bitch, please," for example, but the N-word version, and ready to commit extreme violence on me because of my meat suit. Like I think that's a reality.
The N word just means black in Spanish. Like it's literally black, like
Exactly.
negro, negra.
Exactly.
And I've heard it say in Spanish, mi negra, mi negro. Like people call me mi negro, my N word. But
I
the
mean, if
thing
me and you
is,
were friends, that's probably what I would call you too.
I'm so I'm from the East Coast, right? And I'm Puerto Rican, but I look white. So it's like I can see both sides. And like I've said I got a pass because I'm Puerto Rican, so I could say the N word in the hood all day long, every day when I was younger, and nobody would say nothing. Like kind of like Fat
I got the
Joe,
pass
and
too. I got the pass
Fat
too,
Joe
but it
gets a
didn't come with a
pass even though
card, right?
he basically looks white. French Montana, Takashi 6ix9ine, like all these guys, like even though they look white, they get a pass for whatever reason. It's weird. But then when I was in the army, I went down south to Oklahoma, Missouri area, and I said I said the N word one time to one of my black buddies, and I in the barracks, and he like looked at me like we were like good friends, and then it slipped up down south, and he looked at me with the ugliest look ever, and he like just stopped being my friend. Like he just didn't look at me the same after that. Like
Yeah,
so
dude,
people, black dudes
that's
down
what I'm
south,
talking about.
they really don't like the N word. But up north, like New York, Massachusetts, Providence, Rhode Island area, like black people don't care if you use the N word. Even if I grew up around white dudes that said the N word all day long around black people really didn't care. In the north, it's weird.
That's the thing. It's different for different people, and just because you got a pass in one jurisdiction doesn't mean that you should try that shit in unknown territories in other jurisdictions. So there's no pass where you get like a license, like, this is, my N word. He's been authenticated by a real N word, and because I'm a real N word, if you fuck with my N word, I'm, you know, there's authentication pass that you get to show people, like multipass. Like, that doesn't work in the hood. You're gonna get a tooth knocked out of your head just because you slipped up and said,
Cambodians,
"Bitch, please."
Asians, Vietnamese, like all those people got the pass too.
Dude, I'm like super white, right? I got like every color of hair natural in my beard, but mostly red in the beard and dirty dishwater blonde, but my eyebrows are clear. Like, I'm super white, right? I do get a pretty good tan, but like when people see me, like they see a white guy, right? But to me, like the whole white thing, it doesn't exist. Like, it's a concept. Like, there's only different tribes, but I'm aware that other people like see that shit as like reality. Like, race is real. Like, it's live or die type shit. And I don't really take it that serious, but I'm aware that there's other people that are taking fucking notes and they're keeping records and they're taking it seriously. And they are ready to cancel your ass like 25 years later.
For the record, though, I don't use the N-word